End Times Alaska. Return. Book 3. Written by Craig Martelle. Narrated by Chris Abernathy. Homecoming. There's nothing like returning home to a ticker tape parade. But that's not what we wanted. The limousine met us at the airport, which was a nice touch, but completely unnecessary. All our family members wanted to give us a ride, but sometimes you have no choice. That was the life we left behind when we went to Alaska in the first place. I took one step from the plane, saw the crowd, and was already homesick for the community and the resort. My heart pounded. There were too many dignitaries to mention. They didn't matter. Madison's mother was propped up in front of the group as we walked off the plane. We waved, thinking that's what the people expected. Photographers surrounded us as Madison and her mother hugged, both crying profusely. I tried to put the circus out of my mind. Our families thought we died, and years later, we were reunited. That's what mattered. They wanted to whisk us away as soon as we landed, but we politely refused while the twins took Husky and Phyllis for a well-deserved break in the closest grass. I'd had a week of glad-handing to improve how I answered the now commonplace questions. How did you survive in Alaska for 4 years? Right in the middle of a war zone, too. I can't imagine. It began the same way every time, and they didn't want to hear the real answer. I learned to cut out the 4 years of boring survival stuff and give them the tidbits of action. I left out how I killed the 2 criminals. That would have to be my secret. I hadn't thought about it in years, but had to be careful what kind of stories I told. I didn't want to diminish the world's view of their new hero, did I? We only wanted to be left alone. And that wasn't going to happen. I needed Madison to help me keep my ego in check. It was hard to be humble and to be the center of attention. She didn't want any of it. She only wanted to go home and try to catch up with her mother. 4 years is a lifetime when you're supposed to be dead. The good news was that her only brother and his wife had a baby. Madison could be the cool aunt, and her mom had 3 grandchildren to spoil. The dogs finished their business. Although they were on leashes for the first time in years, neither dog seemed to care. They were happy to be with us. We piled into the limousine for our ride to Mom's house on the other side of Pittsburgh. It was a tight squeeze, as the dogs took the area in the middle to sniff and assess everyone they didn't know. We had to pull them back. I wasn't surprised that Phyllis didn't like the mayor. We'd lost control of our lives. I hoped for only a brief period of time. We were headed downtown to a reception and media event. Madison was livid, but only I and her mother could tell. She clenched her jaw so tightly that her lips were white. Mr. Mayor, until a week ago, my mother-in-law thought her daughter and grandchildren were dead. I'll come to the reception, but the rest of my family would appreciate their privacy, I asked soothingly. Don't be ridiculous! You are heroes of this nation, and you deserve to be celebrated. We'll make it quick if that's okay. He didn't ask like it was a question. How about you stuff your celebration up your ass, you freaking jag-off? I thought in my harshest internal voice. I loved the Pittsburgh term for an asshole, jag-off. It was a great slur. My expression must have given me away as his aide tried to come to the rescue. I'm sure we can reach some accommodation, as everything is already set up. We'll make it quick. The car will be close, and we'll keep the engine running. How does that sound? I appreciate your consideration, but we weren't consulted on any of this. We are private people. Remember where we lived? Alaska is not Pittsburgh. We don't like crowds, and my dislike of politicians is growing exponentially, I said coldly. I hadn't intended to add the bit about despising politicians, but the "don't be ridiculous" statement grated on my soul. Well, the mayor sputtered. I had made my point. Now is the best time to negotiate a compromise. Madison and her mother will stay in the car with the dogs. Charles, Aaron, and I will join you for the reception. I will make some remarks, if you wish, extolling the virtues of Pittsburgh and how it set us up to survive." The mayor hesitated before answering as he looked me over. "I'm not your enemy, Mr. Mayor. We've been gone a long time, and this is all overwhelming. A week ago, we were sleeping on the side of a mountain with our dogs when a moose ran through our camp. We hadn't eaten a decent meal because we were running from an enemy with MiG fighters who had just dropped bombs on our head. We aren't quite yet in the party mood." The mayor brightened up. "How could we be so callous? Of course, that will work for us. Give us 30 minutes of your time, and we'll get you home without further issue. We'll also assign police to your home so that your privacy is respected. You will have gawkers and well-wishers of all sort, as I know. Trust me," he said with his most charming smile. We smiled back, mechanically. I nodded as well and shook his hand. I looked at the twins. They were each holding one of our dogs. I took a knee in the middle of the limousine where I could get close to them. "We'll leave Phyllis and Husky in the car. We don't want them to get anxious because of all the people. When we get out, stay close to me. People will ask questions, but don't answer them until I say it's okay. Think about what it was like mushing your own dog teams. 6-year-olds everywhere will be envious," I said as I ruffled their hair. They calmed down, although I couldn't guarantee they'd stay that way once we were mobbed by strangers. "Mr. Mayor, can we keep people from pressing in on us? We would appreciate a little bit of space. I don't want to find out that these two are claustrophobic," I asked, trying to improve our chances that the twins wouldn't be in a position to answer questions unsupervised. No one needed to get too deeply into what we had to do to survive. The twins would be perfectly honest, but I suspected the reporters wanted dirt, wanted something to catch the reader's eye. No one wanted to read about my trials in figuring out we couldn't pump our septic tank. I laughed to myself, and then there was the great gardening adventure, sitting there, willing plants to grow. Much of it wasn't very exciting. The mayor watched me closely. "We'll do everything we can to protect your privacy and to hold the wolves at bay," he said in a well-practiced, calm, and reassuring voice. "Too late for that, jag-off. Maybe you should have asked us before we arrived," I thought again in my sarcastic inside voice. This time I smiled and nodded. We lost a man and his dog team to a wolf pack. We battled the wolves and it wasn't pretty. I can't express how important it is to me that I don't have to fight off any more wolves, I said, letting the double meaning hang there in front of us all. Madison gripped my arm tightly and pulled me back into my seat. After that, everyone focused on the dogs and gave them an excess amount of attention. It held further conversation at bay. A reception. The reception was a blur. There was a gauntlet that we had to walk through, but as soon as we got out of the car, the driver closed the doors and drove away, giving Madison and her mom time alone. Charles was on my left and Aaron on my right. They held tightly to my shirt as I waved at the crowd with both hands. I pointed to everyone wearing a Pittsburgh Steelers jersey. They'd won another Super Bowl in our time away, and that gave me all the fodder I needed for small talk. We wanted to watch replays of some of the games, at least the playoff run. In some ways, it was nice to be back. It was nice to believe that things could be normal. We had yet to decide if we liked this normal. We'd had no time to ourselves since we flew out of Dawson City, and we needed time. Once we figured out how much money we had, we'd rent a cabin in the hills and disappear until we could get our heads wrapped around our new old world. All the people. Everything looked the same. I assumed our country would be at war, but no one acted any differently. It seemed too normal. When was the last time we were in Pittsburgh? Almost 5 years ago? I couldn't remember. I continued to wave to the crowd as we were shown to a small platform with a lectern on it, topped with a bush of microphones bearing the labels of radio and television stations. There weren't any chairs for the group. I took that as a sign that the comments would have to be quick. We arranged ourselves around the mayor, who stepped boldly to the front and center. Showtime. "Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Pittsburghers!" He held up his hands as the crowd cheered. At vantage points beyond the crowd, large cameras from the major news networks had been set up. We were live nationwide. My mouth went dry. I licked my lips, but it didn't help. "A son and daughter of Pittsburgh have come home to us after surviving in the Alaskan demilitarized zone for 4 years, and they raised their children in that environment. These children here were 2 when Fairbanks was destroyed. Now look at them." He stepped aside so the cameras could zoom in on the twins. I hugged them to my body and smiled. "And now, a few words from the man himself, the Pittsburgher who saved 12 other lives, Charles Nagy!" The cheering was humbling. I never wanted this, but here I was, and there were more than 12 of us, counting the babies, but who was I to correct a moron? I raised my hands for quiet, and the crowd calmed down. There was one final shout of, "Go Steelers!" to which I gave a thumbs up. I can't thank the people of Pittsburgh enough for what this city means and for the warm welcome we've received. I thank the mayor personally for taking time out of his day to orchestrate this. And let me tell you, we don't deserve this, I said while looking at the faces of the people closest to me. People shouted back that we were heroes. Not in my definition of the word. I leaned closer to the microphones so I didn't have to feel like I was yelling. We did what any of you would have done. We took care of our family, and when we added other survivors to that family, we took care of them too. Just like anyone does in this great city. I stepped back to let them know I was finished. I turned toward the mayor to shake his hand. He beamed and nodded to me. Politicians were exceptional at reading people. He knew that I didn't like him, but I'd kept my side of our deal. He owed me, and he knew it. I gripped his hand tightly while holding my smile. He tried to reciprocate, but I had 4 years of hard labor behind me. He couldn't hold up. I let go, and he didn't rub the circulation back into his hand. I appreciated his self-discipline, if nothing else. We left the stage and tried to hold off other questions as we made a beeline for the limo which was now behind us. There was another gauntlet that ended with a wall of people. We stopped halfway as the mayor made to shake my hand, then thought better of it. He leaned close and made his apologies that he wouldn't join us for the rest of our drive. He'd respect our privacy by giving us the car to ourselves. I thanked him profusely as I gave his shoulder a light squeeze. I wasn't sorry if I hurt his hand, but I'd made my point, and he gave me what I wanted. This also meant that we found ourselves without our government handlers. The bastard turned us over to the media, lock, stock, and barrel. At least there were police present. I leaned towards the nearest officer and asked for help in getting to our car. He nodded and said, "Semper Fi." Once a Marine, always a Marine. I clapped my fellow veteran on the back and we fell in behind as he plowed through to the limo. Once there, we turned to face the reporters who were a bit put out at not getting individual time with us. "We'll set up a separate media day if that works. Get with the mayor's office tomorrow as we should have a time and date. The kids would love to talk about what it's like to mush your own dog team across 300 miles of Alaskan wilderness, counting on only yourself and your family. Thank you!" I ended with a shout. We crawled in quickly and shut the door. Hijacking us on our way home, I hoped his office was flooded with calls from the media. Home. We made it home where more family waited. This time there was a meal prepared, and although people asked questions, they were from family. They mostly wanted to see that the twins were okay. No one could believe how big they'd gotten. Last time we were home, they were only a year old. Now, at 6, they were like little adults. They both had scars on their arms. Charles had one on his face that would be there forever. He'd fallen through a sticker bush while picking berries. It would have been fine, but he kept picking at it, saying that it itched. There was nothing that compared to my mother-in-law's cooking. We ate far too much until I was almost sick. The twins controlled themselves, surprisingly. Their diet had been so limited that they liked more bland cooking. Mousse and canned green beans, 4-year-old rice cooked in a pot on the wood-burning stove. Every meal was a feast back then. It was just us. No distractions. I wondered about getting another cell phone. I brought my old one out of Alaska, but it would no longer hold a charge. Now I'd be able to download all the pictures I'd taken. Thousands of them, of us, the city, our home, and of the community at Chena Hot Springs. We met our new nephew. He was 2, and what a blast he was. He was completely unafraid of our dogs. The twins liked him right away. He was their only cousin. They'd named him after my wife and me. Matty Charles wasn't a usual name, but after meeting him, we had no doubt he'd make it work. We were happy when everyone left. I knew we needed help to manage our lives, so I called an old friend from the Marine Corps who'd moved into public relations after he retired. We hired him as our agent. He said he'd drop everything and meet us the next day. We strolled outside. The weather was nice enough that a flock of turkeys made the mistake of venturing into my mother-in-law's yard. Phyllis and Husky went after them with a vengeance. They'd learned to hunt ptarmigan to help put food on the table. The 2 dogs treated the turkeys like a future meal. We didn't stop them, as they each caught and killed a wild turkey. The dogs happily brought them to the house. I asked Madison's mother for knives so we could clean the birds. They'd make a great meal. It was nice to have spices again. My mother-in-law was shocked, but when Madison shrugged, then nodded, she understood that we didn't want the turkeys to go to waste. Wishing she hadn't seen it wouldn't make them any less dead. We rewarded the dogs with milk bones. It had been a while since they'd gotten such treats. They might never get moose again, so milk bones it was. My friend, and now our agent, made sure we didn't get any more surprises like the mayor had given us. We would live our lives on our terms while fulfilling our duties to a grateful nation. As it turned out, everyone was overjoyed that a group of survivors made it out 3 years after the DMZ had been supposedly vacated. Although the lower 48 wasn't at war, in their minds, anything that showed the Russians to be liars was embraced fully, especially since we were proof they tried to bomb us instead of evacuate us. That violated terms of some agreement somewhere that people trotted out when it suited them. It meant nothing to me. We had an agent. I shook my head after getting off the phone with the President of the United States. Another politician, but this was the same guy who'd abandoned us, then declared victory by keeping the war away from the continental United States. I thought it looked like lipstick on a pig. The president, however, said something that caught my ear and made me think. He mentioned that in the next phase of the treaty, Alaska needed settlers to establish a new foundation from which America could regain ownership of the contested land. I wanted to know more, but he offered that we talk in the private setting of the Oval Office. Our agent arranged everything. All we had to do was show up at the gate. My friend also took care of things to ensure we made enough money in our 15 minutes of fame that we'd never have to work again. The money people were throwing at us for this or that was obscene. I was offered millions for my memoir, as an example. We also had the power of the White House to clarify that issue where my retirement pay had been stopped when we were declared dead just after Fairbanks was nuked. They owed me a great deal of back pay. Our life insurance policies had both paid my mother-in-law. She was happy to give us all the money, but the insurance companies were making noise about getting their money back. Our agent took care of that too. We kept the money, and all we had to do was a 30-second commercial. There was plenty of time for us to be alone and enjoy the company of my wife's family. My parents had both passed away in the last 4 years. I called my siblings, but didn't make any plans for a visit. I didn't feel like traveling. My friend was a godsend. We did plenty of interviews, but from a local studio that was video conferenced with places like the Today Show out of New York City. They pushed hard for us to travel, but our agent shut them down. We also called our fellows from the community. Everyone was getting more attention than they wanted. We were of a like mind that our privacy was paramount. Those faring the best were still in Dawson City. They had joined a new community, bigger than ours, but it felt about the same size. People kept to themselves. I was surprised to hear that Chris and Colleen's baby had not yet been born. We wished them well, as we always did, and gave Colleen our best. Madison and I could both see her smile as she thanked us for our sentiments. The twins missed the community. They were the only family the two had known, and they were comforted by what the others would do for them. Maybe they got that from me. It took a long time before I gave anyone my full trust. I was open with everyone, ready to shake a hand, but my pistol was always within reach. Although we wouldn't take it to Washington, D.C., they frowned on armed patriots showing up on their doorstep, bizarrely enough. The White House. My friend and agent accompanied us on our visit to the president. We spent some time talking over ways I could avoid showing my disdain for the man. Whatever we wanted to get from the exchange would have to be done with tact and grace. That caused me some anxiety. I had to treat it like a stage production where I played a role. I spent half the 5-hour drive trying to get into character. A nice guy, appreciative of everything the government had done for us. I felt sick to my stomach. I must have turned pale because Madison put a hand on my back and told me to put my head between my knees. I was pleased that I didn't have to drive, as we were riding in another limousine. I'd quickly gotten used to being chauffeured, probably too quickly. I was better driving my snow machine or even a dog team. I was more me because I had time to think. The so-called normal world moved too fast for us. I wondered how long it would be before it came crashing down around our heads. All we had to do was survive our 15 minutes of fame, and then maybe people would leave us alone. We met the press secretary at the back gate to the White House, and he escorted us in. We passed through a metal detector, and everything we carried was X-rayed. It made sense to me that we could have been a threat to the president, but he invited us, which made it worse to get checked as if we were vagrants off the street. We had to wait in an outer office until we were appropriately summoned. We should have been flattered, but we weren't. I could feel my blood starting to boil. I felt like a bad kid waiting outside the principal's office while he talked with my parents. And then I looked at our 2 6-year-olds. They stood there in their new clothes, looking proper. They had more patience than any first grader I'd ever met. They were far more mature than they should have been. The trial of our lives made them grow up. Too fast? No. They grew up as fast as they needed to, as fast as they wanted to. The door opened, and the president walked out, which seemed to take the press secretary by surprise. He greeted us warmly and apologized for the delay. He was much taller than me and cut an imposing figure. The president used to be the most powerful man in the world, but that was before this one lost American territory to an enemy. I shoved that thought to the back of my mind as we took our seats on the couches in front of the president's desk. First, Chuck and Madison, Charles and Aaron, I want to welcome you to the White House. And second, I want to apologize on behalf of the United States for your hardships in Alaska. The attack came as a surprise, the destruction so complete that few survived, and most of those suffered from radiation sickness. We will get Alaska back. Our flag has 50 stars because there are 50 states. The president ended his short speech with a nod as he looked at each of us. The twins sat patiently, but none of it meant anything to them. To us, it meant a great deal. Thank you, Mr. President. We needed to hear that, and it was best hearing it from you, Madison said. I looked at her in surprise. She was an academic and could readily speak to any audience. She had prepared herself better than I had. I let emotion cloud my words, and I didn't bother trying to hide my feelings. You can always learn something. I gave her hand a squeeze. I couldn't have been more proud. Thank you, Mr. President. I know we have some things we need to talk about that you mentioned on the phone, but first, would you be so kind as to let Aaron and Charles tell you what it's like to mush a 6-dog team across Alaska? The president snickered. He'd had small children once and appreciated their candor. He asked the twins to teach him how they did it. The two stood up, which we weren't prepared for, and adjusted the coffee table as if it were the sled. Then they put people in each of the positions: lead dogs, swing dogs, and wheel dogs. They explained that the 6-dog team didn't have any team dogs, but Abigail had promised them 12-dog teams upon their return, and then they'd have 2 or 4 team dogs. The president and I were the lead dogs, which was odd since all of the lead dogs on the twins' teams were females. They must have understood innately how politics worked. The president's photographer snapped a number of pictures, and the most popular in the next day's papers was one where the president and I were laughing as we crouched forward to lead the team deeper into the snow of the Great White North. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs and the Secretary of Defense were the swing dogs, and Madison and the press secretary were the wheel dogs. It was a good picture, and one that we'd keep with us forever. After the twins ran through the demo, they went on a private tour of the White House with the press secretary. I asked if a Marine could accompany them, as that was the level of protection they were used to. The president appreciated my position and asked a Marine in dress blues to make it happen. He saluted smartly and followed the group out, returning shortly after making the arrangements. He nodded to me with a tight-lipped smile. I hoped that I'd get a chance to talk with him and other guards before leaving. "I'll get right to it. If we leave those 2 kids of yours alone for too long, they'll take over the world," the president said with a smile. "One clause we worked into the treaty with Russia is the reestablishment of American settlers in Alaska. We figure that the Russians want the oil-rich North Slope, but it is barely habitable. If you don't know, they dropped a nuke in Prudhoe, so the pumping station and much of the pipe is gone. It would be an extensive effort to bring it back online for even a fraction of the oil it used to pump. We think they have something in mind, but we're sure they won't be successful. That leaves the rest of the state. If we can colonize it with more people faster, when the final count comes, we'll get to retain possession. And I agree, we shouldn't have to work the angles to keep something that is ours. But resettling puts the UN behind us. Although this is a UNSC issue, we've both agreed to waive our veto authority in this regard. We have the votes, as long as we have the people settled. And that's what we want from you, your community, and anyone else we can get who wants to live a subsistence lifestyle. There is the one catch. The settlers cannot receive any governmental assistance. They have to make it on their own. This is why we know the Russians won't be able to recover oil on the slope. They can't do that with what they can carry on their backs while trying to survive inside the Arctic Circle. We'll catch them cheating, and we'll present that evidence to the UN. Are you in? I looked at my wife. She smiled and nodded. It's hard to say no to that. I stood and offered my hand. As he took it, he said, "There's one more thing. We've made some progress in stem cell research. If you stop by Johns Hopkins this afternoon, they'll be waiting for you. How'd you like to breathe again?" I was shocked. I stepped back and looked up at the man. What had he just said? "The doctors pulled your records from the VA, and they think they can get you back to 75 or 80% lung capacity. Does that sound like something you'd be interested in?" the president asked. I don't know what to say, was the best I could come up with. I hoped that meant I wouldn't need to take medications anymore, or at least fewer of them. It sounded like we had to go with what we could carry. Of course we'll stop by Johns Hopkins. "I have something," the chairman of the Joint Chiefs said. I interrupted him. "What could be more than that?" "We're recalling you to active duty and promoting you to colonel." The chairman smiled broadly as he delivered the news. He held out his hand. I looked at him stupidly. Say what? Experimental procedure. The chairman explained that I didn't need to do anything while we were still in the lower 48, but that being active duty was a way for me to draw full pay and be the head of any military operations in Alaska. He didn't elaborate, saying that I'd get briefed at the Pentagon over the next couple of days while I was undergoing the stem cell procedure. Madison was not good with my return to active duty. I promised her that I wouldn't put on the uniform. To maintain our neutrality as settlers, I didn't think I could be active duty, but that was for the bureaucrats to figure out. The way I saw it, I was going to get paid for doing what I was going to do anyway. And if they could repair my lungs, I'd get on my hands and knees and kiss their feet if they asked for it. The 5 of us arrived together at Johns Hopkins, and, as promised, they were waiting for me. My friend and agent, Frank, said he'd take the twins sightseeing while Madison and I stayed at the hospital. Today's part of the procedure would only take a couple hours. Tomorrow would be an hour, with an hour every 2 days after that, but the follow-up procedures would be done at the VA hospital in Pittsburgh. I cleaned up as if I was going into surgery. I had to scrub my body down with antiseptic and put on the funky blue gown that was open in the back. As usual, I had to ask myself, what's up with that? They explained that the procedure involved taking stem cells from my bone marrow, which meant inserting a needle through into the larger bones in my arms and legs, the femur and humerus. I understood there would be some pain, but nothing prepared me for it. Getting a needle as big as a soda straw jammed into your leg and through the bone about made me bite through my lip. I sweated profusely and hyperventilated solely because of the pain. It was only one needle, yet the pain extended through my whole body. Finally, 1 down and 3 to go. They gave me oxygen and an IV with saline solution. I'd get antibiotics and pain medicine once the procedure was complete. I urged them to hurry. They had to pound on my other leg as I tensed up to the point of cramping in anticipation. The needle went in, and sweat or tears ran down my face. I didn't care which. I had my eyes closed, and I could hear Madison's voice, seemingly coming from far away. When they pulled the needle from my leg, I howled in agony. My back hurt from arching against the pain. When they inserted the needle into my arm, that's the last I remember of the procedure. They complimented me afterwards, telling me that most people passed out before then. They'd never had anyone remain conscious through the whole bone marrow extraction. The doctor announced that he had enough stem cells. I would not have to get violated by any more pencil-sized needles. Once it was over, I was in a much better mood, but I needed a shower. I was soaked in sweat. We called Frank on my new iPhone that AT&T provided as part of a short commercial we did for them, along with a significant sum of money as we showed some of the pictures I'd taken using the old phone. The screen wasn't even cracked. AT&T's byline was that their phone survived a nuclear attack. By AT&T. I reminded them that we hadn't had service the past 4 years, but their marketers said that didn't matter. It worked for us. Frank didn't care where or how we got our phone. He said that he'd be right back with the children, and then he'd take us where we were staying. After he became our agent, we were taken care of without having to worry about any of the details. We didn't know where we were staying, but we expected something nice. We didn't think we deserved it, but that's beside the point. Frank directed our driver back to the White House, where we were set up in the Lincoln bedroom. That was a treat. Too bad I had to leave early the next morning for briefings at the Pentagon. Madison and the twins enjoyed breakfast with the First Lady, while Frank gave me a muffin after he picked me up. I had to admit that the coffee in the White House would spoil anyone. We had coffee the entire time in Alaska, except for a few days while mushing for our lives. Even then, whenever we entered a house or business, they almost always had coffee. You know what's better than nothing? 4-year-old stale coffee. Military briefings. The military wanted to take my old cell phone to download all the pictures. I told them to get bent. Then a general showed up and ordered me to give up my phone. I wanted to tell him the same thing, but took a different approach. Listen, General, you and I both know I'm back on active duty because the president feels guilty about losing Alaska. Maybe my recall made him feel better. I don't know. And I don't care. This is my private phone, and I'm not giving it to you. I'm more than happy to share the pictures, but this phone is not leaving my sight. I haven't downloaded the pictures since we escaped. I'd like to keep them. And for a few $1 million worth for my memoirs, these pictures will save me a lot of writing time. I stood unmoving as the general tried to glare at me. When we were there, in the DMZ, soldiers, our soldiers, shot at me while we were only trying to survive. I don't know who issued those orders, but don't let them get anywhere near me. I leaned close to him, and although he was physically bigger than me, he withered. The United States military firing on its own within the United States had to make him sick to his stomach. He gave up quickly. Maybe he wasn't a fan of how the war was managed. We had that in common. I wasn't a fan either. Maybe he realized that I wasn't asking for much. They could have the pictures, just not the phone. He waved an Army Master Sergeant over and directed him to have IT come to the conference room with whatever they needed to download the pictures. He also told him to bring an extra thumb drive to give me a copy. I appreciated the gesture. It saved me from doing the same thing later. That reminded me, I needed to download all my music to the new phone. I wanted to use it when I no longer had service upon our return to the great state. I wanted to download more music, too. I expected Madison would do the same. Money was no longer an issue. Only our time seemed to be at a premium. The Pentagon's IT guru showed up. The Air Force sergeant looked like a little kid to me, but they said he was the best when he showed up. There was nothing extraordinary that needed done. I even typed in my password so they could access the phone, which then made it look like the same iPhone connected to the same laptop in tens of millions of homes around the world. There were thousands of pictures, so it took almost 30 minutes to download everything, and another minute to copy the pictures to a thumb drive. I put the phone back in my pocket next to my new one when they were done. I thought they'd go away and pore over the pictures, but they didn't. They projected them onto the screen in the conference room, thumbing through quickly, but stopping at all the ones of a destroyed Fairbanks. The mood in the room sobered immensely. The destruction looked horrific on the big screen. The pictures I took from the overlook at the University of Alaska Fairbanks showed the worst of it. A colonel requested a map of the city and asked me to show everyone what happened, including follow-up. I asked for a map of Delta Junction and then a road map of all Alaska. I pointed to the gates at both Fort Wainwright in Fairbanks and Fort Greely in Delta Junction, where I was certain the nukes had been detonated. I showed where the checkpoint in Tok was 3 years ago. They knew about that, though. It was a U.S. military operation. They also knew about the overflight of Chena Hot Springs Resort by the U.S. F-16s shortly after our unfortunate encounter at the checkpoint. Both pilots had been court-martialed for not dropping their bombs. I stood up and pounded my fist on the table. "What the hell?" "Sit down, Colonel. We didn't have to tell you, but thought you deserved to know. They insisted on the court-martial to shine the light on failures of our government, and none of this leaves this room. Do you understand me?" I nodded and sat down, freshly disgusted. "But it never went public. They were tried in private, convicted, and given administrative discharges under other than honorable circumstances. This was the lightest punishment they could be given because they pled guilty. They should have said not guilty because of an illegal order to fire on American citizens. You have my word that both men are doing just fine in the private sector. An OTH discharge isn't a bar to employment." I closed my eyes and took deep breaths, a calming technique that Madison had taught me to help with my gastritis. When I opened my eyes, they were all looking at me. "I'm good. Shall we continue?" It was also unnerving to be called colonel. I'd been a civilian for a long time and had grown accustomed to the freedom that entailed. The briefing picked up where we'd left off. I could tell they wanted pictures of the MiG-27 attack, hoping to confirm the treaty violation. The question of, "There's nothing else?" tipped their hand. "I'm sorry. It was late morning when they attacked. We lost one of our people in the bombing, and then everything else was about getting the hell out of there. I didn't have time to take pictures. From then on, we were running for our lives. For what it's worth, we never saw another Russian or trace of a Russian for the rest of the trip." I detailed our travel route on the overall map. They copied it down on a printed copy. We hadn't seen anyone or even any signs of human beings when we traveled through those areas, and there was some value in that. We finally finished the debriefing. I was amazed at how well they squeezed 15 minutes of information into 2 hours, but despite the fact that everything had changed in my world, nothing had changed anywhere else. They escorted me to the administrative section so I could fill out paperwork. With my recall to active duty, I thought they'd take care of these things. They didn't do any of it. I was handed a stack of blank forms an inch high. I filled out the first one with my mother-in-law's address and stopped. I returned to the counter. "Here you go. I'm done filling these out." "But sir, you've only filled out the top page. We need all these forms filled out in entirety. If you don't have addresses of your references, you can bring those back to us tomorrow." "No, I'm done filling out forms. The only thing that's changed is the address. I'm not providing references, and I'm not putting the same information into 30 different forms." "But sir, you can't get paid if you don't fill out the forms," the young enlisted man insisted. "I have all the money I need. If you want my pay, you fill them out." I made to leave, but the young man called over his supervisor, the staff non-commissioned officer in charge, who then attempted to threaten me. When I cocked my eyebrows at her, she retreated and called in the administrative officer. The major was used to dealing with intransigent senior officers and said that I should fill them out to set a good example for the junior personnel. I leaned close so only she could hear me. I was involuntarily recalled after being retired for more than 10 years. In all that time, I never filled out any forms like that, and I'm not going to return to that life. There's nothing in here that you don't already have. If you can figure out a way to streamline the system, you'll be doing all the services a favor, and that's how you set a good example. Refuse to blindly follow what everyone knows is ridiculous. I won't be stopping by tomorrow. The only thing I expect is that you'll take care of it. You're wasting my time. You're wasting their time, and I expect you're in violation of the Paperwork Reduction Act with the vast piles of paper printed in this office. With that, I'll wish you a good day." I left without waiting for my escort and was lost within 5 minutes. I milled about until I ran into someone who looked like they knew where they were going. After that, I was happy to be free of the Pentagon. I had no idea who my supervisor was, and if he or she called and tried to chew on me for anything, I would give them the finger and hang up. It didn't take long. I was in the car with Frank, headed toward a hotel when my phone rang. It was some general who was yelling into the phone. I put it down until he stopped. "Are you done?" I asked, which sent him into a complete frenzy. He finally ran out of steam and asked if I had heard what he said. "Listen, General, I didn't ask for any of this. I refuse to tolerate the stupid bureaucracy too many people seem to embrace. If you don't know, I'm being sent back to Alaska, a place without power, communication, a grocery store, anything that suggests a modern society for probably the rest of my life. I really don't care about your damn forms. I don't care if you want to court-martial me. I don't care if I draw my pay. And frankly, I don't care that you've pulled rank on me. That's not how you're going to make any of what DOD wants important to me. Is that clear?" And I hung up. He was kind enough to not call back. I appreciated that, and was glad not to talk with others about such inane issues as some damn form. School. It took 3 visits over 3 days to the hospital to get my treatment started. It was a simple IV adding the separated stem cells that were juiced with something unpronounceable. Once in my bloodstream, the stem cells were transported to my lungs where they stopped and collectively repaired the damage. They told me it would take a week to start noticing a difference, and 2 months before I would realize the full effect of the treatment. That's how long we had to wait. It was late March, so we thought we'd get the twins into a real school so they could learn to socialize, maybe play a sport. Upon our return, my mother-in-law was waiting on the steps to the house. We'd been dead for 4 years. She quickly got used to the idea that we were alive, because she hadn't given up, but then we went away again. We hadn't yet told her that we were going back. That could wait for another day. The twins tested into 2nd grade, although they were only old enough for kindergarten. We sent them to the public school. We drove them the first few days, but after that, the school requested that they ride the bus like all the other students. They weren't that much smaller than their classmates, but when we observed them, they seemed far more mature. They liked playing with the other children, but they didn't know the games. They were both fast and strong for their size. This didn't help them when playing soccer with the older children. Their foot skills weren't great because they'd never played before, and they were consistently getting roughed up. They didn't care about the bumps and bruises. They were used to getting bounced around. They cared that everyone wanted to be their friend, but no one was. The jealousy from the other children was obvious in how they looked for ways to find out things about the twins and then take those inside notes to others. They made fun of our children from the darkness of the shadows. One day, we received a call from the principal. He had the twins in his office and required our presence. We bolted out of the house, concerned at what had happened. When we arrived, we were quickly shown in. The twins sat patiently in chairs across from the principal's desk. They ran to us, and we picked them up, putting them in our laps as we sat down. The principal wasn't pleased. Maybe he expected us to ice the children while we received his verdict. From our point of view, we were happy that they looked okay. There was an altercation, and your children have injured a boy from their class, the principal said without preamble. Why don't you tell us what happened, Erin? I asked, as she was usually the one to come clean quicker. A boy was pushing me around, and Charles beat him stupid, she said matter-of-factly. You should have gone to an adult, the principal interrupted. I don't see why. We took care of it, she responded. I bit my lip to keep from laughing. I looked at Charles, and he just rolled his eyes. The principal did not take my smile well. He didn't take it well at all. He asked that the children wait outside. We sent them. Once the door was closed, I watched the principal as he leaned forward in his chair, taking a deep breath from which to express his concern at our parenting. I jumped to my feet and slammed into his desk. He lurched backwards, almost tipping his chair over. I took charge of the conversation. We grew up, we got into scuffles, we fixed things ourselves, and then we became friends. I'm happy to see those two think the same way. They are 6 years old and in 2nd grade. Where were the adults when this was going on? You don't have the foggiest of what those two have been through. The adult wasn't needed to protect them, but to protect the other children. The twins are survivors. You do understand that they can defend themselves from any and all predators. Why? Because until 2 weeks ago, they had to, and the only life they've known. You call us down here, and you have the audacity to come at me because they protected themselves? Maybe I should beat you stupid too. What do you think of that, jag-off? Well, here's our answer. They won't be back. They'll continue through homeschooling, where they will finish high school while you still have these kids stuck in middle school. The principal's lips were working, but nothing was coming out. His head was turning purple as his blood pressure soared out of control. Being grossly overweight had a tendency to do bad things to one's body. I pushed the desk a few inches closer to the man, then offered Madison a hand up. We casually walked out of the office, leaving the door open. The twins followed us into the hallway. I took Charles's hand, and Madison took Erin's. Maybe you shouldn't have done that, Charles, I said, not accusing him of anything. I knew what his answer would be. I couldn't let him pick on my sister. Those other kids are kind of mean. He hesitated before continuing. I waited. We really don't like it here. Me neither. Don't worry, you won't have to come back. They brightened appreciably. Madison gave me her angry look. She was the academic, and I hadn't given her the chance to speak. "I'm sorry," I pleaded. "He made me mad. It was all I could do not to punch him in his fat face." Her eyes shot wide, and she nodded toward the children. "Here in this world, we don't settle our differences with violence," she said calmly. "We settle them with words, as your father did with the principal. It's important that we continue your education at home so we can focus on those things you need." We hadn't told the twins that we were returning to Alaska. We could delay that for a while. As soon as they knew, they'd stop trying to learn about civilized society. Civilized. What a word. If that's what the principal was, then I wanted no part of it. The Pentagon's admin section? I walked away from that, too. Maybe I was no longer suited to live among civilized people, as I had no tolerance for pandering, being indirect, talking behind people's backs, or outright lying. There were so few people who could be trusted. Besides Frank and my wife's family, there was no one else. There was only the community. I counted the days until we could go home. Alaska waited for us. 2 months later. I finished my memoirs in 6 weeks and turned them over to the publisher. That was the single best payday of my life. I'd never seen a real check for 7 figures before, but there it was, in my hand. Our bank was more than happy to reestablish our accounts that they'd closed when we were declared dead. They even gave us our previous account numbers. I deposited the check. They considered us to be their best customers. More pandering. I could do without that, although we shook hands and smiled as if there was a relationship based on more than money. There wasn't. We had more money than we could use, even after paying the taxes. So we added Madison's mother to the account so she could take what she needed. She wanted to quit her job to be at home full-time with her daughter and the twins. That's when we had to tell her that she shouldn't quit. She needed to have something to keep her busy after we'd gone. And then she broke down completely, and there was no consoling her. We suggested she come along, but that wasn't going to happen. She finally had her children and grandchildren in one place, but they lived worlds apart. She didn't want to pick one child over the other. We told her about the problem in school with Charles and Aaron. The twins would never get along with the children here. For them to fit in, they'd have to trade who they were. Madison and I didn't want that. We started making phone calls to the other members of the community. The stories were the same. None of them were able to re-assimilate into modern society. I told them we were going back to establish a settlement, and this time, no one would be trying to kill us. It was us against nature to decide which country earned the right to resettle the great state of Alaska. We'd be cut off, but everything we built would be ours. I didn't know if we were up to the challenge, but the government said there would be plenty of volunteers with special skills who could go with us. Engineers, farmers, woodsmen, and more. Abigail confirmed that she'd go, and Philip would come too, giving us a second strong dog musher and handler. She talked with the twins and told them that their teams were mostly ready, but they'd have to decide which 12 dogs out of 16 potentials they'd like. The twins wanted to leave right then, but we had our affairs to settle before heading out. Our 15 minutes of fame petered out quickly, resurging for a brief period with the publication of the book. We were happy to be out of the limelight. I received a call from Mr. Bezos, our benefactor, the one who'd sent his jet to Dawson City for us. The fact that we were going back was a secret, but somehow he knew. He had something he wanted us to do. A special person. The man's private jet landed at Latrobe Airport east of Pittsburgh. We met him there and went into town for lunch. He didn't beat around the bush. My daughter was one of a few who stayed over at Denali after the summer tourist season. She was coming home at Christmas that year, he said. His eyes started to glisten with tears as he relived a painful memory. After it happened, I personally went to the resettlement camps in Washington and in southeast Alaska talking to anyone and everyone. No one had come from Denali, but some people had attempted to pass through. The Russians had a military checkpoint there. In the official reporting, there was a safety stop north of Anchorage, but nothing as far as Denali. The officials documented the checkpoint in Tok even, which corroborates your story. I've used up all my resources trying to find her, but no one's been allowed back, until now, that is. I will pay you all you want, do anything you ask of me, if you'll only go to Denali and try to find her. I'll give you a satellite phone so you can call, he said quietly. So she can call. He stared at his hands. He was probably younger than he looked. The worry regarding his daughter had aged him, as it had done to Madison's mother. No one should lose a child, and no one should have to continue without knowing. I looked at Madison, and she shrugged, but then nodded. I'll do it. I'll run down there, and we'll look for her. Where did she work, and were there any other places she mentioned? A favorite camping spot or something like that? I continued with the questions until I was sure he had nothing else for me. The situation piqued my interest. The president had implied that there may be others who survived. I was certain that there were people secreted away in dark corners of the interior mountains who lived the subsistence lifestyle. They might never be found. If there was any hope for survivors in Healy, the town at the entrance to Denali National Park, then we had to look. I didn't want to walk that whole way. Do you know how to refresh old gasoline? I asked the man. No, but I have engineers who can help you. Back to Dawson City. We returned to Dawson City on the summer solstice. When we exited the private jet, Husky and Phyllis ran down the airplane stairs and across the parking apron to jump on Abigail. Philip was with her, as was Chris, Colleen, and their baby girl, Hermione. They were both huge Harry Potter fans, it turns out. Joe and Emma had never left Dawson, as they wanted Tony to get stronger, which he did, more than doubling in size since we last saw him. When we were able to fight our way past our dogs, we were pleasantly surprised at how everyone had more meat on their bones. Civilization had been kind in some ways. Lucas and Amber followed us off the plane, holding Diane's hand as she was big enough to negotiate the stairs on her own. Becca and Darren were already in Dawson City. They'd gone on an extended camping trip in the woods of Northern California because they found the world of their former lives so stifling that they couldn't live in it. They'd run away and were happy when we finally got in touch. They couldn't think of anything better than returning to Alaska as settlers, so they took a commercial flight to Canada as soon as possible. Most of us cringed when we heard Bill bellow something at his parents. At a little over 2 years old, it appeared he had 2 speeds, high gear and overdrive. We were happy to see him, too, despite the fact that we weren't happy to hear his lungs were stronger than ever. As were mine. The stem cell treatment made me feel like a new man. I had more energy than I thought possible. I have one medication that I took once a day, but I could carry 10 years' worth with us without taking up much space. If we didn't have some type of commerce reestablished by then, we probably would have failed. Looking at the group of close friends who'd become family, I didn't see any of us considering failure as an option. With a new determination, we gathered at Abigail and Philip's kennel outside of town. We finally had the privacy we all sought, along with the camaraderie we'd missed. They say you can't choose your family? I think they're wrong. The return. The sun shone 24 hours a day this far north. We weren't constrained by the light, although it was hot out, relatively speaking. We had wheel carts for our dog sleds. These rickety contraptions would get us where we wanted to go, but the ride would be nowhere near as smooth as what we'd experienced on the way out. The added bonus was that we could use the roads this time. I purchased a 4-door quad with a trailer where I put my trusty snow machine. It had been completely rebuilt. I brought along extra gasoline, but most importantly, I had the knowledge to recover and reinvigorate old gasoline. I'd have to filter it and juice it up, but then we'd be able to have a running vehicle again. The best way to use old gas was in an old engine. Vehicles from the 1960s or 1970s could burn any type of gas, especially once it was spiced up with a little avgas. We knew where there was plenty of all types. I was certain that we'd be riding in vehicles sooner rather than later. I had a small toolkit with the quad in order to work on old engines. The usual tools were easy to scavenge. As long as they were out of the weather, they wouldn't rust in the dry interior of Alaska. The tools I carried were to set points within the carburetor, fuses, and the more unique items that might not be readily available. I forced myself to stop thinking about everything I had in front of me. I looked over the group, the new people selected in secret by the United States government. Under the treaty, there could be no government sponsorship of settlers, but they did it anyway. They told me that I could turn down any of the selections, but I was given no options. Being the military governor of the territory carried no weight. Besides all the members of the original community of Chena Hot Springs, we added only 4 people. I figured that austerity had lost its attraction, or the government's efforts to market the new homesteading had fallen flat. I looked at the newcomers and wondered. Ben was an older native Alaskan, an Athabascan. He knew fishing, and he knew the area around Fairbanks. With the resort destroyed, we intended to establish a settlement on the southwest side of Fairbanks, or even Nenana, about 50 miles to the south. We needed access to the river, as we needed access to the water for fishing and power. Ben's wife, Clarice, was a joy to be around. She was a little stout, but always friendly. She would have come along regardless because of Ben, but she'd been preserving for decades the food that Ben killed or picked. She'd help us prepare for the winter, something that we'd need to do as soon as we picked a spot to settle. We wanted to get it right the first time. We'd build on the work we would do each year. If we moved, we would have to start over. 2 very young engineers joined us. I wondered how they were picked, as they seemed ill-equipped to deal with the Alaskan wild. I thought they were straight from Silicon Valley. I didn't see any calluses on their hands, like the hardened members of the community had. Even the twins looked sturdier than our engineers. I had to ask, "What brought you guys into this?" "Dude, we co-wrote a paper on power generation in remote Arctic communities when we were finishing our master's at MIT," the man said with pride. I nodded. MIT. All right, MIT. But can you put that knowledge to practical use? This is going to be austere, with a capital A. That sounded as sarcastic as I meant it to be. We couldn't carry any dead weight. Everyone here had to take care of themselves and their families. We'd share, but we didn't want another John in our midst. We'd barely survived the first one. "MIT? My name's Cullen, and he's Shane." The second man tipped his head. "We can build it. We have an idea what survived from the blast, but if we can get outside the EMP zone, then we'll be able to build something better and faster." "What's that?" I asked as I pointed to a pile of boxes that looked heavy. "That's our gear," Cullen said matter-of-factly. He stood next to Shane. Ben and Clarice had a quad and pulled a trailer of dog food. Everyone else had their dog sleds. Cullen and Shane wore hiking boots. "Who's going to carry that for you?" I pointed at their gear and then to our menagerie of transportation. They looked around, dumbfounded. The residents of Dawson City, there to see us off, started laughing. Mike, the first man we'd met in Canada, came to their rescue. "Here, take mine." He pointed to the quad he was leaning against. It was a 2-seater, but had a long bed. I pulled out my new cell phone and started typing a text. "You're the man, Mike. What's your phone number?" I asked. Mike gave it to me, and I finished my text and put the phone back in my pocket. Then I fished it back out and put it on airplane mode. "My buddy Frank will give you a call, and we'll buy you a new quad." I held out my hand. We shook firmly. When I looked back, Shane and Cullen were still standing there. I ambled up to them and waved them to lean in close. "Gentlemen, if you become a burden, we'll leave you behind. If you become a problem, we'll feed you to the bears. Now, load your gear in the quad I just bought for you while we watch." I looked for some kind of acknowledgement, but there was nothing. They looked at each other and back at me. I shrugged and walked away. It wasn't my call whether they came or not, although I was starting to lean toward leaving them behind. I wanted to check on everyone else. The twins had a 12-dog team each, and they beamed. Abigail and Philip both mushed 16-dog teams as they carried Emma, Joe, and Tony, along with towing sleighs loaded with more supplies. Chris, Darren, and Lucas mushed 12-dog teams, with their partners and children in the sleds. They towed small sleds loaded almost exclusively with dog food. With our 3 quads, that made our group. We had a total of 22 people and 94 dogs. I was happy we wouldn't have to run under the cover of darkness. Our travel would be tough enough without running the dogs on the roads. I expected we'd have more than one crash and skinned bodies. Colleen had a robust medical kit with her. I was worried that we were traveling too heavy. Most of us had something electronic with us. How quickly had we gotten used to civilization? But then again, while living at the resort, we had power and running water. The community had done without for only a brief period. Madison and I had grown used to a wood-burning stove and no electricity for the better part of 2 years. Then we re-spoiled ourselves with the introduction of the bigger generator. I also had a satellite phone secreted away within the quad. That was a special treat we'd surprise the others with at a later time. Our benefactor said we had unlimited minutes. I expected that we'd use all of those between the adult members of the group. When the engineers were finally ready, I figured everyone wanted to hear something motivational. I've been thinking about what to say ever since we were told that we could return home, so I stepped in front of the people assembled. They quieted down as everyone gave me their attention. The journey begins. "I'd never thought we'd be going back to our former home," I started, then swallowed as my throat had gone dry. I took a drink from an offered bottle of water. "What we saw as a wasteland is now more like the wonderland that Jack London saw when he ventured into a wild Alaska over a century ago. Will we have to live as he did? No, we won't. There are homes throughout Alaska that we can borrow, use as we need to, then leave behind if we need to move on. When we've won the diplomatic war to regain Alaska for the United States, then we'll get more support than we'll ever want." I hesitated. This wasn't easy. We'd seen the world change around us, but it wasn't the world that had changed. It was our role in it, how we treated each other, who we'd become. I realized that I didn't like the old world after we returned to it. Mercenary, driven by things, people who'd lost their way. I preferred our world, the one we are returning to. I'm not willing to call a place civilization. That's reserved solely for the people who make it that. When we get back to the interior, we will have civilization once again. Not what we saw in the lower 48, but what we see here in our group of friends and family. Everyone's eyes were locked on mine. I had to look away. I didn't know what else there was to say. "Time to go?" I asked, then added in an old Alaskan joke. "We're burning daylight. The sun will set in another 2 months, so let's not waste it." No one cheered. No one clapped. We reached out, touched shoulders, shook hands, and then turned to our own thoughts. It was something we did well in the community. Introverts hanging out together, not needing to talk to share the experience. I saw Chris out of the corner of my eye as he pulled the 2 engineers to the side. After a brief exchange, the young men nodded vigorously. Chris was not a violent man, but he was physically imposing. I would have to find out later what he told the newcomers. So far, I wasn't impressed. I saw them as dead weight, years from making a difference for the community. In time, we'd see if we needed to feed those two to the bears. They may have thought I was kidding. Chris might see something different. We were far stronger than the group that John tore apart years ago. Together, we were better. I wasn't sure that these two made us better, but I'd given them a chance. I shook my head and made sure that we were ready to go. Just like before, I'd lead the way, but this time we would get to take the road. The Yukon River was flowing freely and we had to cross it using the bridges. We left heading northwest on Highway 9, also called Top of the World Highway. It added 50 miles to our journey, but vastly reduced our risk over traveling the backcountry. At 50 miles a day, we were only 8 to 10 days from getting to Fairbanks. We could base out of our old home to start, but couldn't stay long. We wanted to get to the river where we'd have water and fish, a way to irrigate, and the moose that came there to drink. We needed to stock supplies for the winter. There was much to think about over the next week. I had a small notebook and pen with me. I promised myself that I'd keep good notes as we went, although I had no plans to do anything with them. As soon as Bill started bellowing at something, I started the quad and worked my way past the dog teams. I headed up the road at a slow pace, letting Abigail fall in behind me. The twins followed her, driving side by side for the present. Then Chris and Colleen, with the two other quads behind them. The rest of the dog teams fell in line, with Philip bringing up the rear. I looked back often as we led the parade, but Madison kept hitting me in the shoulder. I then realized that this road still had traffic. If anyone was coming, we needed to slow the oncoming vehicles down so they didn't run into our people and their dog teams. But arrangements had been made. We were safe. The mayor of Dawson City put out the word far and wide, and the radio station blared our status. We were oblivious to it all, simply being pleasantly surprised that we had the road to ourselves as we crawled forward on the highway. We started later than I wanted. It was 10 in the morning when we finally left the Dawson City limits. That meant we had another 66 miles to the border. I expected we'd have to camp within Canada on the first day. Which brought us back to Mike. He said that he'd follow us in his truck and deliver dog food so we didn't have to dig into our supplies while we weren't yet in Alaska. The excitement of the trip wore off quickly, and we settled into the grind. We'd run the dogs for an hour before taking a break. It was too warm for them. We went through a lot of water, but we had access to as much as we needed. Mike would figure prominently if there was a follow-up to my memoirs. In the interim, Frank would pay him well. Mike didn't ask for any money, but paying him well was the right thing to do. It's what civilized people did. It's what we were looking forward to on the other side of the border. Welcome to Alaska, the great state. The second morning out of Dawson City, we crossed into Alaska. I was surprised to see border guards securing the border while acting as immigration officers. They seemed to be waiting for us as they waved us down. We presented our passports, and they dutifully stamped our exit from Canada on this day. They looked around, then leaned close and told us to give those Russians hell. We laughed as we told them our entire goal was to never see a Russian, but to establish a settlement and rebuild civilization. Rolling across the border, we pulled to the side of the road and waited as the others came to the checkpoint, showed their papers, received their stamps, and continued on. We moved to the Davis Dome wayside, where there was a huge "Welcome to Alaska" sign. Abigail set up to water her dogs, and the others as they arrived. Everyone went through the checkpoint dutifully and painlessly, except the engineers, who couldn't find their passports. Once in Alaska, we were able to carry our weapons. I expected we'd see all types of big game as we traveled this road through the mountains, including bear. Darren had a new .300 Winchester Magnum with a healthy stock of ammunition. My .45-70 was in a gun case on the side of the quad, and I was happy to put my shoulder holster on containing my trusty M1911 .45 caliber pistol. Chris also carried a weapon. This one he'd purchased in Canada, a .30-06 hunting rifle. Together, we were well armed. I pulled the rifle out of its case and walked back to the middle of the road so the flustered engineers could see and feel my displeasure. The two young men cheered when the last bag they checked contained their errant documents. They pumped their fists and smiled until they saw me not 100 feet away. I resisted the temptation to aim my rifle at them. I was no threat to them, but they would be in danger soon enough. After watering the dogs and giving them a short rest, Abigail suggested we could cover 100 miles that day, putting us not far outside of Tok. Between Abigail and Philip, we had two experts watching the dogs, making sure they were safe and healthy. Philip had been raised in a kennel and knew dogs. He'd been studying to be a veterinarian, but wouldn't leave the kennel when his parents moved away. We couldn't ask for someone with us who knew more about the animals. The twins were like sponges, watching everything the dog mushers did. They watched and they learned. Maybe they wanted to be veterinarians. Ben and Clarice were enjoying the ride. This was more like a summer drive for them. For us, too, I had to admit. The two engineers kept to themselves. They'd already failed to fly below the radar. I pointed to my eyes with two fingers and then pointed at them. "I'm watching you," I mouthed. Madison rolled her eyes. "Stop terrorizing the children," she told me as I climbed into the driver's seat. "They're going to do something to piss me off, and I'm going to have to take their quad away, make them walk all the way back to Canada," I said with a hint of anger. "No, you're not. You're going to make sure those two assimilate and contribute, even if you have to hold their hands. Remember the part where we have to have a larger settlement whenever the accounting happens? That means we need everyone we have and hundreds more. Now that we're here, no one gets to leave," she said calmly but firmly. She had a point. Bears. We'd been back in Alaska for a total of 4 hours, and we were pushing hard. The mountains would be behind us soon, leaving us an open run down a long valley toward Tok. Once in the open, and on a smooth decline, we should be able to make record time, assuming the brakes held up on the wheeled sleds. I squirmed uncomfortably in my seat as the twins mushed by, hanging on for dear life as they were thrown around in the rickety contraptions flying behind the dogs. Dog tongues lolling, they raced ahead. Clouds filled the sky, and the air cooled. We took care passing the dogs and mushers as we raced ahead. I believed we would make good time. Until we saw the bears. No mothers on earth want a pack of strangers between them and their babies. This grizzly sow was no exception. As we drove, Abigail not far behind, we glimpsed the bear coming into the road milliseconds before she rammed into our quad. I gunned it when we were thrown up on two wheels. Our ride was slow to respond. The bear stood and swiped the side of the quad as it came back to the ground. Madison screamed as she tried to throw herself out of the way. She was belted in and didn't get far. The bear's claws raked her seat, catching her shoulder. I saw her wince as I wrestled with the wheel to turn the quad away from the massive beast. When the wheels hit the ground, they spun, lurching us forward. The edge of the trailer hit the bear's front leg as it powered past. She almost fell into the snow machine, but stayed upright until we were past. I ran the quad forward until I was sure the bear wasn't following, then slammed on the brakes. "Are you okay?" I asked Madison, while trying to pull my rifle from its case. "No, it hurts," she stammered. I couldn't see the wound from where I was. I unbuckled my seatbelt and leaned forward. The tear in her jacket was bad, but the injury itself didn't look deep. "Wait here," I said, trying to sound calm. Jumping out, I aimed the rifle back up the road, but the bear was gone. I jogged a few steps, breathing quickly, but fully. I ran further up the road as Abigail tried to slow her dogs, but I waved her on. "Keep going! A bear! But she's gone now!" I yelled as her team ran past. The dogs were alert as the bear scent must have been overwhelming, and they started running out of sync. "Ha!" Abigail yelled, encouraging them to run through it. I stayed at the side of the road, aiming toward the brush where the bear had disappeared. I listened, but could only hear the next team coming, Charles with Aaron close behind. Next up was Chris and Colleen. "Madison needs you!" I yelled, and Chris immediately responded, trying to slow the dogs down. He wasn't able to stop the wheeled sled until he was 50 yards past the quad. Colleen handed Hermione to Chris as she grabbed her medical kit and ran to see Madison. I was relieved at the look on Colleen's face. She gave me a thumbs up, all is well, as she pulled something from her kit and started dabbing it on the wound. The other quads arrived. I asked Ben to run ahead and get in front of Abigail. He nodded confidently as he patted his well-used shotgun in the case at his side. That gave me comfort. He was a man who wasn't afraid of what Alaska threw at him. The engineers wanted to know the whole story. Grabbing Cullen's collar, I pulled his face toward mine. "Get up there and keep an eye on my kids," I snarled. "I'll owe you." I let go, and he nodded before racing down the road past our quad and Chris's dog team. When Philip went by, I waved to him and told him to keep his eye out for bears. He also carried a hunting rifle. I didn't know what kind, but I was certain his dogs had dined on moose on more than one occasion. Colleen only had to clean out the wound and apply antiseptic. Between the roll bar, the seat belt, and the seat itself, the claws hadn't gone more than skin deep. With the injury cleaned, it only looked like a bad scratch, almost a rug burn. I breathed a sigh of relief. After flexing her shoulder and rotating her arm, Madison was happy that the wound was minor. She hung her head toward her lap and became pale. I tried to pull her close to me, but the quad's seats weren't made for that. I held her hand instead. The come-down, after an adrenaline rush, weighed on her. She shivered, although it wasn't that cold outside. "Let's go check on the twins, make sure they're okay," I said, trying to give her something else to think about. As with the mother bear, we now had a bunch of people between Madison and her children. Most were family, but Charles and Aaron would always be our responsibility. I started the quad, hoping that it wasn't damaged, and listened closely for strange noises as we moved out. There was a squeak in the back, so I stopped and got out, looking around for any sign that the bear had returned. Chris continued to rock Diane while they watched us to make sure everything was okay. I found the trailer hitch was bent. Driving on two wheels while towing a heavy trailer is not recommended. I was sure that was in a user's manual somewhere. I had my shopping tools with me, and with a few loud adjustments using the sledgehammer, the bar straightened sufficiently. At our next break, we'd look more closely to see if it needed more attention. I could always hit it a few more times with the sledgehammer. We do as we have to. I secured my tools, and we waved Chris forward. Once we were moving again, we were able to maintain 15 miles an hour, the speed of the dogs running downhill. We caught up to the group at a pullout not far from the valley. Tanacross. We stayed the second night in Chicken, but we covered 75 miles that day. The next day we made it to Toke, but it was still early, so we continued the road to Tanacross. We found that the smaller communities were better equipped for long-term survival. They had more canned goods in their cupboards, and their homes were more inclined toward life without electricity or water. There was tent space enough for all 22 in the community. We rallied at a house with an oversized shed where the dogs would be most comfortable. The dogs were our means of transportation. As we saw with the damage the bear caused to our trailer, it wouldn't take much, and we'd be fully dependent on the paws of our furry friends for all of our transportation needs. It was warm and sunny. Welcome to nighttime during an Alaskan summer. We still made a fire, counting on the smoke to chase the mosquitoes away. We'd use it to heat water and rehydrate our travel rations. Ben looked at them in disgust. He told us that if he could spend a couple hours hunting, we'd have a decent meal. "Soon, Ben, soon," I said, nodding. I know and agree. This stuff is garbage. I can't wait until we have some moose on the grill, maybe even salmon, wild vegetables and rhubarb, birch syrup and berries. There's a whole gourmet out there with our names on it." Clarice grabbed Ben's arm and bobbed in delight. Joe changed places with Colleen so she could sit next to Clarice. We'd gone through the introductions many times, but as we got closer to our new home, each of us explored the strengths of our new companions. Joe was the community's chef, and it looked like Clarice could be an incredible addition to the kitchen, as well as filling the role of our stand-in mother. We didn't know if she'd snap a towel at someone who didn't wash their hands before eating, but I was sure that she had some way of enforcing her rules. Darren and Becca sat on the ground next to Ben and started talking to him about their experience hunting moose. Darren got up and walked away, shortly returning with his .300 Win Mag rifle, with the bolt open to show that it was unloaded. Ben caressed it lovingly, appreciating its clean lines and raw power. He handed it back and shared his shotgun. It looked like an old friend, the wood stock checkered with scratches and stained dark from the sweat of its owner. The engineers looked on from the other side of the fire. They were unarmed, although they should have carried weapons. We never knew what we might run across or who would have to fight back if wolves showed up. I strolled in their direction, trying not to be obvious that I wanted to talk with them. They'd grow quiet when either Chris or I was around. I gave up trying to act casually and walked straight at them, taking a knee so I could speak at their level. Looking down on them while I talked wouldn't accomplish what Madison had insisted I do, and that was to make them feel like they were equal members of the community. The other day, I asked you guys to watch over the twins while we were dealing with the aftermath of Mama Bear. I didn't say thank you, and that was wrong. I appreciate you staying close to them. I smiled, and they nodded abruptly. That also tells me you need some kind of weapon, just in case. I offered my hand. They hesitated before they each took it. Even the smallest of progress was progress. "I've never fired a gun," Cullen said. Shane shook his head with an "I don't know" expression on his face. "We can fix that. We'll find you something you can use, even if you only use it as a noisemaker. You won't need to hunt. We already have plenty of hunters. With this many people and dogs, I think we'll need 5 or 6 moose every year, but we'll be the only ones hunting. Ben will make sure we add plenty of fish as well. Do you guys fish?" More shrugs. I could feel my blood pressure rising. "What's your plan when we get where we're going?" I asked. I hadn't intended to get in their faces, but it wouldn't be long before everyone had jobs to do. I wanted to know how they were going to contribute, and I had yet to get a straight answer. "We intend to build a power plant. We have designs for geothermal, wind, water, and steam with us. We will build a plant using equipment and materials that should be available to bring power back to a limited grid." They both brightened as Shane described their strategic objective. "How long will it take you to decide what you can build, and then how long do you think it will take you to build it?" I asked, instantly skeptical of their grand plan. "It won't take long to figure out what we can build, as it will depend on what we find of the remaining infrastructure. Wire, transformers, things like that should still be there, right?" I nodded, and he continued. "Then we'll be able to get right into it. With 20 people, the work should go quickly." That's what I was waiting for. "No problem at all. I can guarantee that you'll have yourselves as manpower, and then maybe 2 more to help you each day. It's halfway through the summer, and we have to get ready for the winter. Do you know how much provisioning we have to do for this many people and nearly 100 dogs? I hope we don't have to work too many 16-hour days, but I expect that will be the norm from here until the first snow. And then we'll work 12 hours. Look at what we might want to do as winter work, detailed indoor stuff that will be time-consuming. We will have nothing but time when it gets cold." I'd upset their plans, but they were engineers. They'd go back to the drawing board and come up with a new plan. They'll figure it out, or maybe we will have to feed them to the bears, I thought. The accident. There's nothing like the open road to wear a person down. The dogs kept running. The only problem for them was the heat. With streams paralleling the road, we always had a ready source of water. Knowing that humans hadn't contaminated it over the last 4 years, we all drank readily from the crystal clear water. To stay together, we decided to run the quads slowly, barely more than idle speed, which was enough to keep pace with the dog teams. Since I was leading the parade, I had the opportunity to race ahead, scout the road, then drive back. It's exactly what I did on our run out of Alaska in the first place. It worked then, so there was no reason to change it. Although, in retrospect, I should have. As Madison and I were driving back to the group following one of our look-aheads, we were surprised to see that the teams were stopped. We slowly passed the barking dogs. Neither the dog mushers nor their passengers were anywhere to be seen. We continued past the twins' sleds and grew concerned, as they weren't with their teams either. I swung wide around the teams and accelerated, hitting the brakes hard as soon as I rounded the corner. Everyone was together, with some in the ditch working on an overturned quad. The engineers had gone over the edge. We slid to a stop, scattering those who were standing on the road, although I don't think it was as close as they thought it was. Chris and Colleen were both in the ditch, while Charles held Hermione and Aaron cooed to the baby to help her calm down. They were both talking, but we don't know how they are. Chris is working to get them out, and Colleen has her medical kit. Ben is down there too, Charles said, concern in his voice, but not panic. They shouldn't have been that mature for 6-year-olds, but they were. I crawled over the edge of the ravine, helping Madison down with me. All the men were there, along with Colleen. "What do you need us to do, Chris?" I asked, as he stood back, looking from the quad to the trees. "It's holding them both in as it's wedged between those rocks. We need to lift it up to use the winch on your quad. I was thinking we can throw ropes over those trees here." Chris pointed to one heavy branch overhead and a smaller one to the side. "We hoisted enough to relieve the pressure and get those two out, then drag the quad up the hill, see what we can salvage." The two young men were yelling hysterically. Cullen seemed to think he was hurt badly, judging by the amount of noise he was making. Colleen yelled at him to shut up, as they weren't helping. Shane seemed to take that as a challenge and stepped up his screams for help. "Rope!" I yelled, but they'd already thrown it to us. We tied it off, letting Ben make sure the knots would hold. Then we braced ourselves and started pulling, but it wouldn't move. We dug around underneath and found one of the roll bars wedged into a rock as if it were an anchor. Little Bill bugled something from the road as if he were a cow moose in heat. Becca picked him up and carried him off. "Hacksaw!" I yelled. It took Clarice a few moments to dig one out of Ben's supplies. While we waited, I tried to engage the engineers. I didn't think Shane was hurt, but he was panicking and kept yelling for help, despite our assurances that everyone who could help was already there. Chris pulled me back from the opening before I punched the young man. Instead, Chris reached in and grabbed a handful of hair, pulling it until Shane's head was twisted at an awkward angle. "I think the man asked nicely for you to stop yelling. You need to shut up and let us get you out of there." Chris emphasized his point with an extra tug on Shane's hair. Wide eyes held Chris's for a second, and then he started yelling again. Chris let go. Then, with a motion too quick to follow, he punched the young engineer in the side of the head. The screaming stopped. The hacksaw arrived, and I crawled to the side of the quad and started cutting on the roll bar. It was made of sturdy material, so we all took turns. Saw for a minute, then hand off. The blade was hot enough to start a fire when we finished. With the last cut, the quad lurched, settling heavier on its top. We rallied to pull the machine from where it was wedged. The doors were twisted and wouldn't open, but there was room through the windows. We cut away the canvas strapping, and while extra hands held Shane in place, we cut his seatbelt. We guided him through the window opening, and he was out. Colleen took him aside, while we did the same for Cullen. His left arm was clearly broken, and would present a problem in working him out the door. With Shane out of the vehicle, Cullen calmed down and we were able to talk with him. He thought his leg might be broken too. His chest hurt, and he didn't know why. He couldn't see because of the blood in his eyes from the gash on his head, but he was talking. "You sound just fine to me," I said, while the others braced the quad to keep it from moving. We would all have to help Cullen out through the window. "Welcome to Alaska. In the old days, you'd have to set your brake yourself, along with fix everything else, and then fight off a bear. We were tougher back then." Despite his injuries, Cullen smiled, then winced. I started to call Colleen over, but stopped when I saw her push Shane away from her. Chris was there in a heartbeat, putting himself bodily between the two. The young man sat on a rock, covered his face, and wept. Colleen came to Cullen's side so she could best examine him. The bleeding from his head had mostly stopped, so she cleaned the wound and bandaged it. He blinked his eyes clear. She wanted to put a splint on his arm before we pulled him out of the quad. We each took a position where we could best brace the engineer's arm. Colleen held a rag over his face while I prepared to pull his arm straight out while Ben and Chris held his elbow. The trick with setting a bone is pulling it hard enough to get the bone spurs past each other. The muscles would pull it back tightly. Without setting it, the bone would never heal. Colleen wouldn't let that happen. It was up to us to get it right. 1 and done. At the count of 3, I pulled for all I was worth with my legs braced against the rock beneath the quad. Cullen screamed while Chris and Ben pulled the arm away from me. When I let go, his arm looked straight, although there was a great deal of bruising where the bone had broken. At least it wasn't an open fracture where the bone broke the skin. Cullen's arm shook as Colleen put a splint on it and wrapped it tightly. The young man passed out. We needed his help to get him out, so we had to wait. Within a minute, he was back with us. We'd already cut the webbing away from the window. The only thing left was Cullen's seatbelt. He whimpered and started hyperventilating as Ben's knife hovered, ready to cut. "Hurry up!" Colleen urged. Ben sliced it cleanly and dropped his knife to the ground to use both hands to help the young engineer. We kept the man's forearm from touching anything, but he had to brace himself with his elbow. That caused him to cry out in pain, but gave us the leverage we needed to pull him free. Colleen was already removing his shirt as we laid him down. The steering wheel had jammed into his chest, causing an ugly bruise, but Colleen didn't think any of his ribs were broken. His leg also seemed to be only bruised. He was in pain, so much so that he was unable to move. We used a sleeping bag as a stretcher so we could manhandle him up the hill. We moved him to the side of the road and gave him plenty of water. We faced my quad toward the ditch and blocked the front tires. It took all of us to coordinate lifting the damaged vehicle using the ropes while the winch dragged it up the hill. Once back in the road and upright, we didn't think we'd have to abandon it. The trailer was a total loss, but we recovered all their gear since it had been packed in metal cases, which were sturdier than the trailer on which they rode. We distributed the boxes among the dog sleds and repaired the quad to a point where people could ride in it. It started up when we tried it, and a quick test drive confirmed that although it pulled to the left, it was drivable. We recovered all our ropes and gear, including Ben's knife, which had fallen between the rocks, and we prepared to leave. This wasn't a good place to camp. Shane was still in the gully. Chris climbed back down the hill. Ben drove up the road with all the dog teams following him while we waited for Chris. Colleen held their daughter while their 12-dog team barked and bounced, wondering why they weren't allowed to run after the others. Madison was ready to drive our quad with Cullen as her passenger, and I was behind the wheel of the engineer's quad waiting for Shane. As I thought about it, I'd paid for this quad, so it was mine too. Odd to think about something like that, but as it turned out, I had nothing else to do for quite a while. An agonizing amount of time later, Chris led Shane by the hand up the hill and to the quad. Shane hesitated, but Chris guided him in. He covered his face and started to cry again. At least we could go, but I was none too pleased with my weeping passenger. One broken arm between the two of them, we got off easy, and we should have been thankful for that. Shane had nothing to do with the accident. I could think of no reason for the man to be so traumatized. I'd seen Marines come unhinged in combat, but this wasn't any of that. I ended up holding his hand as we drove, and that seemed to calm him. I had no more empathy in me. My 6-year-olds were up ahead and deserved my attention, not this guy. The seed of mistrust I'd planted earlier was watered and now growing to the size of a redwood. I wanted to get out and tell him to take the quad and get the hell out of my state, but knew Madison would be angry. I'd tolerate him, but after this, the others better keep him away from me. The recovery. We wanted to push on because we had to. Ben took the group another 25 miles up the road before finding an area where the community could bed down. We showed up an hour after the others. Clarice and Joe were already working their magic to create a meal worthy of the title of feast. Hours after the accident, Shane still hadn't said a word. When we pulled in, Colleen checked on Cullen and found him to be in good spirits, even though he was in a fair amount of pain. He had his Alaskan battle wound, so we cheered for him and wished him well. Colleen pulled Shane aside to check on him, finally announcing that he had a concussion, a bad one. I looked at Chris. He couldn't meet my gaze. It probably wasn't from the punch, but the less Colleen knew, the less she could hold against us. She put him in the shade and gave him cool water to drink. She had no idea how long it would take for him to recover. As we sat around the fire enjoying the meal and each other's company, the conversation inevitably turned toward the accident. We grew quiet when Cullen prepared to speak. He looked at his incapacitated friend and shook his head. "I'm sorry," he started, but that wasn't what he really wanted to say. "It's my fault. I fell asleep and drove off the road. There's no excuse for the trouble I've caused, for my own injuries, which don't seem as bad as what Shane is going through. I can't go back and fix it, but I'll take care of him until he's better, even though I only have one arm. We promised that we wouldn't be a burden, but that's all we've been. We'll work double shifts, do what we need to support the community. We'll turn the power on. I promise all of you that we'll succeed, and we will make you proud." He finished with a flourish and sat down. Madison looked at me with a broad smile and started clapping. The others joined in, as did I. I wanted to hate them both, but if this was more than a speech, they might turn out okay. I got up and walked past Chris, slapping him on the back as I went. He still wouldn't look at me. I knew he had to feel horrible. I also knew that he'd come clean with Colleen, and then there'd be hell to pay. I didn't want to be around for that. Delta Junction. We made the run to Delta Junction in less than 4 hours, arriving before noon. But we stopped short of Fort Greely, south of the city, as we didn't want to run headlong through any lingering radiation. When we left Alaska, we'd skipped past the city and headed inland from the airport located to the north. That wasn't that long ago, only 4 months. So we took a reading now. Madison and I moved slowly forward. She drove while I held an improved Geiger counter the government had given me out the window. It clicked and showed levels slightly above normal background radiation. We continued at a crawl as there was debris in the road. The dog sleds would never make it through all of this. As we got closer to where we assumed the blast had been, the debris cleared, probably blown away by the detonation. Much of the city was leveled, but the airport was miles from the gate, and that's why it had survived intact. We drove past Fort Greely's entrance. The radiation picked up, but it wasn't anything alarming. I was surprised by how little damage was done to the ground itself. I would have thought that a nuclear bomb would leave a massive crater. This one must have been smaller than the one in Fairbanks, and most of the detonation must have gone laterally. Maybe this one wasn't even a nuke, but a simpler, dirty bomb. A huge amount of high explosives with radioactive isotopes that would scatter with the explosion and subsequent dust and debris. 4 years was enough time to cleanse the Earth, especially there in Delta Junction where it was always windy, sometimes with winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour. We traveled through the blast area and along the main road to the north. Debris returned after we cleared the primary blast site, but there was less in the north. We scouted a path through to the turnoff for the airport. We'd made this turn when snow packed the road. Everyone who'd been there before knew the way. We headed back to meet the teams and did what we could to clear the road south of the Fort Greely main gate. We waited until everyone was there, and at barely faster than a walk, the dog mushers dragged their brakes and kept their dogs from running ahead. It was harder on the dogs to go this slowly, but it was necessary until they got past anything that could tangle their leads or upset the sleds. Ben took a sharp turn away from us and headed toward the town. I wondered where he was going, figuring something had piqued his interest. I wasn't worried. He'd find his way to the airport. Ben was a person who could take care of himself. When everyone finished picking their way through the rubble and debris, we sped up and raced past the gate and toward the north side of the city. When we hit the turn to the airport, I looked back and saw plenty of people smiling. We had good memories from this place. I floored it, and we bolted away from the others. We pulled into the parking lot of the hangar, stopping as far to the side as we could go. The second I shut off the engine, we heard a single rifle shot come from the south. I wondered if Ben had bagged dinner. I was surprised to see that we hadn't shut the door when we left. Animals had gotten in, and the place was foul. Or did we leave it that way? Madison and I got out the brooms and started throwing refuse out the door. We were halfway done when Abigail arrived with the twins close behind. We would have put the children to work, but they needed to get their dogs settled. We watched them as they easily controlled their dogs, tying them to nearby trees, watering them, feeding them. Phyllis and Husky jumped off the sleds when they saw us and ran to us, then went into the hangar, probably to make sure it was safe for their humans. The other teams arrived and did the same thing. When Cullen pulled in with his quad, we waved him over to park closer to the door. When they shut off the engine, I said, "Handicapped parking," and pointed to a sign on the building. I gave them the thumbs up and returned to the hangar to finish cleaning it. We had more people to squeeze in around the stripped-down airplane still sitting in the middle of the hangar, but we didn't have the sled dogs inside this time. Our dogs, of course, were with us. Wherever the twins were, Phyllis and Husky were not far behind. As we were getting everyone settled, Joe decided to start dinner. Since it was warm, we made the fire outside. We heard the quad approaching, and it was making a hellacious noise. Everyone gathered around and waited. The dogs started howling. Abigail and Philip ran into the trees to calm them. Ben wore a broad grin, while Clarice just shook her head. Tied behind the trailer was a moose on a large piece of sheet metal. Ben had already gutted it and removed the head to cut down on how much weight he had to drag. I was surprised the quad could pull it, even with the reduced weight. That was one big moose. We joined him at the edge of the parking lot, and the celebration began. What will we do when we get there? Nothing like a belly full of lean, rare moose to put a dog into a food coma. Once they were out cold, we sat and enjoyed our freshly cooked, oversized moose steaks. Shane showed an interest in something finally. After his first tentative bite, he dug in, finished his quickly, and then went for seconds. Even though he was in pain from his injuries, Cullen helped Shane. It had only been 2 days since the accident, which was just long enough for the young engineer's broken arms and bruises to turn ugly shades of blue and green. Bill serenaded us with howls of joy at eating moose again after a 4-month hiatus. To answer the question often asked, "No," they said. "He doesn't have any other volume." I was reminded of the incident at the resort where someone called him that little hell spawn. His parents, Becca and Darren, were good people, and they were incredible for not getting twisted out of sorts whenever Bill bugled the call of his people. Maybe they were deaf. The jury was still out on that one. Little Tony was all smiles. For the life he was born into, he should have been miserable. Out of the entire community, Tony exemplified what we were trying to build. People could be who they wanted to be, work with others to help themselves grow. He was happy as he was unconditionally loved by us all. He received the most attention, although Hermione was quickly gaining in popularity, but Colleen rarely let anyone else hold her. I was curious how they were going to tell Tony and Hermione that they were siblings, although that was none of my business. Since we were all family, maybe they'd raise the two children who were only a month apart as twins with different parents. They'd be together all the time anyway. Madison and Amber said they'd set the school back up. That meant extra space to heat, unless one of the homes we were going to establish doubled as a schoolhouse. That made the most sense. Logistically, it was going to be all we could do to set ourselves up before winter arrived, let alone have the added burden of heating an extra building. I hoped, more than anyone else, that we'd find sufficient provisions, canned goods, to fill the void created by our late arrival. One can't plant crops in Alaska in June. The growing season was only another 75 days at the most. Without the ability to prepare the ground properly, we wouldn't attempt it. We'd forage, and we'd hunt. We talked about the next steps once everyone finished eating. Ben said that we may have missed the best time to fish, but he refused to be denied. He wasn't sure we'd get enough for the dogs for the winter, although we would try building a fish wheel as soon as we arrived. That would have been illegal in the state of Alaska, but in the territory of Alaska, where I was the military governor, it was approved as a necessity for our survival. I already felt the blisters I'd be getting from cutting wood. Everyone worked, even if they had a long title like mine. All eyes turned toward Cullen as he stood. "I think the best thing for us, Shane and I, is to survey what we have, make notes, and then spend the rest of the time helping the community get ready for winter. Once winter falls, we'll start with our detail work, make the drawings we'll use to build whatever power generation system will work the best. So, what I'm trying to say is that we will be extra manpower for you this summer, not the other way around as we initially thought. And we want to thank you for taking care of us. I think that steak was the best I've ever had." Cullen looked down at Shane, who nodded. The young man held his head in his hands as the movement had been too much, and the pain returned. "One other thing," Cullen said. "If you would know of any clubs where we might meet some fellow engineers of the female persuasion, we would be awfully grateful." The community booed him, and someone threw a small rock that hit him in the leg. We had a good laugh at his expense. It would be a while for the poor youngsters. Next stop, Fairbanks. The rest of our journey was uneventful until we arrived on the outskirts of Fairbanks. When we'd gone through previously, we didn't have good light, but in the daytime, we saw that North Pole was completely intact. The stores, the houses, even Santa's village. It was far enough away that they would have seen the mushroom cloud, but unfortunately for them, they were downwind from the blast and received the worst of the radiation. Our new Geiger counter showed the town wasn't hot. The threat from radiation had passed. The weather had carried the worst of it away. Even when we tested the dust inside a building, it came up clean. We stopped and tied off the dog sleds to the light poles in the parking lot of the Safeway supermarket. It was late in the day, but of course we had light. Looking at the lack of destruction, I thought North Pole might be the best place to stay the first winter. It might not take long to scavenge supplies. Maybe it wouldn't be as hard as I thought. Chris and Colleen looked sullen as they bedded their dogs for the night. Even Hermione looked sad. "What's up?" I asked. casually petting the dogs as I walked toward the couple. Neither answered as they looked at each other and then at me. I waited. "The horses," Colleen whispered. We'd gone through Delta Junction and hadn't asked if they wanted to run down the valley, see if the remaining 2 horses had survived the winter. I felt like an idiot. "We'll drop the trailer and you can take our quad. It'll be faster that way. You can make Delta Junction in 2 hours or less. I don't know what the terrain in the valley looks like without snow. It might be impassable or it could be fine." I could see them thinking about it. They were torn between their loyalty to the community and their desire to save the horses. "Go on. If we stay here, we won't be killing ourselves before winter. Let's go in the store first and see if there's anything we can use. If there is, then we'll be able to do without you for a while," I offered. As a group, we went inside through the broken glass of the front doors. The concussion from the blast had reached here. We saw something we hadn't expected. Dead bodies. Amber and Lucas turned around with Diane in between them. A 2-year-old didn't need to see this. Charles and Aaron looked as they passed, but didn't fixate on them. Their eyes were focused elsewhere. We continued into the store. What I thought was a ransacking was the damage from the initial blast. A couple registers looked like they'd been broken into, but not all of them. Charles reached for a Snickers bar in a checkout lane. "Stop!" I yelled, pulling out the Geiger counter. The food within would be safe as long as any contamination from the package didn't get on it. The instrument said that the candy bar wasn't radioactive. "Let me check to make sure," I said as I carefully unwrapped the candy bar and made a show of waving the Geiger counter past it before shoving half the bar into my mouth. "Dad!" they yelled together as they dove for the rack, grabbing a replacement bar before I could stop them. "We're away from this stuff for a week, and this is the first thing you want?" I asked. I thought we had weaned them from candy and bad foods. "Wrong," Charles stated definitively. "The first thing we wanted was moose, and we had that last night." Erin pursed her lips and nodded once in agreement. "Spread out. Let's take stock of what's here. We need to feed 22 people and 100 dogs for 6 months. The couples each went their own way down different aisles. Little sunlight reached the interior, so we used the wind-up flashlights we'd brought. There was no sense using battery-powered lights as we had no batteries. Then again, maybe we had more than we thought. The store had flashlights in the exit lanes along with batteries. I took a handful of mag lights and opened them one at a time, putting new batteries in. I was rewarded with the bright light that these flashlights were known for. I yelled for everyone and passed them out. It made our job searching much easier. If we spent any time in here, we'd need to clean out the refrigerators. It looked like Jurassic Park, overgrown with mold and other less savory things. I was surprised that anything was growing after 4 years. Maybe a scientist would find something less repulsive in this oversized petri dish, but not me. We worked our way into the back warehouse where pallets of goods were stacked high, too high to get without a working forklift. If the windows blew out, then the EMP had ripped through here too. Anything electronic was fried, which meant the forklift was dead. We could always tip them over. It didn't have to be pretty, only effective. There was enough food here for all of us for all winter. It was nice to have the shopping done so we could get to some real work. There were 1,000 things we needed to do, but finding canned goods to survive the first winter was one of the most important. I shook hands with Chris and wished him well. Madison and Colleen hugged. They left that night for the short trip back to the hangar in Delta Junction. Tomorrow morning, bright and early, they'd head cross-country in an attempt to follow our trail. Whether they found the horses or not, it'd be a while before they returned. I hoped they'd find the horses, for Colleen's sake. If we went anywhere, we agreed to leave a note on the bulletin board inside Fred's. With that chapter of our journey closed, the rest of us settled in for the evening. Now what? The inside of Safeway was less than welcoming, with the dead bodies, the long rotted fresh food section, produce, the unworking refrigerators, and a lack of airflow. The destruction here wasn't like anything we'd had to deal with before. The Fred Meyer and Fairbanks had been systematically evacuated, so there weren't any dead, and some of the spoilage was hidden under a partially collapsed roof. There was no way anyone would sleep inside the tomb of Safeway. Once in the fresh air, even though the midnight sun shone brightly, we put up our tents and climbed into our sleeping bags. We slept well, all of us, even Shane and little Bill. When we crawled out of bed in the morning, the first thing I did was set up an impromptu bathroom facility in the ditch between the store and the highway. It didn't take much and gave everyone a little privacy. The bad news was that it attracted bugs. The good news was that behind us we had an unlimited supply of bug dope, the Alaskan term for bug repellent. The next person to use the facility lit a mosquito coil and put it inside. That made it better for those who followed. And that led to the second order of business. Where were we going to stay? I called for a group meeting at breakfast. Everyone went into the store to look for favorites. I had to wrestle packages of Twinkies away from the twins. In the end, they settled for protein bars, which probably had enough chemicals in them to last for decades. Madison and I preferred the moose jerky that Ben had made out of the choicer parts of our leftover feast from 2 days earlier. We also had a stock of moose meat that was smoked to preserve it for the dogs. While people were eating, I stood up in the middle of the group. All eyes were on me. Now that we're here, we need to find places to stay that have wood-burning stoves, a source for split wood, and access to the river. We also need an idea of what kinds of supplies we have available. Ben, could you head to the river and see if there are any fish? Someone needs to inventory the canned goods, see how many meals we can get. I waited as Clarice and Joe both waved to volunteer for that duty. We need to find a place to stay where we either have a wood-burning stove or can set up to burn wood. Then we need to stock enough firewood for the winter. I think we should try to stick to 1 or 2 buildings, have a central place to eat. This first winter won't be pretty, but that's not our goal. We need to survive, and then be ready to kick off next year as soon as we see the light, so to speak. I finished, smiling, proud of my pun. No one else seemed to get it. We'll take our broken quad and see if we can find a power source. Isn't there a refinery near here? Cullen asked. Right down the road behind us, but it closed about a year before the attack, and even if it hadn't, the full force of the EMP went through there, I answered. Doesn't matter about the electronics. Refining is a mechanical and chemical process. The electronics make it markedly safer, but to run the process, you don't need them. You only have to know which valves need to be open and closed. We want to take a look, then find a backup, Cullen said. Okay, the rest of us will go house hunting. There's an elementary school nearby, and then the middle school, and finally the high school. There are churches on almost every street corner, along with people's private homes. Please remember that, unlike what we saw on the western side of Fairbanks, the people here were killed in an ugly way. Every house you go into could have bodies. Be aware. I'm keeping a bandana over my nose and mouth. Keep out the nastiness and hopefully some of the smell. The others nodded and prepared to go. Abigail and Philip said they'd take care of all the dogs. I looked at Charles and Aaron. They inclined their heads toward our temporary kennel off the parking lot. I nodded and waved them away. They raced off before I could change my mind. A few of the dogs had jumped onto the cars and were sitting on the hoods as they warmed under the morning sun. I looked to each and every person sitting around the circle. Amber and Lucas, Darren and Becca, Joe and Emma, Cullen and Shane, Ben and Clarice, and Madison. Diane and Tony were there, along with little Bill, who was surprisingly quiet. I couldn't help but smile at him. He was destined for great things. Our children and the dog mushers were doing what they did best: handle the dogs. Chris and Colleen were off with their daughter in search of the horses that their child had never seen. Which reminded me, Colleen was our only nurse, doctor, and caregiver. By the way, no one get hurt. Help is a week away, at least. And we each went our separate ways, everyone to their own affairs. We'd return no later than dinner time and share our discoveries. Chris and Colleen. Without pulling the trailer and having mostly open road in front of them, the trip to Delta Junction only took an hour. They stopped at the hangar that we'd called home and stayed the night. They left in the morning while most civilized people were still in bed. The route we'd taken was much different at this time of year. Most of it was overgrown. Small streams and ditches had become insurmountable obstacles. They sidetracked and backtracked often, racing ahead through the open areas when they could, always looking for any sign of the two horses. They figured it was only 25 to 30 miles from Delta Junction to where they'd turned the two mares loose. They decided the best way to look would be to find where they'd stashed the saddles and look from there. The first day, they drove in so many circles that they lost the valley entrance. They drove to the top of a hill to look back toward Delta Junction to get their bearings. Chris reoriented himself and set out to a waypoint he decided would lead them into the valley where Winifred had died. They held hands as they drove in the open areas. Colleen squeezed hard whenever she saw a dark spot in the grass, thinking that might be her old friend. They'd had no choice, and understood that if we hadn't put her out of her misery and abandoned the other two, the little girl held tightly in her lap may not have survived. Leaving the others was the risk they took. Now was the time to put their lives back on track. Colleen wanted the memories that brought her peace. Her horses embodied much of what she loved about Alaska. Animals that powered through the challenges of weather and the vast open spaces, lived life without remorse. She thought back to her husband and son. It seemed like a lifetime ago. She released Chris's hand and hugged her baby tightly to her. It was more than time. It was in a different place. She didn't even feel like the same person. But the one thing that was a constant in her life was the horses. "We have to find them," she said out loud, wearing a determined look on her tear-streaked face. Chris thought he understood what she was thinking, but he didn't want to ask. Although he hadn't been married before the destruction, he also had lived a different life, one he'd run away from. Whether it was lack of responsibility, fear, or simply his dislike of college that drove him north, now he was taking time to learn more about himself, about what he wanted. Then everything had changed, and his life mattered again. He was important for who he was, and not who other people thought he could become. Colleen never asked what he wanted to do when they were in Canada. His answer would not have changed from when they lived at the resort. He wanted to be with her and their child, help the others, and live. Was it too much to ask that they simply enjoy life? Late in the day, they found the campsite where Chris spoke after Winifred passed away. They dug through the heavy underbrush until they found the saddles. They were dry and cracked. The weather had not been kind, but they loaded them on top of the gas cans in the small bed of the quad. They decided to stay there for the night and resume their search when they awoke. They hadn't slept well last night, and they weren't sleeping well this night either. Too anxious. Too many things running through their minds. Concern that something had happened to the horses after they'd been abandoned. It never got dark, so they judged the time by the sun's position in the sky. If it was in the north, then it was nighttime. It had swung to the northeast by the time Chris and Colleen found themselves awake but exhausted. They walked around the campsite, looking for any sign of the horses, but didn't find anything. They drove slowly in the quad, as the valley grasses and weeds were high, They didn't want to get into an accident this far from the community. It was slow going much of the time. Colleen wanted to race from one point to the next since they could see a long way, look over that hill, then move on. She was anxious and nervous and depressed. Chris stayed focused throughout the first day, disappointed that they couldn't find any sign of the animals. The valleys and hills were covered with growth, and moose roamed throughout. They often thought they saw their mares, only to be disappointed when a moose cow and her calf ambled away. They circled wide, stopping every couple hours to give Hermione a break outside the vehicle. Exhausted from the search and the lack of sleep, they finally camped on a hillside miles from where they'd released the horses. The second day, they continued. Then the third. They'd made it nearly all the way back to Delta Junction when Chris suggested they run back to the hangar to get more avgas, refill their containers. Colleen agreed reluctantly, her sour mood bringing them all down. Hermione cried a lot. Chris second-guessed himself for agreeing to come along. With enough internal reflection, he realized that he had no choice. When your partner is in pain, you do what you have to do, even if that course of action leads to more pain. He was there for her. They refueled and searched for a fourth day, ending back at the original camp. They decided to take the trail toward Canada. The horses may have followed them for some way. They agreed that this was their last shot. If they couldn't find the horses in 2 more days of searching, they'd head back to North Pole and rejoin the community. Colleen remained quiet after that. She felt as if she'd given up on her husband and son when she'd waited at home for them. There was nothing she could have done except go into town, expose herself to radiation, and join them in their graves. She looked at Chris, who smiled back at her. She pushed him away and stormed off. Chris hung his head, trying to hold back the tears. He knew that it wasn't him. Colleen wrestled with her demons, and she wasn't winning. They left early in the morning without a word to each other. They crisscrossed the valley as they drove east for 1 full day. Without seeing any sign of the horses halfway through the second day, their 6th day of searching, Colleen put her hand on Chris's arm and told him to head back. Chris took his time turning around, hoping for a glimpse of horse manure, a dark shadow at the edge of the woods. He didn't want to appear that he was ready to return to the others, although he'd hit that point 4 days ago. The return was quicker than intended, but they still needed to camp one last time before the final run to Delta Junction and the quick trip to North Pole. They camped where they had released the horses. It was light through the night, but they still made a fire, much bigger than they needed, but the sound and smell of burning wood was soothing. Colleen finally accepted the loss of the last remnants of her former life. With one great sigh, she curled up in Chris's arms and went to sleep. The sound woke them both. A whinny, the kind that only a horse makes. Carefully getting up so she didn't wake the baby, Colleen bolted into the early morning fog, stopping, listening, and walking. Then she began to call for them. "Penelope! Sophie!" She walked carefully, the fog clinging to the lower areas of the valley. She walked uphill to get a clearer view. At the edge of the woods, she saw the 2 mares, shaggy but looking healthy. They pranced, not sure of the human as she approached. She stopped and dropped to her knees, breaking down, sobbing uncontrollably. The horses circled away from her briefly and then approached, their soft muzzles pressed against her head. She embraced them both as she stood, apologizing over and over. They didn't seem to care. When Chris walked up with Hermione cradled gently in his arms, Colleen looked at him through red and puffy eyes, smiling broadly. He arched his knee beside Penelope so Colleen could use him as a step. She slowly climbed up and sat astride the horse's back, holding tightly to her mane. "Now, if you were only naked while you were up there, that'd be a sight," Chris said playfully, and he could not have been happier as joy, in the form of two raggedy-looking mares, returned to their lives. Finding a home. After our first day, we came together over a magnificent dinner to share what we'd found. Ben spoke first. "I think the river here will be okay, but I would prefer Nanana because of the confluence of two rivers. We only need fish to supplement a diet heavy in moose. The dogs will eat well this winter, have no doubt, and we will not go hungry. I will build a smoker to preserve the moose meat and racks to dry the fish we'll catch." Cullen raised his hand to speak next. Many chuckled, as the community usually gave the floor to whomever was ready to talk, because they were reluctant to stand. Most of us didn't like getting up in front of the group, even though we considered ourselves family. To me, Cullen just showed that he didn't consider himself part of the family. "What do you have?" I said, as I nodded toward the young engineer. "We think we can restart the refinery. We can use leftover crude oil in one of the tanks, refine it into diesel. Do you know of any diesel trucks or maybe a diesel generator?" "A diesel generator that hasn't been fried by the EMP?" I asked myself out loud, thinking before answering. "We can try Eelson to the south. I bet they have something there. If we come up with one, what can you do with it?" Cullen gave me an odd look. "Is that a trick question? We can burn the diesel and generate power." I smiled and dropped my head. I didn't have the luxury of being snarky. "Sorry, that wasn't a good question. How much electricity and for how long?" "Diesel engines are made to run a long time and are relatively low maintenance. If we can do regular preventative maintenance on one, a 20-kilowatt engine can run all the homes we need, 5 or 6 of them, without any problem, as long as we don't use the electricity for heat. Without running electric heaters, we'll have plenty of power." Heads nodded as Cullen finished. "Freezers," I said, and looked at Ben. He was thinking the same thing. "Thanks, Cullen. That helps. If we can find one that survived, then we'll need to find a big forklift. We get one of those running, we'll be able to move a big generator, split wood, all kinds of good things." I wasn't talking to the group anymore. I was thinking out loud, as I often did. That was a natural result of spending the time alone like we'd done for years. Abigail stood up. "Wherever we decide to stay, we need shelter for the dogs. A warehouse or oversized shed would work. Then we can start adding dog houses. If I can get back to the resort, there are dog houses, chains, everything." She sat down without further discussion. "I might have an idea. Right across the street, we have the Santa Claus tourist attraction. They used to have reindeer with a pen and shelter. The reindeer are long gone, but the area is fenced, and it's larger than what you had at the resort," Darren chimed in. Becca nodded while little Bill snoozed. "I think the best place for the number of people we have is the Mormon church. If we put wood-burning stoves at each corner, we should be able to heat the whole thing. With a generator, we can use electric heaters, and yes, I heard you, Cullen, but with one single building and one kitchen, we won't stress the system out. We'll set up a single laundry. It'll work, but we have one little issue to resolve before we move in," I said with a grimace. A couple of the others hung their heads. Amber spoke softly. "In their last days, they sought the solace of the church. It's full of dead people, isn't it?" "No one needs to see that. It can come back to life with us, with the community. The elementary school is empty, but it would be much harder to make it work because it's a bigger building, drawing more power, harder to heat." I thought my argument was persuasive, but I had no allies. Amber stood up and smiled. "Sounds like the elementary school will be perfect," she said, using her mayor's voice. "Once we clean up Joe and Clarice's excellent dinner, let's take a stroll, all of us, and take a look. Some of you look like you could use some exercise." A fresh-baked bun flew at my head. Clarice scolded the thrower, who turned out to be my own son. She'd worked hard to bake those using 4-year-old flour and dried eggs. Clarice washed dishes as she cooked, so it took us no time to clean up the rest. We were using paper plates and plasticware, which we shoved into a trash bag. I looked at the bag once it was stuffed full. I saw the others looking too. "We need to compost our refuse and stop using plasticware," I stated. The others nodded in agreement. Even the twins saw it as waste. Everywhere we looked, we saw something that needed to be cleaned up and thrown away. We had enough to fill a dump with debris remaining from the explosion. Maybe we would start clearing the area, but not until we were ready for the winter. North Pole Elementary School. The unimaginatively named North Pole Elementary School was close to Safeway, close to Santa's Village, and was generally in good repair. We didn't have to fix the roof, repair many broken windows, or, and most importantly, remove any dead bodies. We let the engineers determine where best to put the wood burners. It was good to see Shane re-engage with the living. He contributed his thoughts to the conversation, generally interested in the topic at hand. Everyone else looked at the various rooms and then started staking claims. There were 5 couples with children, including Madison and I. Then there were Ben and Clarice, and Cullen and Shane. We wanted to establish 7 or even 8 rooms to give everyone their privacy. We also committed to building 2 outhouses because that made sense, not for segregation, but because there were too many of us for a single toilet. Laundry, kitchen, and common area. Much of the furniture had to go, but we also would keep 1 classroom intact. The small chairs, schoolroom with books, and decorations on the walls were focused toward children's education. Moving here made the most sense. I was glad that Amber insisted, also glad that we didn't have to remove any bodies. I vowed not to go into any more churches. With the long days, we took residence in the former school that evening. The next day, we used the quad to shuttle supplies from Safeway. We fabricated a couple of hand carts as well. It was hard work, but nice to have a home and rewarding to see the place come together so quickly. I found that my new lungs were okay, but still felt my limitations. I couldn't keep up with the younger members of our group. They didn't expect me to. The challenge was only what I put on myself, which always earned me a punch in the shoulder from my wife. Selfishly, we set up the kitchen before we brought beds in. One has to have priorities. Clarice and Joe made for a dynamic partnership. Little Tony spent most of his waking life in the new kitchen, a space that had once been a faculty break room, but it had everything we needed, including a room next door that we converted to a massive pantry. We also found a location for 2 large chest freezers. Despite their size, empty freezers were rather light. We found, dumped, and cleaned a couple big ones, and then manhandled them into the school. We carried mattresses and bedding next. We asked everyone to help as we scoured nearby homes. We left those with bodies in them, but there were plenty other bedrooms that were unoccupied. We slept in our sleeping bags on top of the mattresses until we got the laundry functioning, which wouldn't happen until we had a generator. Lucas was critical to our success. He was the community handyman, and despite the damage to his arm, he could still fix things better than the rest of us. We planned a run to Eielson Air Force Base to look for a generator and a vehicle to move it. Lucas didn't bother putting together a toolbox. We knew that the base would have every tool imaginable. Where else could you find a $500 wrench? We saw the humor in that as we tried to squeeze 3 grown men into Ben's quad. Then we all got out, as none of us could move. Lucas said he'd ride in the trailer. I let him because he was the youngest. We set up a few cushions from someone's lawn furniture so he wouldn't get too damaged on the trip. With a casual wave, Ben spun the tires on gravel, shooting rocks over the trailer. Lucas shouted profanities until we were sure he was okay, and then in a more casual manner, we headed southeast to Salcha and Eielson Air Force Base. The Air Force lifestyle. "Would you look at this?" I asked the others as I pointed into the office of the maintenance shop. To me, in my Marine Corps sense of austerity, it looked like an office from Wall Street's top executive. To the others, it looked little better than what you'd see at Jiffy Lube. "Air Force," I mumbled. We found the forklift first. The heister was rated for at least 80,000 pounds. We couldn't imagine needing more lift than that. It had bigger tires, so it should negotiate the 35 miles to North Pole without much of a problem. When we tried it, the battery was dead. We couldn't be sure that the electronics weren't dead, too. We needed power, but the battery on the quad wasn't strong enough to jump the big forklift. We removed the massive battery from the piece of equipment, and that's why we were in the maintenance shop. We found a battery charger, but it needed electricity. We headed to the flight line to look for a power unit they'd use for an airplane that we could use to recharge the battery. We found a unit in the middle of the parking apron that looked like it was abandoned. Half the airplanes were still there, but that meant half the airplanes had made it out. Ben and I were looking the small unit over when Lucas yelled something, but we were too caught up in trying to figure out if we could get the abandoned unit to run. Lucas returned and tapped me on the shoulder. I looked up, a bit perturbed at having my concentration broken. He shrugged and pointed to a hangar not far off. "The hangar. Is there something in it?" I asked. "Next to it," he said flatly. I squinted in the sunlight. "What is that?" "It's a portable generator, and I think it's powerful enough for all of North Pole. We might not need the wood burners if we can keep that monster fueled," he said with a smirk. Ben stood and walked away without giving the small generator any more of his time. We looked over the portable generator, which had a tag reading CAT 2,000 kilowatts. That sounded like a good number to us. "You think our engineers can hook this up?" I asked. They both nodded. The CAT generator was big, the size of an 18-wheeler's trailer. It had its own control room. The unit was labeled clearly with instructions for its use. We checked the fuel tank by undoing the cap. The seal popped, hissing loudly as hot gas escaped. I took that as a good sign. Being sealed against the elements had kept water and other contaminants out. We tightened the cap and went inside the small control room. The touch panel seemed simple, although there were more steps than I liked, but we had directions to follow, which could be the greatest challenge for 3 grown men. The easiest answer was to let Lucas take care of it. The room was too crowded for 3 people and even a little tight for 2, so Ben and I left. Lucas had figured out how to fly an airplane using a single book for instruction. He'd be fine with this, assuming the batteries contained power and that the radioactive dust driven by the winds hadn't caused any permanent damage. Ben and I had made it 20 feet from the generator when we heard the engine turn over and reluctantly belch to life. It smoked excessively at the start, but quickly smoothed out. Lucas leaned out the door and gave us a hearty thumbs up. "I'll keep it running for a bit and see how it does. Maybe you two can bring me the battery from the forklift and we'll charge it, unless you can find something better to pull this thing with." He went back inside and shut the door. "What the hell is he doing in there? He could give us a hand," I suggested as I turned to get him. Ben put a hand on my arm. "We gave him the job of starting the generator. Just because he was more efficient than we were doesn't mean that he should then do our jobs for us." Ben blinked slowly as he talked. I clapped him on the back. Of course, he was right. The battery was already loaded in the trailer of the quad, but we needed the battery charger from the maintenance shop's workbench. It was industrial strength, and it took both of us to manhandle it into position next to the battery. We dropped off the trailer next to the generator and beat on the door until Lucas came out. He looked cold. "Do you have the air conditioner on in there?" "Well, yeah," he said defensively. We pointed to the battery and charger as Ben unhooked the trailer in which they sat. We drove off in search of a vehicle to pull the generator. We needed a semi, so we checked the motor pool. The 45 miles between Ground Zero and the Air Force Base were significant. There were few vehicles parked, either civilian or military. I thought that most were likely taken toward Canada or to their nearby homes. The generator proved that the EMP hadn't reached this far. Ben and I agreed that we needed to spend time here and scavenge more than just the generator. Ben, why are we so fixated on building the new community by Fairbanks? Why not here? I wondered. I'm new to this game, but the way I see it is that we're building in the way they built the city 100 years ago. It's the crossroads for people traveling the river, driving the roads, even flying. Sure, there's a nice runway here, but nothing else. The real crossroads is Fairbanks. We have to establish our community there, Ben finished, then stuck a long blade of dead grass into his mouth. That was what I felt, but hadn't been able to articulate. Ben had clarified it for me, for us all. I guess that's it then. We better find a tractor to haul that generator. Otherwise, can you see us trying to drag that thing back to North Pole behind the forklift? The image of monkeys and a football comes to mind, I chuckled, as I pointed Ben toward the commissary and the exchange. We were rewarded by finding a new tractor still attached to a trailer filled with pallets of what used to be fresh food. We unhooked the trailer, but couldn't move the tractor. It would have to do that itself. The keys were in it, but they were set to the run position. The tank was empty. They'd left it running to keep the refrigeration system functioning until it ran out of fuel. Maybe there was no one left to turn it off. That was probably better. Diesel in an unsealed container wouldn't last. It took us an hour to remove the battery and take it to Lucas. He hooked up the new battery, despite protesting that the other one hadn't begun to charge properly. We have to use the tractor to tow this thing. The forklift won't do it. It was a good idea until something better came along. And we could use some of the diesel from the generator. What do you think, Ben? 30 gallons? Hey, Lucas continued protesting. We have a full tank, but we'll burn through that pretty fast. We won't run the generator much until our engineers can confirm they can make diesel or even biodiesel. We can find a lot of vegetable oil. Think of every restaurant and every store, I said. Okay, I'll get a hose. I'm sure there are cans around here somewhere. He still looked cold. We considered it a little victory to have him in the sun and heat with us. While the battery charged and Lucas siphoned out 30 gallons, we scavenged further, finding that the commissary had been mostly cleaned out. Water and prepackaged foods were gone, probably purchased or taken by people going on a road trip, thinking they were heading back to the lower 48. I wondered what happened to them when they ran into the checkpoint at Toke. A resettlement camp. There had to be one past Toke, and that reminded me that as soon as I could break free, I had to head to Healy and Denali National Park, see if I could find any people who'd stayed behind, and specifically one worried man's daughter. We ate a meal that we scrounged up. Ben wrinkled his nose, preferring fresh food. I didn't blame him. We'd be eating enough baked beans when winter came. We replaced the battery, which Lucas said was only charged to 50%. Good enough, we thought, for an attempt to start the Kenworth. Lucas shut down the generator and joined us. We added the diesel, checked the oil, and ended up adding more after shopping for a few quarts in the auto shop. We pulled the fuel filter and filled it with diesel. This would help prime the engine and get the fuel flowing again. Running a diesel out of fuel can vapor lock the fuel system. I turned the key one notch and pressed the button to let the glow plug preheat. I pushed in the clutch and turned the key the rest of the way. There was a little screeching from dry cylinders, but the oil we'd added found its way in soon enough. It turned over and turned over, finally catching and spewing black smoke from its chrome exhaust pipes. I gave it some gas, and the smoke billowed. I looked over the inside and wasn't exactly sure what I needed to do to drive the thing. I called Lucas over. Of course, he said he could drive it. I didn't know if he could drive it or not. I expected that he didn't want to ride in the trailer behind the quad, and that was his primary motivation. That being said, I knew that he'd figure it out quickly enough. We didn't need precision. We had the road to ourselves. Lucas let the engine run for 15 minutes as he exercised the various systems, power steering, brakes, and the transmission. Even moving slowly, the truck was reluctant to stop. That could have been a big problem hauling a load as heavy as the generator, but the issue resolved itself as the air pressure built back within the braking system. Lucas drove to the flight line and backed up to the generator. We hooked it up like we've been doing in our whole lives. Lucas checked the connections and then drove off. We followed him in the quad, pulling our trailer fully loaded with a variety of acquisitions. We didn't follow the semi too closely, just in case something fell off that wasn't supposed to. Cast a wide net. The engineers were ecstatic when they saw the generator. They pulled the manuals from the drawer in the control room and disappeared into them. They were in heaven. We needed diesel, and our engineers were the only ones capable of producing it. Although they said it wouldn't be a problem, I still worried. I stopped and took deep breaths. We had months to resolve it before the big beast of a generator needed to run regularly to protect us from the cold and dark of the Alaskan winter. We did as we always did when something affected everyone. We called a meeting, but this time we had it in the new common room in the school. Things are coming too easily for us, and that scares me, I started. The others booed, and someone yelled, "Dark Cloud Nagy!" into their hand. It was hard to stay concerned. I'd seen what the community could overcome when they put their minds to it. Madison was sitting in front, where she stretched out and kicked me in the leg. Okay, I get it. I don't like putting all my eggs in one basket, so to speak. So I suggest we put in the wood-burning stoves, just in case. We can stock wood along the side of the building. Now that we know we can find vehicles to help out at Eelson, we'll bring one or two up here. There's plenty of avgas to give them a little spark. That lasted best out of all the fuels. I took a drink from a plastic Safeway-branded water bottle. Until we're up and running with electricity, we have to limit our use of the satellite phone. It has a solar recharger, but that takes a while. I suggest we all call one person and let them tell the rest of the family whatever you have to tell them. I'd like to conserve the battery in case of an emergency. Who needs to make a call? Only 3 people raised their hands. We hadn't been gone long at this point, just a few weeks. I was happy to see that people weren't clamoring to get on the phone. Maybe we had left the other world behind. I want to share some wisdom that Ben articulated perfectly. We, the new Alaskan settlers, are rebuilding the city that was established over 100 years ago. It's the crossroads for people traveling the Alaskan interior. The best place to build is where it all started, on the navigable part of the Chena River, where the road, rail, river, and airport meet. It's there that we need to establish our real settlement, and then we help the goods flow. We'll stay here this winter, but since we are already well ahead in preparing, I say that we start laying things out for next year. Let's get ahead there, too. Heads nodded as people agreed. One last thing. As soon as we have the wood-burning stoves installed and Chris and Colleen return, I have to run to Healy, Denali, and scout the area. Call it the drawback of a secondary mission. I proceeded to tell them the whole story, our benefactor who'd sent the jet and his continued search for answers related to his daughter. I wasn't looking for volunteers, but Lucas stood up. "Maybe we can take the plane," he asked. He quickly twisted away as his wife, Amber, tried to punch him in the groin. The joys of being newlyweds. They'd gotten married in the short time we spent away from Alaska. As the community, we didn't care, and I expected that they didn't either. They probably did it more for their families than themselves. The commitment to another, especially one that you've gone through a life or death trial with, is stronger than any piece of paper. "You know, that's not a bad idea," I said slowly as I looked at Madison. Her eyes narrowed as her gaze turned into a glare. "Maybe we'll just drive, but we need to find an older vehicle. I researched using old gas, and it seems carbureted engines don't care. We need to find us an old beater truck, Lucas." Amber calmed down, as did Diane. She started swinging her little fist at her dad's leg, which was not well received by either of her parents. Children mirror actions. We all decided to stop punching each other in jest, without any of us having to say a word about it. The twins moved in and took Diane's hands to help settle her down. They were the bridge between the adults and the babies. Everyone wondered how Chris and Colleen were doing. They'd been gone for a week, living on the road with their 4-month-old baby. It had to be hard. We hoped that the risk was worth it. Joe asked for the phone, and then Amber. Madison would call her mother after the other two made their calls. Lucas and I stepped to the side. He was excited about our upcoming trip. We can't do anything until we get our quad back. Then we can venture as far as we want to find what we need, I said conspiratorially in a low whisper. It didn't register, so I looked around, made sure no one was close. Even if we have to go all the way to the resort, if you get my drift. The lights went on, and he broke into a toothy grin. And if you let on that we're considering that, we'll both get kicked in the groin. During my scavenging days, I saw a few trucks in 2 rivers that will probably work. You can fix one, right? Chuck, I was raised to work on old trucks. There's nothing better, and we'll put a barrel of gas and a couple spare tires in the bed. It'll be just like camping. It won't be hard, since we know people won't be shooting at us. Lucas was excited. He loved the adventure side of what we were doing. I can't guarantee that people won't be shooting at us, I said smoothly, softening it with a smile. Yeah, I won't share that with Amber either. Lucas shrugged and returned to his wife and child. I watched them, thinking about what kind of risk we were taking. I liked the jet rides, but were they worth my life? Of course not. But I could take a look. If things got hot, we'd run. I wasn't too proud. My family liked having me around. Plus, I liked living. What do you think, Ben? Time to go fishing? Maybe bag a big bull on the way back? Everyone drifted away to their own tasks while Ben and I went fishing. It was almost like being on vacation, except we either had to catch fish or shoot a moose. Otherwise, we'd be eating baked beans again. With the dogs, we needed to catch and dry some 18,000 fish or shoot a moose every 2 weeks. We hoped for a balance between the two. We were quiet as we took Ben's quad to his new favorite fishing hole. He grinned when he asked me not to tell anyone where it was. As I cast into the river and gently reeled the lure through the water, I redid the calculations again. 18,000 fish, Ben. That's how many we need to catch and dry, I said, just above a whisper. I know, Ben answered, not taking his eyes from his bobber. He turned the crank a couple times very slowly as he watched, then yanked to set the hook. He had a fighter who weaved back and forth across the water. We didn't have time to play, so once he was certain the hook was set, he horsed the fish in and threw it in a big plastic bucket. It flopped around until it resigned itself to its new confines. A grayling. Not the meatiest fish, but at least something was biting. He moved further away and cast into a new place. He soon had a second fish on, then a third and a fourth. The last 2 were rainbow trout, which were more substantial and tastier than the grayling. I finally caught one, pleased with myself when I reeled in a rainbow and added it to the bucket. Ben started describing his fish wheel. He wanted to build it up the river, so we threw our gear into the quad's trailer. Ben and I cleaned the fish quickly, rinsed the bucket in the river, then put the fish fillets back in with the clean water. It was amazing how clear the river ran when there were no people to spoil it. It hadn't rained in a while either, so no silt flowed. It was a beautiful day to scour the riverbank looking for the perfect place to put a fish wheel. It would be built between floats and could be put anywhere on the river, but to maximize its usefulness, Ben had to guide the fish toward and through it. He described how the fans would rotate with the water flow, catching the fish as they swam upriver. There was an angled exit chute that dumped the fish into a holding area that Ben intended to make from a double layer of fish net. He had a good plan, and when he described everything, he wasn't talking to me. Ben didn't need anyone to put his plan into action. He looked forward to doing it, especially since fish wheels had been illegal in the rivers he'd worked for his entire adult life. That made me wonder how he knew so much about them. I didn't ask, but I had to ask a different question. Do you think 18,000 fish is possible, Ben? No. A quarter of that, maybe. For every 1,000 fish we get, it saves a moose. The fish are good for the dogs' coats and their digestion. They're the only things we can count on. We can't put our faith in that generator or any of these vehicles. The dogs, we can trust them. All we have to do is take care of them, Ben said firmly. I couldn't agree more. Have you been spending too much time with Abigail and Philip? It sounded like them, but it also sounded like me. I appreciated the quad as a means of transportation, but the dogs could be the difference between life and death. If it were winter, Lucas and I would mush to Healy. The summer gave us the opportunity to drive. Hopefully, the destruction along the road was limited. There'd been forest fires in the previous 4 years. We had no idea how far they'd ranged or what they'd damaged. Lucas and I would find out for what it was worth. If it didn't hold us up, then it didn't matter. Chuck and Lucas unleashed. 10 days after their departure, Chris and Colleen still had not returned. We were beginning to worry, but we also had things to do. The wood-burning stoves were in place where the engineers told us to put them, but we hadn't moved any firewood. We identified stocks of split firewood within a mile of the school that would last us the entire winter, so there was no rush. We wanted to wait until the weather got cooler and we could slide the wood over the snow. Filling the trailers and pulling them with a quad was too much wear and tear on the vehicle, even without moving that much wood. That freed Lucas and I to go truck shopping. We used Ben's quad as he was engrossed in building the fish wheel and wouldn't need it for a few days. We headed out of North Pole on Nordell Road. It looked far different than the last time we took it. It had been dark then. We now drove in the middle of a summer day, where the foliage was trying to reestablish dominance. We had to go slow and climb over vines and through weeds, but it was clear enough that we made it to Chena Hot Springs Road in 45 minutes. I stopped at the intersection and looked at Lucas. To the left, our home was close by. We needed to turn right to go to Two Rivers, another 14 miles up the road. The resort was only 50 miles away. We had plenty of gas, and the quad was running without a problem. Our toolkit was in the back. The trailer remained in North Pole. This was a scouting run, not a scavenger hunt, but we also hoped to drive a truck back with us. Lucas nodded his head to the right. I jammed the gas, and we peeled through the corner and raced up the road. Next stop, Chena Hot Springs Resort. Once we arrived, the giddiness we felt disappeared as we saw the destruction of our former home in the broad daylight. We'd spent 4 years of our lives here, and it was disconcerting to see it like this. A tear crawled down Lucas's face. You go check on the airplane. I'll look and see if there's anything here, I said without looking at him. He wasn't the only one with tears in his eyes. He took the quad, speeding away to put distance between him and the destruction. I walked around the main area of the resort. My last impression from before, under the fleeting lights of the snow machine, was of everything destroyed. It was different in the daytime. The main lodge was leveled, and the building with the restaurant and kitchen was gone too. The ice museum was cut in half, all the ice gone. There was a small puddle above the inlet at the bottom of the outside rock pool. The hot spring was alive, but needed power to return to its former glory. I dug through the rubble of the destroyed lodge, looking for something personal that we could take back, give to its former owner. But things didn't matter as much. The people. That was important. No one cared if they didn't save the hard drive with all the movies. It would be nice once we had electricity, but we didn't need it. Which was convenient because I couldn't find it, although I searched. I personally liked watching a movie before going to sleep. No one else needs this, you big baby, I thought to myself. That's it then, I said with finality. I think this will be the last time we see you. Thank you. You took good care of us. You will be fondly remembered and sorely missed. Maybe one day. I looked around to make sure Lucas didn't hear me talking to the rubble. With jaw set, I strode briskly for where we'd stored the airplane. Lucas was elbow deep in the engine, but he was making happy sounds. He talked to each part as he checked it, then moved on. Talking to inanimate objects is a habit one picks up when living alone for too long. "Lucas!" I shouted as I approached. He jumped, but then settled back into what he'd been doing. "I don't see why we can't take this baby for a ride today," he said from within the engine cowling. "I know what you're thinking, but for the last 3 years, I did the PMs, the preventive maintenance on this plane every month. It hasn't received any love the past 5, but otherwise, it's in the same shape as the last time we flew." It had been years since our trip. Despite Lucas's assurances, I had no confidence that the plane was airworthy. The avgas was old, but it had been sealed. I checked it while he continued his work. No sheen on the top, and no standing water. I took the hand pump out of the airplane and topped off its tanks. Lucas extracted himself from the engine after hooking up the battery. He asked me to exercise the controls slowly, working the flap, ailerons, and the vertical stabilizer. When he gave me the thumbs up, I tried to start the engine. It cranked slowly, but coughed to life, sending out more black smoke than I was comfortable with, but Lucas beamed with joy. I contorted my body to climb into the co-pilot's seat as Lucas pushed me out of the pilot's seat. He took his place, put on the headset, and started to taxi. I was aghast. "Where are you going?" "We're going for a ride. We're pretty sure no one is going to shoot at us, right?" He grinned as he worked the controls. "You mean somebody besides our wives? The people closest to us who we promised that we wouldn't do exactly what you're doing? Does there need to be anyone else?" I tried to make my case, but we continued taxiing to the end of the runway. Lucas turned the Cessna into the wind. "Yeah, I meant beside them. I'll stay to the north and low so they can't see or hear us. Want to run to Denali?" "No, we're not going all the way down there. But I do want to look at the road, Parks Highway. What kind of problems will we find when we drive it?" He nodded and gunned the engine. We built speed and slowly lifted into the air. He leveled off at 500 feet, flying above the road to Fairbanks. Not sure we could have screwed up more. We flew over Madison's and my old house. It was comforting to see it standing there, as if we could walk right in, be as comfortable as we were before. Continuing past, we flew over the northern edge of the city. The destruction was bad, but not complete. Much of the city had survived. I was surprised at how much. It became clear what had happened to all the people as we followed the Parks Highway south out of town. Broken down vehicles lay dead in the road, but a lane of travel remained open. Maybe someone drove a bulldozer to clear their own way. More and more vehicles were abandoned the further we got from Fairbanks. Dead cars choked the road as we approached Nenana. We looped around the city. There were too many vehicles parked within. I had no doubt bodies filled the town. We continued past Nenana, following the road that gently curved toward Denali, the Great One, the tallest mountain in North America. With a great cough, the engine hesitated. We dropped 50 feet before the engine caught again, but it was running roughly, as if only half the cylinders were firing. My heart leapt into my throat. Lucas looked worried. With a final sputter, the engine seized, and the propeller ground to a halt. Vehicles filled the tree-lined road. I panicked. There was nowhere to land. Lucas eased into a shallow turn and headed for the river. We were losing altitude too fast. He banked briefly, letting the wind hit the underside of the wings, bouncing us a little higher. The plane leveled, then started descending again. "Come on, little fella. You can make it," I pleaded in my head with the plane. I cringed as a tree stood tall in front of us. Its top branches were just below the propeller as we shot over it. We didn't hit. That relief was short-lived as the river zoomed up to meet us. The wheels dug into the water, throwing the plane forward. The propeller hit, and we crashed to a halt. Lucas and I both slammed against our restraints. The plane was sinking. I was dazed from the violence of the impact, but I'd protected my head. Nothing was broken, but I was sure the belts had left bruises across my chest. Lucas looked dazed. "Get out!" I yelled as I undid the central buckle of the cross harness. Lucas clumsily popped his, then shook his head to clear it. We opened our doors just in time to let the water rush in. I pulled myself against the flow of cold water, getting my head out before the cabin went underwater. The airplane twisted as it was pulled downstream by the current. I went hand over hand, using the wire antenna along the spine of the fuselage to move myself to the tail of the airplane. Halfway there, I looked back. I saw one hand flopping lazily out of the water. I dove forward, slamming hard against the roof over the cabin. I held the wire with one hand while grabbing a handful of Lucas's shirt to pull him out. He came into the water readily as he pushed himself out with the last of his energy. He gulped a deep breath as I held him in my arms, trying to stand on the airplane as it sank beneath us. Soon, I was treading water for both of us. The airplane was gone. I kept Lucas on his back as I side-stroked toward the western shore. The current pulled us downstream, farther away from Nenana with every stroke. Lucas started kicking his feet to help me. Slowly, we made progress. Finally, my foot touched the bottom. I pushed hard to gain a foothold and then crawled onto the shore. Lucas rolled over and puked. I felt like joining him, but I didn't have the energy. I lay there, panting. "I think we made a big mistake," was all I managed to get out between my shallow gulps of air. Lucas closed his eyes and held his head in his hands. "Where is everyone?" When we didn't return by dinner, people weren't too surprised. When we didn't return by bedtime, Madison and Amber started to get anxious. When we hadn't returned by dinner the next day, they wanted to form a hunting party and go after us. The engineer's quad wasn't safe. Ben's quad was at the resort. Chris and Colleen had our quad, and they hadn't returned. Then the crying began. The two women were inconsolable. They were angry and sad and scared, but they weren't alone. The community decided that finding us was the new priority. The engineers dropped everything they were doing to fix their quad so that it could be used for the search. It took scavenging an old oxyacetylene welder to touch up some of the support bracing and a full day of tinkering to get it where it would drive straight. The group looked at Amber, Madison, and Diane as they prepared to leave. Joe and Emma held the twins close. They had an entire community to watch them while their parents were away. With one last wave, the two women drove away, heading for Nordell Road and the way from North Pole to our old house. They saw where we'd driven over foliage encroaching on the road. Nordell intersected Chena Hot Springs Road near the bottom between two hills. To the left, our house. To the right, Two Rivers and Chena Hot Springs Resort. The tire marks where I'd slid around the corner were clearly visible. Amber turned to the right and followed. They didn't find anything to tell them which road we'd taken into Two Rivers, but they followed them, one by one, honking and hoping that we'd be close. They shut off the engine often to listen. "You don't think," Madison started to ask. "Of course they did. They went to the resort," Amber snorted. She spun out more quickly than she intended, which jostled Diane. She slowed and regained control. Once on the main road, she sped up. It was only another 35 miles to the resort. Soon, they were sitting on the runway, looking at the quad sitting next to an empty spot where the plane used to be. "If he isn't dead, I'm going to kill him," Madison vowed angrily. Amber hung her head. Was there ever a doubt? When those two are together, they get weird. It's like they think they can conquer the world through their shared force of will. I thought they might come here. I hoped they wouldn't, but I knew better, Amber finished in a whisper. But they shouldn't have. They lied to us, Madison insisted. Maybe they didn't intend to take it when they first came out here. Lucas had been keeping the plane ready to fly. He didn't think I knew, but I did. Why are we trying to make them something that they aren't? In some ways, they're like little kids. In other ways, there's no one else I want to be around. They kept us comfortable, even when we had nothing, Amber said, watching a raven flying in the distance. They are who they are, and we married them because of that. Now, we don't like something that they would have always done? Shame on us. When they get home, and I mean when, not if, maybe you can watch Diane while Lucas and I take a couple of days for a lover's retreat. And there he'll get the spanking he so richly deserves. She smiled devilishly. Madison didn't know what to say. She had to think about it. They were comfortable. Lucas and I hadn't left them to fend for themselves. They had plenty to eat, good shelter, and an endless supply of drinking water. There was time before anything else needed to happen. I'll drive the other quad. Let's stop by my old house. I'd like to bring a family picture with us to the new place. Amber nodded as they belted Diane in. It wasn't optimal for a 2-year-old, but they didn't have a child's car seat. Madison looked at the gun case, seeing that the .45-70 was still there. She looked in the back. All our tools and gear were still on the quad. She shook her head, knowing that we'd flown without taking any equipment. The two quads turned and headed down the road, leaving Amber and Madison to their thoughts as the wind and trees rushed by. Chris and Colleen. Colleen rode Penelope as they walked slowly on the road to North Pole. It took a couple days to get the horses used to human company again. The saddles were in sorry shape, so they had to scavenge Delta Junction to find a cream that they could work into the leather to soften it. Taking it easy was Colleen's idea. Chris thought that she wanted the time to daydream and relive an old life that was comfortable. He knew she missed it, but he couldn't help any of that. All he could do was give her time to reconcile herself with today and what that meant. She let her horse walk casually. Chris couldn't talk with her because he had to keep the quad away from the horses. He didn't want to spook them, so they traveled in silence. They could have made the trip in a single day, but it extended to 3 days. When they were a few miles from North Pole, Colleen waved Chris ahead and yelled to let the others know that they'd be there soon. She smiled at him as she hadn't in a long time. He smiled back at her and waved. Hermione slept peacefully in her carrier, buckled into the passenger seat. They'd found it when they were looking for saddle soap. Chris took the carrier and put it to good use. He felt better with the baby protected, and she seemed happier too. And now they were all happy. He grinned as he let the quad run up the straightaway toward their new home. He pulled in to find the other two quads gone and only a couple of people around. The engineers were at the refinery. Amber and Madison were searching for their husbands, who had disappeared 2 days previously. Abigail and Philip were exercising the dogs as they prepared to go in search of the search party. Joe and Emma watched the twins, their Tony, and little Bill. Becca and Darren had taken a dog team moose hunting. Clarice was in the kitchen, and Ben was trying to get his fish wheel working. Outside of that, everything was normal. Chris parked the quad, hoping that they had running water, which they did not. There was a hand pump to fill a portable gravity shower that fed into a large hole they dug in the sand of the playground. This made up their outhouse, septic, and wastewater disposal area. It would do. He stripped and washed, using a towel to cover himself to go into the school and dig out new clothes. They'd been gone for 11 days. It was nice to finally have a shower, even if it was lukewarm. He was clean and refreshed when Colleen rode in on Penelope, leading Sophie. The few people there cheered as she held her hands above her head as if she'd just won an Olympic gold medal. With Chris's help, she climbed down and greeted everyone warmly. They walked as a group to a fenced-in field a few blocks away. They told her how Lucas and I were going to scout the area, find an old truck that would be fine with the gas we had, fix it, and then return. Once Chris and Colleen arrived, they'd go to Healy and see if they could find any sign of people, and specifically the lost daughter. After removing the saddles, they put the horses into the small pasture. The grass was thick, and the horses started grazing. Although they were shaggy-looking, Colleen had brushed them whenever they stopped on their return journey. They looked more respectable. The pasture didn't have a water source. Chris said he'd take care of that, and he headed back to the school. Colleen couldn't believe that she was reunited with her horses. Maybe God was smiling down on her. She'd come to grips with her new life, and she liked it. She liked her previous life as well, but that was a world and a lifetime away. The group slowly walked back to their new home. Bill held Joe's hand as he walked, yelling at this or that when they passed anything that interested him. The twins rolled their eyes every time he opened his mouth. When he was older, I expected we'd see some fireworks and a major throwdown between him and the twins. Until then, we had a marginal truce. As the group approached the school, they could hear a quad in the distance. They waited until it approached, only to see that there were two quads, the engineers and Ben's, but there was no sign of us. Amber and Madison drove up and stopped next to the vehicle Chris had parked in front of the school. They shook their heads as they got out. Everyone wanted to know what happened and where we were. They took the airplane, Amber said as she turned her back on the group and carried Diane inside. Madison nodded to the twins with a look of reservation. As usual, they had complete confidence in me, their father. They weren't worried. They shrugged and headed for the kennel to see their dogs. Nenana. Lucas and I stayed at an abandoned cabin by the river. There were 3 cans of green beans and nothing else. We ate those and drank lots of water to help our bruised muscles. After 2 days, we had to start moving, find food, and a means of transportation. Besides not telling our wives, nothing else has changed, I said. Sure, we wanted to wait until Chris and Colleen were back, but since we're halfway to Healy, maybe we can find a truck down here, fix it, get it going, and drive the rest of the way. Take a look and then go home. Then we won't have to go away again. I'm not sure I want to drive this road twice. All we have to do is find a vehicle. Do you think the restaurant in Nenana has a drive-thru? I'm pretty hungry, Lucas said in a tired voice. I'm sure it does, my man. Let's go see what we can find. We walked to the highway and then turned north. We avoided looking at the cars at first because of the dead bodies, but then the realization hit us that these people may have packed food for their trip. We looked into back seats, hoping to see beef jerky or anything in a sealed package. The insides of the windows were covered with a nasty film caused by the decomposing bodies. We looked for vehicles without people, but all of them were covered with pollen, ash, and dirt from sitting outside for 4 years. We used our sleeves for a quick clean of the back door window, peer inside, and move on. The first one that held promise was empty of people. I tried smashing it with a rock, but it crumbled when I drove it into the window. You've got to be kidding me. I looked at Lucas and he started laughing. We looked around, finally settling on a metal fence post in the ditch. I dragged it into the road and both of us used it like a battering ram to run it through the window. Lucas reached his good arm inside and pulled on the door handle. It popped open, and we dug through the boxes of goods in the back seat: Spam, Vienna sausages, and canned bread. The Spam and Vienna sausages had lids that opened with a pull tab, but we needed a can opener, or at least a sturdy knife, to open the bread. Using our battering ram, we broke through the back windows of 10 different vehicles. We used rags from the first car to cover our faces and hands while digging through the back seats. We found everything we needed, but wanted to wash it all off before we touched anything further. So we used bottled water. Almost every car had a few. We drank and ate until we couldn't move. We decided that once you scraped the weird jelly from the Spam, it tasted good. We hacked down 2 small trees using an axe that someone thought to bring along, and tied T-shirts to them to make what the Indians would call a travois, which made it easier to drag our supplies up the road. I thought we only had 10 or 15 miles to go to get back to town. When we passed a road sign, it said 12 miles to go. At our pace, that was 6 hours of walking before we could rest. We both wanted to get home. Never keep your better half waiting. It was amazing how we were able to keep going with food in our system. We made the walk in 5 hours, but we were tired when we arrived. We looked for a home that was unoccupied, finding a small cabin on the outskirts of town. We set up a temporary home as we looked for a vehicle to fix and drive away. We didn't stray far from the cabin the rest of that day. Our feet hurt, and we were tired and bruised. We used bug dope from inside to douse ourselves before lounging outside. We lit a mosquito coil, then a second that we put to box ourselves in. I fell asleep sitting in the chair. Lucas lay on the ground and was out cold. I don't know what time it was when we awoke, but I had a hard time standing. My legs were stiff from too much exercise, but at least my chest had stopped hurting. Lucas got up and stretched. He didn't look or act sore. That was the advantage of being 20 years younger. We didn't appear like we'd crashed a plane 3 days earlier, but we had. We were walking, and that was testament enough to our transgression. I wanted to find a ride quickly and get this over with. How long would it take me to get to Healy and search for the missing woman? I had no idea, but had no intention of letting it drag out any longer than necessary. Either she was alive and willing to be found, or she wasn't. A singular focus. Lucas and I found a truck not far away. It was parked in the driveway as if they had just returned from the store. It was older. We thought a late 1960s Chevy truck with a small block V8. Lucas was in heaven. He tore into the engine with reckless abandon. I felt useless, except to hand him tools from the owner's garage. I then excused myself to go shopping for more food. I kept a rag wrapped around my face as I went from house to house. Many were unlocked, making it easy to take a look inside. I towed a 4-wheeled garden wagon behind me. I had already added my normal shopping tools: a pry bar, a sledgehammer, bolt cutters, and an axe. I found 6 unopened quarts of oil. I'm sure we could find more if needed. The truck used at least that much. The best find that I made were 2 hunting rifles. Both were .308 caliber, and there was ammunition with them. We didn't know what we'd run across by Denali National Park, whether Russians or the grizzly bears. Being well armed was the best hedge against the unknown. I circled back to meet up with Lucas. He had the hood closed and was wiping his hands. "I think she's good to go, but the battery's dead," he said without preamble. "I don't know if we can find a good battery, but I'll start looking. There has to be a garage or gas station where you can buy a battery. We won't be paying, of course." I laughed at my own joke. "No need, Chuck. I topped off the water in the battery. Once we get it started, it can charge itself," he said. I looked at him oddly, reminded of the chicken and the egg philosophical debate. "It's a stick," he added. Finally, it registered. We could push start it, pop the clutch, and get it running. I started to climb into the driver's seat, but Lucas held me back. "Come on, Chuck. This is my baby." He looked confident. "The last time you kicked me out of the driver's seat, we ended up in the river, swimming. You push." I gently removed his hand from my shoulder and got in. I tipped my head toward the back of the truck. Fair enough, but once we get going, I drive. Once we get going, we load up everything we need, then you drive. I made my point firmly. Last time we flew off without any of our stuff, but then again, if we had, it would all be at the bottom of the river. I pumped the brakes until I felt pressure. I released the emergency brake, the foot pedal type, and waited for the truck to start rolling. I heard Lucas in the back grunting as he pushed. Something snapped, and it started rolling forward. I took my foot off the clutch while it was in first gear, and it stopped on a dime. I heard Lucas yell, "What the hell, Chuck?" He was holding his bleeding lip where his face smashed into the tailgate when the truck stopped so abruptly. "Sorry about that, Lucas. Brakes must have been rusted. I was hoping we'd get it to turn over sooner rather than later." Lucas wiped his mouth and spit blood on the ground. "Wait until you're going a little faster this time," Lucas counseled me. I nodded and waved an arm out the window. I pushed in the clutch, and this time the truck rolled more freely. Lucas pushed it on the level, quickly building speed. I almost lost sight of what I was doing and narrowly avoided hitting a parked car. I swerved and popped the clutch at the same time. The engine barked once, and the wheels chirped on the pavement. It didn't catch. I stopped. Lucas jogged up, breathing heavily, and started pushing again. We were starting to run out of room. At the end of the street, I popped the clutch again, and it barked, coughed, sputtered, and quit. Lucas was bent over with his hands on his knees. I parked the truck and got out. I pointed to the cab with my thumb. Lucas didn't seem as tired when he jogged forward and jumped in. I pushed the truck forward and around in a circle. We were pointed back the way we'd come. I started pushing. After 2 steps, Lucas let up on the clutch. I hadn't built up any momentum, so I didn't smash into the tailgate. I stood up straight and met his eyes in the rearview mirror. Age and deceit over youth and ability any day, my good man. Any day. Now, let's get this beast started and get on the road. I put my shoulder into it, happy with how well the truck rolled. Halfway down the street, Lucas popped the clutch and the engine roared to life. After the first few belches of blue-black smoke, it settled down. Lucas grinned and waved at me to get in. We drove down the street, stopping at the truck's home so we could liberate the toolbox from the garage. This went into the truck bed, along with the garden cart and everything in it. We drove to the cabin and loaded up our food. In just the neighboring houses, there was enough canned food to feed us for months. Food wasn't the problem in Nenana during the exodus from Fairbanks. It was the radiation and the panic. "How much gas do you think we need?" 10 gallons would be good, 20 would be better. We stopped at every house that had a garage or a shed until we had our gasoline. We also took some T-shirts to use as filters when we poured the gas. More oil, too, just in case the old gas was hard on the cylinders. Lucas had the window cranked down as he kicked it past first gear, settling to travel in second gear because of the jumble of vehicles on the road. First 10, then 20, and 30 miles of dead vehicles in the road. But there was a clear lane of travel, almost as if someone had moved vehicles out of the way. Although we'd walked the road for 5 hours, we hadn't thought about it until we saw it through the windshield. Getting ready for winter. Darren and Becca were successful in killing a moose, but soon discovered that a 12-dog team can't pull 750 pounds of meat, unless the humans pushed too, which they did, making for a very long and tiring trip home. They figured they were 10 miles away when they shot the big bull. Then they ran about 9.5 miles, pushing the wheeled sled and trailer while the dogs labored to keep it moving. Abigail and Philip found the hunters when they were almost back home. Abigail and Philip were pleased with the kill, although they suggested next time take a 16-dog team or one of the quads. Becca and Darren looked surprised and then ecstatic that the quads were back until they learned what Amber and Madison had found at the resort. But Chris and Colleen had returned with the two mares. The community had machine power, horsepower, and dog power. If the engineers had any success at the refinery, then they'd have electrical power too. Despite the victories, our absence cast a dark shadow over everyone. When you get depressed, there's nothing like work to bring you back to the land of the living. At least that's what Ben told everyone. He needed help getting his fish wheel into the water, and then he'd show everyone how to clean the fish and hang them on racks to dry. "The racks will be downwind, won't they?" Emma asked Joe out the side of her mouth. "I sure hope so. The outhouse is bad enough," she answered, as they handed Tony back and forth while they walked. It was part of a game that he enjoyed. As soon as he hugged one of his mothers, he'd hold out his hands to go to the other. The sheer size of the fish wheel was impressive. Huge scoops were built around a central hub, held in place by two long poles. Once the wheel was in the water, Ben could use the poles to push it further into the current or pull it closer to the shore. The poles also kept the contraption from being pulled downstream. It took 4 people to lift the fish wheel and carefully move it to the water's edge. They lifted on the poles, while the others on shore pushed toward the water. Emma let go with a yelp and started biting her hand, a splinter. The others let the fish wheel down into the water. It settled into the current and started slowly turning. A chute ran from the top of the poles to a collection net. While it was in the water, someone would have to monitor it to remove the fish before the net filled and they escaped. It had only been in the water for 20 seconds when the first fish rode the wheel upward and slid out the opening in the scoop and into the chute. Everyone watched the fish drop into the net and splash around. "I'll be damned," Ben said with a toothy grin. He looked at Clarice, and she smiled back in her matronly way. Another fish, and another. They stood on the shore and cheered, even Madison and Amber. They would have cheered louder if we'd been there, as we would have high-fived the others and run around like idiots. We would have called it dancing, of course, but that's how we rolled. As the fish gathered in the net, Ben made everyone get knives for cleaning. They threw the guts and heads into a barrel that Ben would dump downstream. He didn't want to scare the fish or pollute the water at this point. When the fish wheel dropped its 500th fish, Ben was beside himself. He'd never expected these numbers. Maybe they would get half of what they needed to feed the dogs. It cut down on how many moose they needed, which would help keep the moose population growing. Ben felt good about doing his part for the community. He saw how hard everyone worked. He couldn't believe his luck in joining such a group of people. He said a prayer as he'd found a good home for Clarice and himself. Clarice watched her husband revel in the success of the fish wheel, seeing his face change as he looked at the people cleaning the fish and having fun doing it. She saw pride, his pride in the group. Clarice was happy to be here too. It was what they'd practiced their entire lives for. The engineers. Shane talked constantly when he was with Cullen, but when he was with the group, he kept his mouth shut. Cullen told him that we were all good people, but something held him back. Colleen checked him after her return and declared him to be past the worst of his concussion. She watched his body language change when Chris was around. It was more than fear. It bordered on terror. When Colleen confronted Chris, he decided to come clean. "Remember when he wouldn't stop screaming?" She nodded. "I punched him in the head so we could get him out of there. Chuck was going to do it, but I wouldn't let him. Chuck does all the crap jobs. It was my turn to shoulder the load," he said with no hint of remorse. "I see," she said coldly. "I've tried talking with him, but he shuts down completely. I can only say I'm sorry so many times." Chris shrugged, waiting for his verbal beatdown. Instead, Colleen pulled him into a hug. "Sometimes you just have to do what needs to be done. Maybe he'll come to realize that. Neither of you are wrong, but we're too close here. You two will have to make peace at some point. When that time comes, make it happen," she told him. He held her head in his hands and looked deep into her eyes. "I don't deserve you," he whispered. "I know," she answered, playfully pushing him away. He'd never been happier. Unlike the engineers, who had extreme highs followed by crushing depression, no one could tell if they were happy or not. They surveyed the refinery and determined that they could use the fractional distillation process to produce diesel fuel for their generator. The problem came when they had to reroute some piping systems. They had no way to clear the pipes of residual hydrocarbons, that is, flammable material. That meant that they couldn't cut the old pipe without risking a fire or explosion. They only had the one facility. After 2 days of tinkering, they decided the best solution was to build a new system. Refining oil was as simple as boiling the oil and capturing the steam at different heights based on its weight. They had to build a still. Although simple, it was dangerous, as everything within the system was sensitive to fire. They had a tank they could use to heat the fuel oil. They could build a tree on top that captured the different vapors from the process, and then they needed additional tanks for the distillates, the separated liquids condensed from the oil steam. Shane calculated that they needed 50 gallons an hour to feed the big generator. They weren't using it to capacity, but if they wanted to use electrical heat, it would pull a heavier load, although still far short of its capacity. That meant 1,200 gallons a day, or the staggering amount of 216,000 gallons for the entire winter. They didn't have enough crude oil. If they couldn't distill a sufficient amount, then there'd be hours where they couldn't run the generator. The engineers found this disconcerting. Their job was to provide power, and they had the equipment, but were stymied by a lack of natural resources. How much wood had to be burned to boil the oil? That would probably cause a shortage too. They looked for alternatives. The river froze in the winter, so hydro power generation wouldn't work. The wind was inconsistent. Solar power worked well in the summer, but without massive storage capacity, the sun couldn't generate enough electricity during a winter day to power a cell phone. "We need to change some of the variables," Cullen said as they sat in an office at the refinery. "How can we trim the usage rate?" "The absolute minimum usage on that beast is 40 gallons an hour. If we ran it only 6 hours a day, that's 240 gallons, and 6 months comes to 43,200 gallons. "We can do that," Shane said, setting his jaw firmly, and nodded. "But that's not good enough," Shane started to say as Cullen looked at him through narrowed eyes. "We need a smaller generator, or we need one that burns fuel oil. Almost everyone around here has a fuel oil tank outside their house. One of these tanks here has fuel oil too. I think the variable we need to change is what fuel we burn." Cullen thought about it. They hadn't invested too much time in the refinery, although what they proposed was another shortcut. They knew what I'd say. It's living for today, planning for tomorrow. In the other world, someone would call it outside-the-box thinking. That metaphor only worked if you believed in boxes. "We need to talk to the others. I think we can sell them on the idea," Cullen said. Shane crossed his arms and dropped his head, assuming a self-protective posture. "Dude, they may have treated us like crap when we started this adventure, but hell, look at everything they've done for us. What have we given back? Not a damn thing. Not yet, anyway. We're living down to Chuck's and Chris's expectations, but they've given us space, even apologized to us. I don't think we've earned that. I know we haven't. Let's go in there with our heads held high, naked in front of them all, and show them what we can do. I, for one, would like electricity for more than 6 hours a day. We're going to provide that power, and we're going to enjoy it." Cullen slapped Shane on the shoulder as they walked out. After another fabulous dinner provided by Joe and Clarice, Cullen and Shane moved to the middle of their small dining room. Cullen opened his mouth to speak, but stopped as he watched Shane take off his shirt, then his pants. As he prepared to pull down his underwear, Cullen grabbed his arm. "Dude, what the hell?" "You said we'd be naked in front of everyone. You said—" Shane looked around at the group as people snickered. The twins laughed out loud. Euphemistically, but I like your motivation. You might want to get dressed, Cullen told his friend. Shane turned a bright shade of red as he made to leave. Where are you going? Shane stammered an unintelligible response to Cullen's question. Stay here, dude. They've already seen the worst of it, and we have something to say. Shane nodded once and put his clothes back on. As he buttoned his shirt, Cullen spoke to the group. The big generator isn't going to work. Sure, it runs fine, but it burns too much diesel. We can convert it so it'll burn fuel oil, but it still burns way too much for what we need. Two things. We have to find a smaller generator, probably in the range of 10 to 20 kilowatts, and we will convert it to burn fuel oil. That means we'll have to scavenge what's left in the home storage tanks for this whole area, filter it, and build a large storage tank to hold it all. And we have about 2 months to get all that done, so we have electricity 24/7 for the entire winter. Cullen took a deep breath, expecting questions or a counter-proposal. He thought they might even attack them for coming up with a plan that required the others to do more work. Chris stood and started clapping. The others joined in. All they'd ever wanted from the engineers was a sound plan to get them through the winter. Cullen and Shane had failed to articulate what they were going to do until now. Just tell us what you need us to do, Chris said as he shook Cullen's hand and then Shane's. Shane started to shy away and then turned back, stood tall, and awkwardly slapped Chris on the shoulder. Chris pulled the frail-looking young man to him and gave him a one-armed man hug. We're here for you, and we'll get it done. 2 months? No problem, as long as we find ourselves a generator that will work. First thing tomorrow, we drive. Colleen watched Chris with amusement. She hadn't expected the issue to resolve itself so quickly. She was pleased that it did, and ready for the community to move on. There was always something else that needed doing, and not enough time to do it. She shook her head as she thought about how many more fish they'd need to clean and dry. Healy. After 40 miles, we passed the convoy from Two Rivers. They'd departed less than a week after the initial explosion, which put them toward the front of this traffic jam. We stopped at the top of an incline, in case the battery hadn't charged. I walked along the vehicles, wiping the windows as I went and looking in. They were all empty. Where did they go? I asked, not expecting an answer. We topped off our truck's tank using a gas can from one of the Two Rivers' trucks. I was hesitant to check the dog boxes, but they were empty. I was glad that the dogs got out, but the sleds were still on the top of the vehicles. They hadn't mushed the dogs away. It looked like they'd been released to fend for themselves. Do you think there was a formal evacuation of some sort? Maybe there were buses, and that's why they kept this lane open. I'm pretty sure they didn't bring a military convoy to Fairbanks. I have to believe that we would have heard or seen something like that, I said quietly, not really sure what to believe. Lucas, when's the last time someone used this road? I don't know. Fairly recently. We just drove on Nordell a week ago, and we know that hadn't been traveled in years because of the weeds and trees. Compared to that, this has seen some traffic. Who would be here, and with a vehicle? The hair stood up on the back of my neck. What do you say we keep the rifles close? I put my hand over the comfortable shape of my .45 in my shoulder holster. Most of the time, I forgot it was there. I was glad to have it. I had no idea what we were getting ourselves into, but maybe the unknown vehicle driving this road held a couple people just like us, trying to survive until tomorrow. We continued toward Healy, driving slowly as we approached. There were hotels and other places for tourists in the 10 miles north of town. When we passed these, the presence of others became more obvious. Vehicles had been recently broken into. Weeds were crushed on the pavement. I think I understand what happened. When the Russians bombed us, they did that as they were pulling out. At least that's what I heard at the Pentagon. People around here must have remained hidden until the Russians left, and now they are into scavenging, where before they probably lived like cavemen in the hills, not risking getting caught. That had to be tough. Denali is known for its grizzly bears and wolves. "So, what do we do?" Lucas asked, absent-mindedly stroking the sling of his rifle. "Let's see if we can find where they're staying. Maybe we can meet them without getting shot. I'm a big fan of not getting shot. I still have the scars on my head from the shotgun blast when I made contact with the wrong people. Yeah, not a fan at all." We hopped back in the truck and drove to the resort town of Healy, Alaska, where the only coal mine was, along with the entrance to Denali National Park. I wondered if it was still considered a national park, since the government sold us out under threat of a nuclear attack on the lower 48. I didn't spend much time thinking about that, as it didn't matter. Smoke from a chimney told us that someone was staying at the Denali Touch of Wilderness, a bed-and-breakfast hotel. I couldn't blame them. We had stayed in the nicest rooms at Chena Hot Springs Resort. When you survived the end of the world, you took certain liberties without remorse, like hunting when you needed food, regardless of the season. "Moment of truth, Lucas," I said, as we pulled into the parking lot. "First, turn the truck around and leave it running, so if we have to, we can make a quick escape." That was a hard lesson learned, by the way. Be ready to get us out of here if I come running like an idiot. Give the horn a couple honks and let's see what's next. I opened my door and slowly exited. My body seemed to fight me. The muscle memory of getting shot was strong. I took a few steps away from the truck and put my hands up. A shaggy-looking man jumped onto the porch, looking at us with jerky movements. He waved a rifle, but it looked rusty and old. "Get out! Don't make me shoot you!" he yelled, almost hysterically. "We're not here to hurt anyone or get into your business. We're looking for someone, a young lady named Tanya Bezos. Would you have seen her?" I projected using my Marine Corps voice. The door opened and another man walked out. "Put that gun away, Bob, before you hurt yourself again." They wrestled briefly before the second man took the gun away, and Bob went back inside. The second man opened the breech to show that it was unloaded and leaned it against the wall of the lodge. "We let Bob keep that so he's less afraid. He's had a rough time, and we kind of take care of him. I'm Randy Silvers, by the way." The young man strode forward without hesitation, hand out. I met him halfway, and we shook. "Chuck Nagy, and this is Lucas. We're from outside Fairbanks." Lucas joined us, and they shook. "I think we have a lot to talk about. First, do you know of any other survivors around here? We're looking for a Tanya Bezos." He shrugged. As we were heading inside, I waved Lucas back, telling him to stay outside, just in case it was a trap. My military intelligence paranoia was working overtime. Once inside, I saw Bob curled up in a corner on a dog bed. An older woman was cooking something on the wood-burning stove. She waved and introduced herself as Agnes. "Yeah, there are other people scattered around the hills," Randy said, as he handed me a glass of water and set the stage for his story. "When the Russians showed up, we didn't know what to do, but then they started herding people onto buses. They set up a camp just down the road. But the conditions, man, it was November, and all we had were tents. People died, froze to death in their sleep. I'd never seen a dead body before that. Then I woke up next to one." He hesitated and took a long drink of water. I waved out the door at Lucas to join us. "I was one of the stupid ones who went with them. Some people fought back. That didn't last long. Others ran for it. Others gave up, and once they were in the camp, they tried to fight back. It wasn't pretty, but it gave some of us the chance to escape. We ran for it. 10 of us made it out. 2 of us survived that first winter. Me and Bob there." He pointed. Agnes brought each of us a small bowl of stew. I stood to take it from her and thanked her, It smelled perfect. Lucas thanked her as well. I noted that Randy took it without acknowledging Agnes's existence. She didn't seem to notice. We ate small bites. It was hot. You've seen Bob. He hasn't been the same since he saw his girlfriend eaten by a bear. That happened right in front of him. I don't know how he got away. He got a nasty scar out of it. I'd ask him to show you, but when he's calm, we leave him be. The Russians? They pulled out 6 months ago, didn't they? I asked. Most of them left long before that, maybe 3 years, but they'd still harass us. The soldiers would show up, conduct a sweep, and then disappear again. It was often enough that we never felt safe. But 6 months ago, it all stopped. We haven't seen any sign of them since. Hell, we only moved in here a month ago when we realized they weren't coming back. He looked finished, so I told him what I knew, our survival, our run through the winter to get to Canada, and then our return. We talked about the charter, the mandate to settle Alaska once again, establish a new legitimacy where the UN would recognize who owned the state. We wanted it to be us. Randy and Agnes were excited. They were lifelong Alaskans and didn't want to leave. You don't have to. Establish a settlement. Get yourselves set for the coming winter, and I think next year will be a big year to consolidate and start building again. I believe that within a couple of years, you'll see the return of commerce, trade, everything that makes for a civilization. The infrastructure is still mostly in place, except for the big cities and military bases. Those were all nuked or bombed in some way. But we can build around that. I didn't like Anchorage anyway, I said to see if he was listening. He gave me a closed-mouthed smile. Maybe he lost family in Anchorage. I'm sorry. A lot of people died down there. I didn't mean to make light of that. Or Fairbanks or Delta Junction. A lot of people died. The government heard from a few of the native villages because of satellite phones. I'd like to think that most, if not all, are okay. So what's that leave us? 20 to 30,000 people still here? Everything else was turned into a resettlement camp until it was evacuated, like Valdez, Bethel, Nome, Homer. I still can't believe the magnitude of it all. I stopped. I had thought about it, but here they were in front of me. 3 people. Noam was in Nenana. I wondered how many people were still in Circle. It's okay, Chuck. I like what you said. We're going to rebuild. Maybe I can be the mayor of Healy. Ha! What do you think of that, Agnes? Chortling, he slapped the table. Agnes smiled and returned to her needlework. Let us clean that up for you, Agnes. It's the least we can do to show our appreciation for your hospitality. We picked up all the bowls and headed for the door to what we suspected was the kitchen. Agnes brightened immensely. Randy looked angry. I ignored him as Agnes followed us into the kitchen, carrying a kettle that had been on the stove. A jug of clean-looking water sat in the sink. We mixed the two and did the dishes for her. It took us less than 10 minutes, start to finish. When we returned, Randy was standing with his hands on his hips. "You're going to ruin it," he spit out. "What are you talking about?" I asked, surprised, but not at his demeanor. This young man had put himself in charge. He was probably part of the reason Bob was still a basket case. "We have a good thing going here, and you're ruining it. Agnes takes care of everything for us, and that's how we like it." He finished by thrusting out his chest and standing close so he could loom over me. My expression didn't change as he put his hands on my shoulders, but Lucas snickered. When Randy looked at him, I kneed the younger, larger man in the groin as hard as I could. He came off the ground and crashed through a chair on his way to the floor. "Agnes, grab your stuff if you want to go with us," Lucas told her. She shuffled away, returning after 2 minutes with one bag. "That's it?" I asked. "Yes, dear. I don't need much." She smiled as she tottered out the door. Lucas followed her to the truck. I stayed behind. I pulled out my pistol and made a show of racking the slide, which was just a show. There was already a round in the chamber, so I only went part of the way to avoid ejecting one of my precious rounds. I kneeled sideways beside him to limit his target had he chosen to lash out. He wisely whimpered and held himself. I forced the barrel between his lips. "If I ever see you do anything like that again, I will kill you," I hissed at him. "Here's what you're going to do. You will clean this place up and prepare it to receive visitors. You're going to figure out how to get running water back in here, and you're going to build yourself a smoker so you can stock some meat and other supplies. Do you understand me?" He nodded slightly. I stood and slowly backed away, keeping my pistol aimed at his head. His eyes were slits as he glared at me. I mouthed the word "boom" at him and backed out the door. I jogged to the truck, grabbing the rusty rifle on my way past. "Does he have a gun, Agnes, or a vehicle?" "That's the only one. I told them to take better care of it, and that truck over there is running, but just barely." She pointed to a newer truck. The old gas probably didn't agree with the fuel injection system. "You want to grab that, and we can drop it a few miles down the road?" I nodded toward Lucas. He hopped out and ran to it. It fired up, but coughed and smoked. I let him lead the way in case the truck broke down. We both spun our tires as we sped from the parking lot. "How about that, Agnes? A real jailbreak!" She laughed as she cranked the window down on her side of the truck, letting the wind pull her hair behind her. "Where did the others go, Agnes? I need to find this woman Tanya if she's out there somewhere. Can you point the way?" I pleaded with her. I expected there was a great deal she knew, but hadn't shared with Randy. "Keep going this way, and then there's a jeep track. I think we'll be able to make it, even if it's overgrown a little. We'll need to drive it all the way to the end, which is well inside the park. There are cabins out that way, with people staying there," she said slowly. "Don't be afraid, Agnes. I think you'll like our group, and we'll be happy to have you. We have all types, and we have one type. The one thing we insist is that everyone works to make the community better. After that, you do your own thing. We have a number of children, from a few months old to our 6-year-old twins." She bobbed her head in rhythm with the bouncing truck. I waved my arm out the window at Lucas, and he pulled to the side. "There might be some survivors in the hills, but we'll have to take an overgrown jeep path. You up for that?" I asked. Of course he was. He told me to lead the way and then pull aside when we were at the turnoff. He had no problem abusing the truck we'd just stolen. When we reached the so-called road, I waved Lucas ahead. Even he stopped and looked sideways at it. Overgrown didn't begin to cover it. I thought we were looking at the entrance to Jurassic Park. Agnes nodded and pointed. The truck protested as Lucas engaged the 4-wheel drive and powered into the brush. The cost of power. The engineers and Chris and Colleen took 2 of the quads in search of the elusive right-sized generator. They knew the most likely candidates would be found at the Air Force Base. Chris had been there before and led the way. The quads raced down the highway. Sometimes it was nice to feel the speed of the machine, but only on the straightaways. No one wanted to deal with another rollover, least of all the engineers. They pulled past the abandoned guard shack and through the open gate. The engineers asked if Chris knew where the buildings were that might need auxiliary power in case of an outage, places like a hospital, clinic, or headquarters. Chris shrugged. The base wasn't that big. They split it into 2 pieces, the hangars and everything else. Chris and Colleen drove to the flight line. The planes were arrayed across the tarmac as if waiting for the crew to show up and fly them away. There were hangars and other support facilities that lined the parking apron. At the end of the runway, a second taxiway led to an area where fighter jets could be parked, along with infrastructure suited for the smaller planes. They took a business-like approach and started with the first hangar, a massive structure where the biggest airplanes could be serviced. The building-sized doors were closed, but the normal door built into the larger retracting walls was unlocked. They went through and into the musty darkness. Chris had to return to the quad and get their flashlights. In the beams of their lights, they saw equipment lining the walls, leaving the central area open. Colleen went one way, and Chris went the other. They didn't know what most of the equipment did, and the going was slow as they checked tags, looking for a label telling them more about the equipment. Halfway down one wall, Colleen yelled for Chris. "I know what I'm looking for, but I don't know what I'm looking at. Can you make heads or tails of these tags? What is this stuff, and what does it do?" Exasperated, she leaned against a small tractor used to move aircraft around. Chris laughed. "Thank God! I thought it was just me. I bet there's something here they can use. Let's go find our young adventurers and tell them about this place. We can check out other things, see what we can use. I think we might need to make a major shopping run here." They held hands as they walked out of the building. Driving slowly, they listened for the other quad until they caught sight of the engineers. After a brief update, the two excited young men headed straight for the large hangar. Chris and Colleen went to the exchange to pick up cans of spray paint so they could tag places they wanted to come back to. And then they started the unsavory task of going through people's homes, looking for canned goods. They collected enough to fill the trailer, then consolidated more into a few houses where they spray-painted fluorescent lines on the doors. They were happy that they didn't find any bodies, but also surprised. They wondered where the people had gone. They finished with as much personal housing as they could stomach before exploring from the quad. There was a tank farm at the end of the base. Chris thought about climbing an outside ladder on one of the tanks, but Colleen stopped him by pointing to a small building where all the pipes led. The manifold building controlled the distribution of the fluids. Chris wanted to know what flowed through there. Inside, he was rewarded to find the pipes were clearly labeled. Jet fuel in 6 of the tanks, and diesel in the last one. They didn't know how much was in each tank, but Chris thought he could rig a rope with an anchor and conduct manual measurements. 5 more tanks were across the road with piping leading to a second manifold building and pumping station. Before they did anything else, they wanted to talk with the engineers and devise a plan to go after the right resources in the right way. They drove onto the taxiway and followed it to where the engineers' quad was parked. They stopped and yelled. They tried the first hangar, but no one was there. Then the second, and then a smaller third one. They were nowhere to be found. Chris went one direction and Colleen the other, both calling for Cullen and Shane. They looped around the buildings and met back at the quad nearly an hour later. There was still no sign of the engineers. "What do we do now?" Chris asked, torn between being angry and concerned. "We have to find them. When did we last see them?" Colleen's eyes pleaded with Chris. She was concerned and afraid. "A couple hours, maybe, and that's before spending the last hour looking. You go where I went, and I'll retrace your steps. Maybe you'll see something that I missed. Did they get into something they shouldn't have?" They ran in opposite directions, quickly disappearing into the hangars. It only took 10 minutes before Chris heard Colleen screaming for him. He broke into a sprint and nearly ran Colleen over as they reached the hangar door at the same time. "I found them, but can't get to them," she said as she took off at a dead run. Chris easily kept pace while preparing himself for the worst. They ran to the hangar that they'd first gone into, the one he'd gone through by himself an hour ago. Colleen ran across the open floor to a misshapen mountain of supplies and equipment in the back, covered by a large canvas tarp. Some careless individual had covered certain chemicals and supplies that shouldn't have been in the hangar to begin with. One corner of the tarp was pulled up. He hadn't thought to look under there. He started mentally kicking himself. Colleen waved him to the other side, and she grabbed a handful of tarp. He mirrored her action. Together, they rolled it back. The smell of an industrial chemical attacked his sinuses, burning with each breath. He almost lost his grip, but turned his head away and exhaled sharply before gulping a breath of fresher air to the side. They kept rolling the tarp back until the 2 young men were lying in the open. Colleen took a couple steps toward them, then coughed and retreated, holding her shirt over her mouth. Chris pointed her away from the area, toward the open floor. He leaned to the side and took a deep breath. He ran to Cullen, grasped under his arms, and dragged him backwards out of the area. Chris's chest heaved with the effort to take his first breath once in the open. He panted and then took in another big breath before going after Shane. When he dropped Shane next to Cullen, he watched as Colleen performed CPR, which made him check Shane's pulse. He had one, but was blue and barely breathing. Chris thought he remembered seeing an oxyacetylene welding rig. He shone his flashlight along the walls until he found it, and he ran for it. It was on a cart, which made pushing it back easy. He unhooked the oxygen line and secured it on the top of the tank, turning the valve to let the oxygen flow, but not at full pressure. He took off his shirt and made a tent over Shane's face, blowing the oxygen into the small area. Colleen continued performing CPR, but she was getting tired. Chris took over so she could examine Shane. Her skills were needed more on the living than the dead. When Chris gave Cullen a breath, he knew. The young man's face was cold. He'd been dead for a while. Chris stopped what he was doing and carefully lifted the man by his armpits and dragged him toward the door. He walked back to Colleen, feeling tired and very old. The survivors. Lucas revved the engine on occasion to keep it running while delivering extra power as he drove through dense bushes and over small trees. He backed up every now and then to get a run at the foliage that failed to give way under the slow approach. He could see enough to stay on the track and was happy when they finally broke into an open valley. He followed the old track across the valley as his engine temperature rose. He figured he'd punched a hole in the radiator, but didn't care as long as he could plow the way for me and our other truck. We didn't want our ride home to take the beating he was delivering to the stolen truck, and Lucas enjoyed every minute of it. We could hear him whooping and hollering with each new victory over nature. Agnes and I marveled at how his whole body bounced into the air as he negotiated ruts and small sinkholes. When the heat gauge redlined and the engine started sputtering, Lucas surged to a small open spot to the side and let the truck die. He jumped out, then used the classic hitchhiking pose to wave us down. "Going my way, mister?" Lucas waved to Agnes as he drawled his question. "Why don't you walk ahead and scout the best route? We can't afford to lose this truck, too." I was all business. I wanted to know if Tanya lived here, and then I wanted to go home. Agnes and I crawled after Lucas, but it made the drive much easier on us and the truck. The truck cleared the brush, and a stand of trees spread apart before we entered an open meadow around which a number of cabins stood. I stopped the truck, but before I could get out, the windshield shattered as a bullet tore through it, whizzing past my head and out the back window. I ducked to the right as Agnes dodged to her left, and our heads cracked together like two melons hitting the floor. Agnes grunted, and I shoved her underneath me as I used my body to protect her as a second shot sent the remaining glass over us. Lucas yelled at someone to stop firing while he scrambled to get behind a tree. He was unarmed and couldn't shoot back. I had my pistol and both rifles in the front seat with me, but was hesitant to expose myself outside the truck. Then again, if they shot the engine, we'd be trapped up here. I put it in reverse and backed away, fast, weaving as I did so. A shot missed the truck, and then another as I drove backward erratically toward the path down the hill. Lucas was yelling at me to wait, but there was no stopping. I could barely see, and my foot was jammed sideways against the brake pedal. Until I could sit up straight, the truck would continue downhill. I sat up just before we missed our path through the woods, yanking violently on the steering wheel while mashing the brakes. The truck slid sideways, stopped, then eased backward down the trail and into the brush. I stopped out of sight of the cabins. Agnes sat up and brushed the glass from her hair. "I'm sorry. I probably should have told you they're kind of wary of strangers," Agnes apologized. She opened her door. "Where are you going?" "They know me, dear. Let me smooth things over, and then you can come up." She patted my leg as she got out of the truck and walked up the hill, yelling as she went. "It's just me! Old Agnes!" She walked with her hands up. I feared that I would hear the angry retort of a rifle, but it didn't come. I got out of the truck and followed part of the way, staying behind branches and bushes as I neared the opening in the brush. I peeked between the leaves as Agnes walked past where Lucas hid. She talked with him briefly before continuing. I thought about getting a rifle, but that wouldn't get us what we wanted, which was information. A number of women materialized from behind cover. They all carried hunting rifles, and they looked too thin. Life in the hills around Denali must have been hard. Agnes greeted them warmly, but they didn't seem happy. They looked warily in our direction. The conversation lasted far longer than it should have before Agnes waved us forward. I walked out of the brush with my hands up. Lucas joined me once I was even with him. He held his hands up too. Prudence demanded humility. "That's close enough!" one of the women shouted, leveling her rifle at us. I froze. Lucas started to say something until she pointed the rifle at him. He stopped. We stood there so long that my arms started to hurt. The rifle started shaking as the woman struggled to maintain her aim. "Somebody has to do something," I said. She turned the rifle on me. "I'm going to put my arms down, and I would greatly appreciate it if you didn't shoot me. My wife will thank you later, and his wife won't kill me if I can bring him home in one piece." She finally let the rifle barrel drop toward the ground. I don't think it was as much our pleas as it was she just couldn't hold it anymore. They were probably weak from hunger. Not weaklings and not defenseless, but not up for any extended displays of physical prowess. "We're here for one reason only. I promised Mr. Bezos that I would look for his daughter. He's very concerned. Understand that I'm not here for money or anything else. I'm here because I couldn't look a father in the eye and tell him that even though I was the only one in a position to help him, I wouldn't. So here I am. Once I get the answer, we'll be on our way. Our wives are probably worried sick as we've been gone too long. I'm sure our kids miss us too." I wanted to establish that we were family men. Their fear of us was real, but only because we were men. I couldn't imagine what they'd gone through to become like this. "You've talked with my father? When?" A voice spoke from the back of the now large group of women and small children, the oldest no more than 3. "Tanya, I talked with your dad maybe 2 months ago. He'll be relieved to find out that you're alive, to say the least." The women started talking excitedly among themselves. I couldn't hear what they were saying. When Tanya stepped forward, she held the hand of a blue-eyed, blond boy about 2 years old. I looked from him to her. "We've been outside and only recently returned as part of the effort to resettle Alaska, take it back from the Russians through building and establishing a new colony." An older woman stepped forward and looked closely at me. I stood still, as if getting sniffed by a bear, watching her without moving my head. "I think he's telling the truth," she said as she stepped back. They waved us toward one of the cabins. Although I was considered truthful, I noticed that 2 women followed us at a short distance, their rifles at the ready. The pain they carried must have been immense. We were shown chairs at a small dining table and given water. I hadn't realized how much I'd sweated, but that came from the tense few minutes where I wondered if I was going to live or not. I still wondered what they'd do with us. We told our story first, ending with the bombing 6 months ago and our run from Alaska. Then our short stay outside and the government's offer for us to return. I went into detail about why we couldn't stay out there, how life here was better with our community. Tanya hovered nearby, but deferred to Terry, the apparent leader of the group. When Terry started speaking, no one moved. She spoke in a hostile voice, angry at the world. She talked of how the women were separated and then passed among the Russian men. I hung my head, tears welling in my eyes. I'd never felt so helpless. They were here the whole time we were living at the resort, without a care in the world, and they were tortured by men for the simple reason that they were women. We escaped one night when others rushed the guards. We went into the park, way into the park, but there are too many grizzlies and wolves. 10 of us died that first month. We couldn't protect ourselves. We were too weak. We finally made our way here, found the rifles and ammunition and a place that we could defend. We've been here for almost a year now. We have a nice community. All couples, plenty of children, same age as these little guys. We have a school, too. There are only 22 of us total, but we have skills, survival skills. We've got a good place, and we'll continue to grow, build a new society, fair, peaceful. We already have a community that we're proud of. That's what we want to see for a new Alaska. You can join us or stay here. It's all your choice, but we're going to leave. We want to get back to our families. Tanya, what do you want me to tell your father? I wanted to leave right then, but Terry grabbed my arm with her skeletal hand. I looked down at her fingers as they turned white with the strength of her grip. I put my hand over hers, and she flinched. I just want you to let go, that's all. She released the pressure and mumbled something that I couldn't hear. You can talk with my father? You have a radio that works? Tanya stammered. We have a satellite phone that your father gave me so I could call him when I knew something. It's available for anyone to use, but it's back where we're staying in North Pole. We can get it in return, but I don't know how long that will be, and I sure as hell don't want to drive back up that road to get here. They all started talking at once, and even with Terry yelling, it was chaos. I started to stand, and Terry clamped down on my arm once again. I grabbed her wrist and ripped her fingers from me. Her eyes blazed in fury as she tried to pull her rifle into her shoulder. Listen! I bellowed with everything I had. I'm not threatening you, and I demand that you don't try to hurt me. Do you understand? I'm not your enemy. We're leaving, and if anyone tries to stop us, I will shoot back. I threw the table out of the way and stormed out the door. Wait! A lone voice cried from within. Wait! Tanya ran out the door, trailed by her 2-year-old. I want to go with you. We want to go with you, she said, taking her son's hand and leading him up to us. Get your stuff. Bus leaves in 10 minutes, I said coldly. She picked up the little boy and jogged toward a distant cabin. Wait! A second voice from the doorway. I'm sorry. Will you give us time to talk about this? Some more may want to come along. As you can see, we don't eat real well here. Terry hung her head after speaking, turned, and went back inside. Lucas looked at me and then the cabin. His gaze drifted away into the trees. I can't imagine what they went through. Do you think we could have done anything if we came here when they were being held? Could we have broken them out earlier? No, there's nothing we could have done. They were being held by real military. Scumbags, but real military with real weapons. We wouldn't have stood a chance. The only thing we can do is treat them with respect now. It's the only thing we can do for anyone, whether we know them or not. They have our trust unless they show that they can't be trusted. And if they come, they'll be equal members of the community, just like the rest of us. I talked softly, unsure of what I wanted. It would be easy if we could just drive away. I couldn't do that, even as hostile as they were. I couldn't let them die out here. We'll protect them too, Chuck. They probably haven't had a good night's rest in years. Always hearing noises, living in fear, he whispered before squeezing my shoulder. Once again, Chuck, you saved the day. What if they all come? We make do. How many do you think are here? 20? 30? Standing room only in the bed of the truck. We need bigger wheels, Lucas said, watching the cabin door open and the women emerge, Terry in front, Agnes at her side. We will all come along, Terry stated in a loud and clear voice. There was a small cheer from the others, just like Lucas had predicted. "We welcome you to the community. How many is all, by the way?" 37, 18 adults and 19 children. I whistled through pursed lips. It was roughly 10 miles downhill to the highway outside Healy. From there, it was about 150 miles to North Pole. Further, since we had to drive the long way around Fairbanks. They could walk 10 miles downhill if we carried all their stuff in the truck, and then in the massive parking lot of vehicles, I knew we'd find one that would run. We had our truck to jumpstart another vehicle, and then another, as many as we needed, as many as we could find that would run. We had a plan, but it was too late in the day to execute it. Lucas and I insisted on sleeping in our truck, which gave the women extra time to get ready. We didn't have much food with us, but we gave it all to the group. We could go without for a day. We knew where there was more in Nenana, only 50 miles away. "We leave first thing in the morning," I said to Terry. She offered her hand, and we shook. Neither of us smiled. Shane. Colleen kept the oxygen tank over Shane's mouth until his color improved. Together, they carried him outside where the air was fresher, although Chris returned for the oxygen tank, just in case. Shane was groggy and couldn't seem to wake up. They put him in the quad. Colleen took the driver's seat. Chris said that he'd take care of things and be along shortly. She slowly drove away, looking back once before speeding up and disappearing around the building. Chris took a small tarp from a pallet of material. He wrapped Cullen's body and hefted the bundle over his shoulder. He put Cullen in the back of the engineer's quad and took it to the small clinic that serviced the base. He broke in and then broke a series of doors before finding a room that looked like the morgue. It only had 2 places for bodies, and both of those were taken. Chris gagged and returned to the vehicle. He carried Cullen back in and dropped him in the corner of the tiny room. Chris didn't know what to say, so he didn't say anything. On his way out, he saw oxygen bottles. He took these, along with a few bags of IV solution. They were old, but there was no alternative. He took the needles, too. Colleen would have to establish a clinic in one of the spare rooms of the elementary school. They could get most of their supplies from here. It would be a return trip that Chris didn't look forward to. He left the clinic, and since the engineer's trailer wasn't full, he went back to the houses with the painted stripe and emptied them. He drove off carefully. They'd already had enough tragedy for the day. He made it to North Pole without incident and parked next to the quad Colleen had driven. They hadn't emptied the trailer yet. He took 3 grocery bags in each hand and waddled to the door, pushing his way through to the inside. He staged the canned goods outside the pantry and went in search of Colleen. She was easy to find, as everyone was huddled outside Cullen and Shane's room. Chris ran back outside and brought in one of the small oxygen bottles with valve, tubing, and a nose piece. He handed it through the crowd to Colleen, who thanked him and put it on Shane, turning the valve fully open. She was trying to flush his lungs clean, but she feared that some of the damage would be permanent. There was nothing else she could do, so she chased people away to let Shane rest. Madison, with the help of the twins, corralled the children and headed back to the classroom. She had to talk with Colleen about giving classes in first aid to the youngest among them. With the way everyone worked, you never knew who would be there when something happened. Everyone needed to know how to stop the bleeding at a minimum. CPR would come later, as even Charles and Aaron didn't have enough body weight to perform chest compressions on an adult. Colleen looked once more at the young man, closing the door gently on her way out. She saw Chris carrying more bags in and joined him to clean out the trailer. Once everything was inside, they turned over the stacking to Joe, who was alone in the kitchen. She and Clarice had a system, and woe be to anyone who messed it up. Clarice was with Ben at the fish wheel, as were Becca and Darren. Colleen asked what was available. Joe gave her some fresh bread, along with a can of Chef Boyardee spaghetti and meatballs. Joe empathized and didn't prod Colleen for the story. Chris sat next to her, eating his bread and moose jerky while drinking bottle after bottle of water. He couldn't get the taste of the morgue out of his mouth. He and Colleen ate in silence. At some point, they'd rehash what happened, but not now. Since arriving in North Pole, the community had lost 3 people, or so they thought. At least Charles and Aaron had confidence in their old man and his sidekick. Traveling home. The bed of our truck was filled with personal items as we headed downhill. I used the rifle barrel to clean off the remainder of the glass and a rag to wipe most of it out of the cab. I looked in the rear view through the shattered remains of the back window as the women and children followed us, walking with a purpose. We sped up when we could. Our uphill trip had cleared enough foliage that it took us less than an hour to get down to the highway. That meant we had time before the others arrived, maybe 3 more hours to find a vehicle. We raced north, looking for anything that could burn the old gas better. I wanted to check on the vehicles from Two Rivers. There were a couple of motorhomes, rather substantial beasts. I wanted to fit everyone into one vehicle. I didn't want a circus train of barely running vehicles. Sometimes we don't always get what we want. We found the convoy from Two Rivers, and despite our best efforts, we couldn't get the big engines of the motorhomes to turn over. We had to look somewhere else, and we were running out of time. We headed back toward Healy. As we passed older trucks, we'd stop, check the engine, clean the fuel filter, hook up the jumper cables, and give it a shot. 2 of the trucks started and ran, roughly, but they ran. Lucas jumped in one, and I looked to Agnes to take the other. "Oh, I don't drive," she said with a smile. "I don't care if you don't have a license. Just get in. Gear shift, brake, and gas. That's all you need to know. Turn the wheel a little bit to keep from running into things." She was hesitant, but she gave it a try, and promptly rammed the truck full speed into the vehicle to its front. She hit her face on the steering wheel upon impact. She got out, a little shaken, bleeding from a cut on her forehead. Once I was sure she was okay, I started laughing. She looked at me questioningly. "You weren't kidding, were you? You really can't drive." She shrugged disarmingly. Lucas and I continued down the road in our 2 old vehicles until we passed a truck with dual rear tires hauling a 5th-wheel trailer. We both stopped at the same time. I wondered why we hadn't given this one a try on the first pass. If we could get that beast cranked up, it would solve our problems. Lucas broke the window and unceremoniously dumped the body of the driver on the pavement. "Keys," I told Lucas. He pulled the set from the ignition and threw them to me. I unlocked the trailer and went in. There was enough room, especially if they put 4 adults and 2 or 3 children in the cab. Cramped in a trailer was far better than walking. I checked the gas and felt certain it was empty. I put in the contents of 1 gas can. 5 gallons would get this rig 25 miles up the road. If it didn't run, we'd just wasted the gas. We cleaned the fuel filter and hooked up the jumper cables. Lucas shut everything off so the heavy-duty battery wasn't powering anything besides the starter. It took 10 minutes of charging before we tried it. It turned over slowly, but we stayed on it as long as we could. It took a while to pump the gas back into the engine with a dry fuel line. 10 more minutes, and it belched, choked, coughed, and sputtered to life. It sounded like 2 of the 8 cylinders were working. The oil we added took a while to get to the valves and the cylinders, but once there, it ran a little rough, but it ran. This wasn't a new truck, but it had fuel injection, so we poured another 5 gallons in, straining it through 4 different layers of material. If we only had avgas to perk it up. Clear Airport was about 20 miles up the road. "Can you drive this rig?" I asked. Lucas's only response was to look at me like I was stupid. We parked the extra truck off the side of the road. We could pick it up on the way as long as we salvaged enough gas. But we had to pick up our survivors first. "Tally-ho!" I shouted, and drove slowly past Lucas. He angled the truck sharply, then smoothed out the corner to get it and the trailer out of the line of traffic. The women and children were standing by the side of the road when we arrived. Lucas drove past and used a motel's parking lot to turn around. He slowly pulled up and called, "All aboard!" Terry looked at the vehicles and organized everyone. It took 2 minutes to get loaded up. I'd never seen such efficiency from a group so large. Once buttoned up, she twirled her finger in the air, and we drove away. We found avgas at Clear Airport, but not in a tank. Those were all empty. We siphoned it from 2 small airplanes abandoned on the tarmac. The big truck appreciated the extra spark the high-octane gas provided. We didn't waste any more time than we had to, so we pulled out with every intention of stopping for lunch in Nenana. We made it to the middle of the small town, parking in the shade, scavenging what food and cooking gear we could find before building a fire to prepare a feast. By the time we actually ate, it was close to dinner time. We talked it over with Terry and decided to remain overnight there in Nenana. First thing tomorrow, we'd get on the road and we wouldn't stop until we were home. I couldn't wait. I decided to go fishing, as that would help me relax so I could get to sleep. Of course, that meant more scavenging, but I barely noticed what I was doing. I took the best rod from a house next to the river and even helped myself to a 4-year-old warm beer. It was bad, but seemed to fit the moment. I even caught a fish, but released him. I cast and reeled. I wished that I had my music with me. Terry joined me. I pointed to the house and told her to get herself some gear. She returned shortly with a jig and a bobber attached to a child's pole. She punched in the thumb button and cast straight into the shore. We both chuckled as she kept trying. "I'd offer you a drink, but it's really bad. And warm. Warm and bad is no way to drink a beer." She took it regardless and helped herself to a big swig. She coughed and smacked her lips. "You weren't kidding. That is horrible," she said, with her mind clearly on something else. I didn't interrupt her thoughts as I cast my lure back into the river. "Thanks for waiting for us, Chuck. And you'll have to keep waiting. We'll require a lot of patience. When you see what we have, what little we have, you'll find the only thing we can really give you is our promise to help. We have food, enough for all of us, and you'll get the chance to work, too. There's always something that needs doing, but the work will be on your terms. Now, if you don't mind, I'm trying to do some fishing here," I said in my most stodgy voice. "Is that what you call it?" she said with a smile as she took her pole to the house, putting it back where she'd found it. She's going to fit in just fine, I thought. Power. Shane woke up after a full day in bed and was able to walk himself to the outhouse. He refused to talk with anyone, but they'd seen that before as his way to cope. The community was rocked by the tragedy, especially as the engineers were coming into their own as full members. Chris spent his breaks and spare time with Shane. Although the young man seemed unresponsive, Chris talked to him anyway. He shared stories of himself, of the community, of what they did and what they meant to each other, of the tragedies we'd all seen. Felicia's death, my fight with the hostile strangers, and how we overcame it all to escape, only to return after a few short months. The twins seemed the least affected. They kept Phyllis and Husky close, never straying far from the dogs. Madison did not worry that they were being taken care of, either children or dogs. They all knew to ask for help when they needed it, and they weren't afraid to. They also had no doubt that Lucas and I weren't dead. They were fearless and unperturbed. They spent half their days in school, and the other half helping Abigail and Philip at the kennels or at the pasture where Penelope and Sophie ran free. Chris found an antique hand scythe and worked 3 overgrown fields outside the town. His job was to lay in enough feed for the horses for the winter. He was incrementally filling a shed that had previously been a machine shop. He was working 18 hours a day, straining himself to do more than anyone else. He had gone through the hangar and missed finding their injured comrades. His failure meant they'd spent an extra hour breathing toxic air. Colleen told him that it could happen to anyone. In this new world, accidents would happen, and they tended to be deadly. The rest had to accept it and move on. But Chris worked himself to the point of passing out. Only then could he sleep. After class one day, Charles stopped by to visit Shane to ask a question about a bridge that he'd seen in his school book. "How could something that looks that weak support something so heavy as a train?" he asked in his small voice, and waited patiently. Shane, do you know?" Charles's small calloused hand nudged Shane's shoulder, and the child waited longer. Shane turned his head and focused on Charles's face. "A train?" he asked in a scratchy voice. He cleared his throat. "The forces are redirected along interconnected beams. By directing the weight along the axis of the beam, we maximize its ability to hold weight." "I knew it! I have to tell Aaron I was right!" The boy beamed and bolted off. Shane laughed to himself. "Life goes on, doesn't it?" he thought. Because I wasn't strong enough to tell Cullen not to check out the barrels under the tarp, there's only me to bring power to the community. Without electricity, we'll spend the winter cold and in the dark. These people are still counting on me. Shane got up and dressed. There was a lot of work to do, and the first thing was to go back to Eelson and secure the generator they'd found. He needed to find Chris as soon as he got something to eat. He was ravenous. The triumphant return. Having refueled with avgas and restocked with oil, just in case, our caravan of 2 vehicles left Nenana, heading to Fairbanks. Lucas drove slowly at first, but sped up over time. We stopped after each hour to make sure everyone was okay and give everyone a relief break. That was mostly for me. We'd found coffee, and I was drinking too much of it, which necessitated frequent breaks. And I was happy as can be. We continued to the outskirts of Fairbanks, turning off short of the city to take the roads that led around the north side. We had to take Goldstream. After nearly 4 years, I wondered if the bodies of the 2 men I'd killed would still be there. I was happy to see that they weren't. One snow machine sat there, a monument to a battle fought long ago, a life and death struggle best left behind. We continued to Steese, then Chena Hot Springs Road. I pointed to the street that led to our house as we passed. Agnes nodded, and we kept going. I started to get excited when we made the slow turn onto Nordell Road. If anything happened from here on out, we could walk the rest of the way. But nothing happened to hold us up. When we entered the outskirts of North Pole, I laid into the horn, and Lucas quickly followed. Then mine froze and blasted a continuous, annoying tone. Lucas stuck his hand out the window, reaching past the wide mirrors to give me the finger. I stuck both my hands out the door to show that I wasn't holding it down. He changed it to a thumbs up, and we found ourselves back on Steese for a brief drive to the exit for the school. Lucas turned off, followed the road, rolled past the school, and parked on the street. Amber raced from the building, almost knocking Lucas over as he walked toward her. He lifted her and swung her around in a circle as the other survivors exited and gathered around. I stopped, opened the hood, and ripped the wire from the horn before running toward the school. Madison jogged toward me. "I'm so sorry," I cried into her hair as I hugged her to me. I could feel her sobbing in my arms. She pushed me away with a smile, wiping her tears on her sleeve. "Don't ever do that again," she said, sniffling. "Looks like you brought company." "Hi there, I'm Agnes, and we are so happy to be here. I expect you're Madison?" My wife nodded. "I just want to tell you that he saved us. He saved us all." Madison looked at the number of women and children standing around. Of course he did. It's not the first time, you know. Maybe you can introduce us. People started haphazardly delivering introductions. It was just afternoon, and most of the community were working. The only other adults were Joe and Clarice. The small children were there, but the twins were not, although we expected them shortly as the kennel was close. There was no way they'd missed the honking horns. I stood on a step and called for everyone's attention. For those of you who just arrived, welcome to the community. The most important thing is that we make you feel welcome. There's plenty of work to do, but I think the first thing we need is to eat and then get your rooms ready. There's nothing like a full belly and a warm bed. Welcome home. The twins had arrived with Abigail and Philip. They looked surprised and relieved. For some reason, they saw the humor in the number of people that we'd brought with us. "Hey, Dad," was all my children said as they went to their mother to ask about the new people. Abigail stifled a laugh, turning it into a snort. "They never doubt Superman, do they?" "No, they don't," I said proudly, then leaned close, speaking conspiratorially. "And they'll have nothing to worry about, as I think I'll be grounded for the next 10 years. And Bill bellowed. The first thing we did after eating was hand Tanya the satellite phone. She looked at it and apologized that she didn't know her father's phone number. Madison and I both heard her say, "don't know," as opposed to "don't remember." There's a world of difference between those two phrases. "It's programmed into the phone," I said, as I scrolled through the phone's address book. I saw that most of the other members of the community had added listings. I wasn't surprised. Technology was a drug that we found too difficult to shake off. "Ready?" I asked, and she responded with a terse nod. I pressed the button, and the phone started dialing. Madison and I excused ourselves, even though we were in our room. Tanya deserved privacy. We shut the door carefully as she was saying, "Daddy?" We didn't want to interrupt, but our good intentions were ruined when Bill let out one of his trademarked glass-shaking cries. I almost jumped out of my skin. The little hellspawn was standing right behind us. "God, would you lose the bullhorn already?" I said a little too sharply. He started bawling and ran off howling. I looked at Madison only to see her scowling at me. I held up my hands in surrender. We walked away to check on the others. Settling the newcomers was easier than I imagined. Once Terry got the lay of the land, she brought the adults together for a brief powwow. The orders were issued, and off they went. Ben and Colleen ran into a couple of the new women as they were raiding a house looking for mattresses. "People," Colleen said while pointing. The women waved and continued on their mission. "Maybe that's what the honking was all about. It looks like we have visitors," Ben answered as he waved back. He'd only been a settler for a couple of months. Strangers weren't new to him. They continued on their way to the school without another word. The impressive truck and fifth wheel were parked prominently on the road in front of the school. The first thing they heard was Bill expressing his displeasure about something. Then they saw the children and the women. "You were right, Ben. We have guests." Madison and I were heading out the door when we ran into Ben and Colleen. "You're alive!" Ben exclaimed. "Sorry, never doubted it. Hey, you'll like how the fish wheel turned out. Want to go see it?" He received the look that Madison had given me moments before. As good men do, he withered and stammered something about having to talk to Clarice. He smiled at me as he patted my chest. "Me too, Ben," I told him. "Newcomers," Colleen started. "This was all your doing, I expect." "Guilty, but we couldn't leave them. They were starving. They made a break about a year ago from the Russian camp," I said easily, but then got choked up. They'd been abused. That's where the kids came from. I couldn't say the word rape. It tore me up inside to think about it, let alone say it. I wanted to help them past that chapter in their lives. Everyone deserved to be happy. This was our chance to build that very society, one where people were safe. I couldn't leave them there, I said, barely above a whisper. Colleen read my body language well and understood. You wouldn't be you if you left them. Did you have to kill anyone? I perked up. No, I said with a half smile. But he won't be walking upright for quite some time. I hadn't told Madison about breaking Agnes out of the bed and breakfast. I wasn't trying to hide anything, but we'd talked more about the airplane crash and the survivors themselves. We were still outside talking when Tanya came through the door and handed me the satellite phone. Her eyes were puffy from crying, but she looked happy. She mumbled, looking for the words. No need, I said. It's just the way we do things here. By the way, what's your little boy's name? Mark, after my grandfather. The boy held on to his mother's leg. Madison led them back inside to show Mark where he would be going to school. My wife wasn't ready for full classes, but she hoped the increase in numbers would help the others to socialize. With the new children's ages from 3 months to 3 years, there was variety for all. I'll just wait out here until Bill is done doing what he does, I said to the door as everyone else had gone. Just do what needs doing. Shane found Chris in the field, soaked with sweat as he swung the scythe, harvesting the grasses for the horses' feed. Shane waved, wearing a closed-mouthed smile as he drove the quad into the field. Chris dropped the scythe where he stood and wiped his hands on his pants as he walked toward the engineer. Shane reached out from the driver's seat, and they shook, warmly, as friends do. Chris made to speak, and Shane stopped him with a gesture. Thank you for everything, he started, speaking slowly. I heard you when you talked with me. I heard it all, but I held myself hostage. I need to leave that behind. I've never been counted on before, and all of you have shown me that it isn't about leaning on other people. It's about just doing what needs to be done. I'm here, and I need your help. The right-sized generator is at Eelson. Let's unhook the trailer and go get it. Shane wasn't trying to convince Chris of anything except that something needed done, and they were the ones to do it. Chris put his shirt on, grabbed his water bottle, unhooked the trailer, and climbed in. Shane drove without excess, maintaining a steady speed. He was probably their slowest driver, and for good reason. Chris didn't mind. The drive was therapy for them both. For Chris, he could only think about Cullen's body rotting away in the morgue. For Shane, he couldn't remember anything beyond joining Cullen under the tarp to check one last thing. He hadn't gone very far in when the fumes hit them. That saved his life. Cullen was too close for too long. But that was a completely different world. Shane saw today as his rebirth. There were new challenges, like how to get the generator out of the hangar. Chris didn't have any ideas, but he wasn't worried either. He knew they'd get it out because they had to. They'd do what needed to be done. Eelson looked the same. The hangar looked the same. When they turned off the quad, it sounded the same too. Chris hesitated before going through the door. Shane shrugged and went in, stopping 2 steps within to let his eyes adjust. Chris joined him. They turned on their flashlights, and Shane walked directly to a piece of equipment and pointed at it when they stood before it. 20 kilowatts, he said proudly. Should be enough to run that whole school. We'll have power for all the good stuff and maybe even a little heat. I'm thinking a burn rate of 7 gallons an hour under a full load, maybe 150 gallons a day for 30,000 gallons. That's running all out 24/7. If we don't use that much electricity, we'll give ourselves a reserve. So, 2 things. How do we get this out of here? And you were saying you think there's a storage tank of fuel nearby? If they stored it correctly, then we should be able to use it. Just need a little water separation filter, and we're home free. Chris's funk over being where Cullen had died was short-lived. Shane's excitement was infectious. First thing they had to do was get the big door open. It was a really big door. It needed electricity for the drive wheels to move the door sections, of which there were 3 on each side of the center. Without power, Shane hoped the door drives didn't fail safe by locking onto the track. There had to be a manual release. He searched the edges carefully and found what looked like a bottle jack pump. He inserted the lever stored conveniently next to it and started pumping. He felt it build pressure, and it became harder and harder to pump. He asked if Chris could muscle it. Chris looked at the manual switch above the contraption. It was rotated to the right to the close setting. He flipped the switch to the left until it pointed to open. "Now try it," Chris said, giving way to Shane. The engineer chuckled as he worked the handle with fresh energy. The door creaked, and there was one pop as one of the wheels broke free from its rust. The door opened, agonizingly slowly. They changed positions twice before the door was open far enough to get the quad through. The rest was easy. They hooked up the generator and drove carefully away. Without the standard trailer hookups, the only brakes they had were those on the quad, and the generator probably weighed as much as their vehicle. It would be a long, slow drive home, but well worth it. Shane checked the manifold buildings and suggested he could rig the generator to pump the fuel out of the tank and into a tanker truck. There were a few of those on the flight line. They'd dump the avgas, if they had any, and refill them with diesel from the tank. He checked and was pleased to find that it was full. That meant less oxidation and less algae buildup. They had their truck that they'd used to haul the big generator. They'd bring it back and hook up the fuel truck. They had a good plan, but it required some tools and another day. Chris took the wheel as Shane directed him where to put the generator. Shane intended to hardwire the pump for the diesel fuel and run it using a manual switch. Chris chocked the tires, unhooked it, and they drove off. Shane was lost, making a list of what he needed and running through a few calculations on a pad of paper that he carried. Without the generator, Chris made short work of their trip home and got quite the surprise when they pulled up to find 2 trucks and a fifth-wheel trailer parked out front. Women and small children seemed to be everywhere. Some carried mattresses, others carried bedding and clothes. The children were under the watchful eye of an elder woman who kindly waved at them before returning her attention to the little ones. "Would you look at that?" Shane said simply. A new day. A week later, we saw how much could change. Shane worked a miracle in setting up the new generator and staging a fuel truck with enough diesel to last the winter. It would require constant monitoring to ensure the fuel stayed dry, and he shunted the exhaust from the generator back toward the fuel truck to keep the diesel fuel warmer than ambient temperature. It was nice to have lights and working appliances. We had chest freezers, but they were empty. Berry picking time approached, as did the prime hunting season. Everyone had worked shifts at the fish wheel, even the new people, and everyone was tired of cleaning and drying fish. The only ones not tired of the fishing routine were the dogs. After the 10,000th fish, Ben declared victory, and a team of workers pulled the fish wheel onto the shore, where it was braced and stored. Chris kept working in the fields, but Terry assigned him one of the women each day to help. The newcomers weren't afraid of work because they knew they'd get a good meal and they had a secure place to sleep. The women were starting to gain weight and get color back to their skin. Joe and Clarice's more rounded diet worked wonders for the group, which led to the next crisis, or maybe it was an old crisis in a new way. We didn't have enough food. The horses did, and the dogs did, assuming we were able to bag a moose every few weeks. But canned vegetables we lacked. We were able to do no gardening or farming this year because of our late arrival. That was a huge drawback. The massive scavenge campaign resulted in our first, second, and third cases of botulism. One of the women and her 2 children, ages 3 and 1, got sick quickly, but Colleen knew what it was. Induced vomiting and enemas were the only treatment she could think of, then lots of fluids. Botulism was hard on the victims. They suffered extreme weakness and had trouble talking. Clostridium botulinum was a neurotoxin. After Colleen explained it, I internalized my understanding by relating it to nerve gas, except that the microbes continued to pump out the toxin as long as they were in the person's body. The victims were in a bad way, but Colleen kept them as comfortable as possible. Terry was angry and shared that with everyone. She saw 2 fewer adults to work, the woman who had eaten something poorly canned and Colleen who had to take care of her. Colleen saw it as an excuse to open a clinic. She started building a list of medical needs, hoping that an outside resupply could take place sometime. She asked me if I would talk with Mr. Bezos and leverage his joy at finding his daughter into meeting us at the border with a load of supplies. I don't know why I hesitated. There was no doubt that we needed help. What happened when the scavenged supplies ran out? What would we do if we had no success growing food for our 58 people? Would I let them starve to prove we could make it on our own? No. My real plan was to help us survive until civilization could be reintroduced, trade reestablished, and supplies brought in. I was willing to work, but wanted a shining light at the end of the day without having to light a fire to get it. I was a child of the modern era and would always embrace the conveniences that technology provided. I took Colleen's list, and at dinner, I asked the whole group if I were to make a call, what did we absolutely have to have? Winter preparations. Before we added 37 people, we were mostly prepared for winter. All of a sudden, we were short of everything. Something as simple as outhouses. We needed more. We needed more washing machines. We needed more dishes. We needed more food, more water, more wood. We filled the school, not to overflowing, but there was little empty space with all the classrooms becoming people's new homes, so Abigail and Philip moved to a small building by the kennel. The twins wanted to go too, but we made them stay, telling them that they had to attend school first and visit in the afternoon, as they always did. Charles and Aaron helped Madison and Amber run the school. They provided the example for learning as well as corralled the younger students when they grew rambunctious. 2 of the women joined Amber and Madison as teachers, giving them 4 adults for the 25 children. With the twins helping, it was manageable. Having them all in one room was not. We needed some structure and leadership. The catalyst in the turnaround at the community of Chena Hot Springs had been the mayor, not in the traditional sense of a politician who sat in her office and issued edicts. The mayor had to be everywhere, know everything, and lead by doing. I nominated Terry for the job, as she'd softened her approach immensely since our arrival. She started trusting men again. I wanted to think that our group represented the way people should treat each other. We tolerated nothing else. Those behaviors then became our habits. Our society was growing, and our new additions started to embrace the way we acted. Propriety, dignity, integrity, those were our words and our way. We knew we'd reached an extreme level of comfort when I walked into the laundry to find 2 naked women running the wash machines. They waved and went back to keeping their kids from touching things they shouldn't. I left because there weren't any wash machines open. Terry reluctantly agreed to be the mayor as long as I would be co-mayor. I suggested Chris as the better choice, but she politely refused. I asked Chris to talk with her, but he slapped me on the back and told me it was my turn as the grand old man of the community. I asked him not to be so hurtful in calling people names. He saw the humor as he walked away. I wasn't kidding. I really wanted him to be the mayor. I've parroted the phrase that if you have the ability to act, you have the responsibility. I lived that way too, within reason. Madison tolerated it. I was still grounded because of my disappearing act, and Amber and Madison colluded to keep Lucas and I from leaving the building together. Sometimes people can't appreciate that the best adventures aren't planned. I still reveled in the fact that we didn't die in the plane crash. Lucas felt he owed me for pulling him out before the plane went under. Madison wanted me to be the co-mayor as it would keep my adventurism to a minimum. I admit that being able to breathe was an added bonus, even though I couldn't keep up with any of the younger people. I could breathe better, but I would never be at 100%. So I agreed, and then Terry and I dug into the cold logistics. Her idea of how much food we needed was half of what I wanted to see. They'd survived on almost nothing. No one was going to get fat on what I proposed, but at least we wouldn't lose weight over the winter. So we compromised and put a minimum and maximum. We wanted closer to my number, but would accept anything above her number. That meant hunting parties. Some of the women were expert marksmen. I was thankful they weren't the ones shooting at me when we drove up to their camp outside Healy. Becca and Darren took 2 dog sleds and headed out to get something we could smoke, freeze, or eat fresh. The newcomers couldn't drive dog sleds, so we sent the twins to drive their teams, taking 1 adult each. No one went out alone. Ben took the final hunter with him and his quad. They scattered in different directions with supplies for 2 days. They'd overnighted if they had to, but everyone was to return no later than the next day. The 2 days came and went. Not a single team returned. The twins were supposed to travel together, so there should have been 4 people telling each other it was time to go back. We took the other quads and our old beater truck and went in search of our people at first light on the 3rd day. Abigail and Philip took their dog teams out too. The rest of the community took buckets in search of berries. It was August, and they were ripe. We had no choice but to keep working while we looked for the members of our family, our community. The twins, Winona and Angie. Charles and Aaron argued hard for 16 dog teams, but Abigail wouldn't let them. They took their 12 dog teams, which were strong and well-rested. They'd been exercised, but a 2-day run would be good for them. It was getting cooler, and that would keep the dogs from overheating. They planned on heading south, then northeast to the edge of the foothills where they hoped to find game. They would follow a stream in the area so they'd have water. It was a good plan that ended as soon as they saw the bull moose with 3 cows. The animals bolted to the south and kept running. Charles followed the path the moose had taken, slowly as it was over rougher terrain, while Aaron drove along the roads in a wide sweep to get in front of them and set Winona up for a shot. Once they thought they were in place, Winona jumped out and Aaron mushed the dog team out of sight, where she watered them and let them rest. They waited and waited, and neither the moose nor Charles appeared. Winona waved at Aaron, who hooked the team back up. She mushed to Winona's position and pulled the dogs to a halt. "What do you think we should do?" Winona asked. Aaron was mature for her age, but she was still only 6 years old. Aaron shrugged. She wanted to find her brother. Even with the adults who carried rifles, this world could be a dangerous place. Winona agreed. She called off the hunt, and they went in search of the other team. Aaron wanted to go straight into the woods and drive until they were found, but Winona insisted that they go back to where they'd lost them and follow their trail. They would eventually catch up. By heading into the woods, they might miss them and get lost themselves. They circled the team and headed back on the roads as fast as the dogs could run, which made for a wild ride. The wheeled carriages were shaky at the best of times. It was no surprise that they tipped over when Aaron tried to make the corner to Charles's track too quickly. Winona went face first across the weed-covered pavement. Her rifle hit hard, bending the scope on top. Aaron tucked and rolled, coming back up on her feet, yelling for the dogs to hold. She was able to right the sled herself as Winona dusted herself off and started yelling. Aaron was 6. I wasn't pleased when they told me this story. There was only one adult present, and she wasn't carrying her weight. Winona climbed aboard, and with tears streaming down Aaron's face, they slowly followed the other sled's tracks. Once in the woods, the tracks made a sharp turn and headed into a shallow area, then up over the next hill. Winona jumped out and helped Aaron manhandle the cart and the dogs through this area. They didn't see any footprints. Aaron brightened. "Charles is a better musher than me. He made it through here with Angie riding." Winona hadn't noticed, but appreciated the observation. She also took the time to apologize to the little girl. Then they were off again on a wild downhill ride. Even with Aaron standing on the brake, they didn't slow down. When they hit the bottom, they kept going straight, even though Charles's track turned left. The dogs ran straight into heavy brush and got tangled up. They had to get out and physically realign the dogs and the cart. Every second they were stopped was that much farther her brother and Angie got from them. Aaron begged Winona to hurry. Along the small valley, the foliage was high, but the ground was firm. Plus, the track had been broken by the other team. They mushed fast and felt like they were gaining. Winona started yelling for Charles and Angie. Aaron stayed true to the trail. The dogs started slowing. They needed a break, but she encouraged them to keep going. It was cool in the shade of the wood, and they pushed on. Finally, they stopped. Aaron's lead dogs hung their heads. She quickly broke out the water and let them all drink. Winona helped, doing as Aaron told her since she had no experience with a dog team. "Wait, did you hear that?" Aaron asked. Winona shook her head. Aaron had been raised in a non-technological world. Her ears were better than those of people inundated with noise. "Dogs! I hear dogs!" she yelled and started running. Winona quickly caught up to her and stopped her, telling her to stay with her team and that Winona would run ahead. The woman started yelling and running. She'd been riding most of the time, and despite being tense, she wasn't tired. She ran, looking back to keep her bearings, and the barking dogs grew closer. She stopped and yelled for all she was worth. The dogs responded and headed toward her. When they ran into view, they were dragging their rigging and tow line, but not a cart. She held the rig of the lead dog, and she turned back the way she'd come. Winona quickly found out how hard it was to drag a team of 12 dogs behind you while hunched over holding a wire rig. She stopped often to catch her breath and yell at the dogs. She was tired and hungry and knew that the dogs would be too. She summoned all the energy she had remaining, but it wasn't enough. She found a small pond and took the dogs there. They drank heartily of the mostly clear water. She assumed it was better than nothing, although decided not to drink it herself. She pulled the dogs to her, not unhooking them as she fell asleep. Aaron waited until she couldn't stand it. Then she set out on the track that Winona had made. Aaron was scared. It was late in the day. They'd managed to get separated from Charles, and now she was alone and lost in the woods. She traveled slowly, holding the dogs up as they wanted to run. She was afraid and almost incapable of mushing the team forward. The dogs weren't intimidated by the dark of the forest or the sounds of the unknown. She was relieved to finally see the track go from that of a lone person jogging through the brush to the wholesale weed trampling of a dog team. They turned to her left, and she decided to follow, not knowing if that was Winona returning or if it was where the dogs ran in front of her. She could turn around if she didn't find anything. Aaron was happy to hear dogs nearby barking as they heard her team approach. She mushed them into the clearing and called a halt as Winona shook her head, trying to clear the fog of sleep. "Where's my brother?" Aaron spit at the older woman. "I don't know. The dogs were running with just the rigging. I never saw the sled or the others. I'm sorry I fell asleep. It was so hard dragging the team. I was exhausted," Winona pleaded with the child. "We need to find my brother. Don't try to lead the team. That's the lead dog's job. Let them pull you. Yell high to go, left, right, and hold to stop. That's all you need to know. Now, let's go. My brother and Angie are out there, and they might be hurt." Their only plan was to backtrack the dogs, see where they might have lost the sled. so they let the lead dogs take them back the way they'd come on a journey through the woods. The cart was obvious when they came to it. It was wedged between two trees and half destroyed. No wonder the rigging had come loose. They yelled and waited, then yelled some more. There were no footprints, no blood, no anything that suggested the people were in the sled when it crashed. They made their way around the obstruction and continued backwards along the track. Finally, it got too late, so they spent the night. They were exhausted, but didn't sleep. They were up with the sun and off, backtracking their way out of the forest. It was slow going because Winona walked and jogged as she could, but it wasn't anything like when the dogs pulled a wheeled cart over the open ground. When they broke out of the forest, Erin was disappointed. She'd hoped to see her brother. They continued to the road and took a right to go back where they'd originally circled around the woods. As they mushed up the pavement, two figures stood out of the grass, one tall and one much shorter. Erin waved, and Charles waved back. Ben and Maggie. Ben took the long route. He wanted to go north, where he figured the moose would just be coming out of the higher mountains. His target hunting area was about 100 miles away. They took off and drove, spending half the day to get there. They set up a camp and then started hunting on foot. Ben saw signs of moose, but not the animals themselves. He and Maggie waited through the late dusk, but saw no movement. Ben spotted a flock of ptarmigan and shot two of them with his 12-gauge. He was happy to clean them for dinner and roast them over an open fire on an improvised spit. "What makes you a good hunter?" Ben asked, not in a way that would make her defensive, but because he wanted to know what her edge was. Ben was always learning. He was comfortable that he could hunt, but was open to new and better ways of doing anything. "I could gut the animal and clean it without gagging," Maggie laughed. Ben saw the wisdom in the approach. He nodded thoughtfully. "That would be good. Can you shoot?" "I learned. Out of necessity, I learned. I think I can shoot okay, but I like to be close. It helps to get a headshot. Makes the cleaning easier without losing any of the meat," she said in a businesslike tone. "I see. Welcome to the community." Ben breathed deeply of the smells of the fire and the roasting ptarmigan. "They remind me of the village where I grew up, without any of the big problems. No one drinks, everyone works, everyone has a purpose. I'm glad they invited Clarice and me along. I hope that we can build on what we have, while keeping what we have, if you understand what I mean." "Sure. The friends who are family. It's like us, a bunch of escapees who survived, and we took our children with us, even though none of us planned on motherhood. That happens under those conditions. I don't think the Russians intended to stay as long as they did. I think they might have been trapped, just like we were. But there were more of them, and they had the guns. Then we broke out, and they didn't have enough soldiers to search for us, so they gave up quickly." She finished by taking a drink of water. She stared into the fire as it popped while Ben turned the spit. "I'm glad you found us. I don't know how much fight we had left. Things were getting pretty grim." "We won't let anything happen to you. We're one family now, one tribe as it may be. It's us against nature, not each other now that our enemy is gone. Even if they come back, we'll fight them. All of us will fight them together," Ben said matter-of-factly as he declared the ptarmigan ready to eat. Maggie enjoyed it and rolled her sleeping bag out in the back of the trailer. Ben slept on the ground under the stars where he was most comfortable, until he was kicked by a moose that walked straight through their camp. Maggie woke with a start at Ben's cry of pain. In the light of the false dawn, she shot the big cow from a range of 20 feet. She didn't even try to look through the scope. The moose jumped and ran 5 or 10 steps before falling to the ground, unable to get back up. Maggie climbed out of her bag and put the animal out of its misery. Ben was in a heap. She tried to wake him, but he was out cold, a nasty bump on the side of his head showing where he'd been kicked. She didn't know what to do. She guessed that more blood to his brain would increase the swelling, so she rolled her sleeping bag to put under his shoulder and his sleeping bag to put under his head. His pulse seemed strong, and he was breathing. She dribbled some water on his lips and tongue. She couldn't think of anything else to do except make sure that the moose didn't go to waste. She started cleaning it as she checked on Ben every 5 seconds. After 10 minutes, she'd barely made any progress, and he was still unconscious. She started working, wanting to get the moose ready to go as soon as Ben woke up. She didn't want to think about if he didn't wake up. With a burst of adrenaline, she worked through the moose, cleaning it and cutting the meat into smaller, manageable sizes. She bagged each chunk and threw them into the trailer one by one. She took a break and drank sparingly of her water. They were running low already. They'd planned to refill at a stream, but hadn't gotten to it yet. She checked on Ben, as she had been doing, and his eyes were open, but unfocused. "Ben! Ben! Can you hear me?" she cried. He leaned to the side and threw up, breathing heavily and holding his head as he tried to sit up. Maggie helped him. "What happened?" he slurred. "You got kicked by a moose," she told him. "Figures. We chase it for half a day when all we had to do was lie here and wait. Damn, my head hurts." His speech was already improving, but he said that he couldn't stand. She tried to help him, but he wasn't moving. "I guess we're staying here for a while, and we need water," Maggie said, suddenly feeling very tired. "Go get some. There's a stream down that way." He pointed in a general direction. "Do I smell blood?" "We got our moose, and the trailer is full. Maybe 700 pounds of meat. We're ready to go whenever you can manage." Ben shook his head slowly. "Give me my gun, and then unhook the trailer so you can get us some water. I think a moose steak cooked on an open fire will taste pretty good." His head swam, but he was hungry. There was nothing left in his stomach, and the wave of nausea had passed. With a full load in the trailer, Maggie was hard-pressed in unhooking it. She managed it, but knew that she wouldn't be able to hook it back up without Ben's help. There was nothing she could do until he felt better. She drove in the direction Ben indicated, hoping the stream wasn't too far. She wasn't comfortable driving the quad in the rough terrain. Becca and Darren. Becca and Darren followed moose tracks through a small woods. When they were clear through the forest, they found a herd of caribou grazing in the valley beyond. They mushed their dog teams in opposite directions, hoping to trap the caribou between them, setting up for a few good shots. Becca picked a spot and tied up her dog team. Darren rounded the opposite side and flushed the caribou, then stopped. He didn't want them running past Becca at full speed. She carried a .300 Winchester Magnum, just like he did. That eliminated mismatched ammunition. Although the round was a little bigger than what they needed for caribou, there was no excuse for not getting a kill. Which is exactly what Becca got with her first shot. The second shot was at a running animal, and she knocked it down but didn't kill it. The herd turned and ran away from her at an angle that would bring them closer to Darren. He set the brake and hopped off the wheeled cart that served as the summer dog sled. He didn't like to shoot while standing, as he wasn't steady in the offhand position, but the grasses were too high for him to kneel. He aimed his best and tried to put his reticle just in front of the shoulder. When the rifle bucked, he thought his aim was true. He misjudged how far he had to lead the caribou, but the end result was the same. The bullet went through just in front of the heart, but took out the lungs, and the animal quickly collapsed. Becca jogged down the hill to dispatch the wounded caribou. She would have normally cut its throat to save ammunition, but it had horns and was thrashing its head about. She took the easy route to put it out of its misery. She looked across where Darren stood and thrust her rifle in the air. He did the same thing. Then they each started the cleaning process. When he finished with his, he estimated he had 125 pounds of meat. He loaded it into his sled and took the team to where Becca had already started on her second kill. They finished it together, and headed further up the hill to find a nice place to spend the evening. They hung the meat in a tree and took the dogs 50 yards away, where they set up a camp with a single bed under the stars. They missed Bill, but they appreciated the peace and quiet. They knew he would be well taken care of in their absence. They made love long into the night and fell asleep exhausted. They awoke when the dogs started barking furiously. A mammoth grizzly bear was standing on his back feet and pawing at a bag of caribou. Darren pulled his rifle out and, while standing naked before God and the world, put a bullet through the bear's head. He cycled the bolt to load another round, expecting to shoot again, but the bear was dead where it dropped. Next to him, Amber stood, also without clothes, holding her rifle steady as she aimed. He never took his eyes from the curves of her body as she carefully put his rifle down. She watched him with a smile as he reached for her. "Don't make me shoot you," she said slyly. "I am the luckiest man on earth." "You keep saying things like that, and you will be. Shouldn't we clean that bear first?" His answer was muffled as he buried his face into her neck and hair. The rescue parties. Lucas started to get in the truck with me, and that's when the screaming started. Both Amber and Madison were coming unhinged and running toward us. I was ready to gun it, but Lucas caved and got out. He jumped in the quad with Chris, and Terry climbed in the passenger seat next to me. Then Madison chased her out and joined me instead, and Phyllis and Husky climbed over her and filled the remainder of the bench seat. She shut the door, and we were ready to go. With musical chairs concluded, we headed south, the direction the twins had gone. Chris went north after Ben, and Abigail and Philip went east where we thought Darren and Becca might be. We simply went south on the highway, driving slower than I wanted, but we were looking for any signs that the dog sleds had gone from the road. It would have been much more obvious in the winter, as the wheeled carts didn't leave as clear a trail. After a very long hour, we'd gone less than 20 miles. But that was all we needed. Our children and the two adults were standing at an intersection. They only had one sled, but they still had both dog teams. They cheered when they saw us. We stopped, and Phyllis and Husky almost bowled Madison over as they raced from the truck to see all their buddies, the twins, and the two teams. There was a great deal of barking. We hooked all the dogs together. Charles took the reins of the super team, 24 dogs, but it was a level straightaway. Erin insisted on riding along. That meant she wanted her turn mushing the big team. We loaded the others into the truck. I sat in the bed with the dogs, and Madison drove as we followed the twins the rest of the way home. Abigail and Philip followed Becca and Darren's dog team tracks unerringly. They trailed them as they entered the woods and continued to the valley on the other side. When they got there, they watched as the two dog teams struggled with immense loads on the carts and towed trailers. "You're a sight for sore eyes. We couldn't leave it, and we couldn't move it," Darren said as they approached. Abigail looked wide-eyed at the mounds of meat filling the sleds and trailers. "What did you get?" she asked, surprise on her face. 3 caribou and 1 rather large grizzly bear," Becca said with a smile. "Shot him offhand, buck naked," Darren blurted out, grinning, only to get punched by Becca. Philip chuckled, while Abigail feigned shock. The two groups spent the next hour rearranging the loads, splitting the weight as much as possible. With all 4 sleds loaded heavy, they rolled downhill, trying to keep their speed under control so they didn't run over their own dogs. Chris and Lucas followed Nordale to Chena Hot Springs Road to Steese and turned north when it met the Dalton Highway. They had extra gas as they didn't know how far they needed to go. Ben had said something about 100 miles. Chris was afraid they wouldn't find where he'd turned off. Lucas planned to drive 125 miles up the road, then slowly backtrack. He didn't expect to drive off the main road. Alaska was a big place. They didn't need to be the next casualties. Lucas was happy to get Chris talking about the engineers and the incident at Eelson, as they'd taken to calling it. Chris was able to talk about it without breaking down, and Lucas wanted to know. He didn't want an accident like that to happen to anyone else. They drove farther than they thought Ben had gone, then returned south. They saw no sign of where Ben and Maggie had turned off. They took 4 hours driving back and forth between the 80 to 120-mile markers. Seeing nothing, they left for home, hoping that the hunters had gotten behind them and were already on their way. When Chris and Lucas arrived late in the evening, everyone else was there except for Ben and Maggie. Clarice met them at the door. Lucas shook his head. "We'll go back out tomorrow," Chris stated before hugging the older woman. Just a flesh wound. After 2 full nights of rest, Ben felt immensely better. He could stand without the world spinning. Maggie was a wreck. Ben had both sleeping bags so he could sit upright. She also felt she had to stay awake all night to protect the moose meat. She catnapped, and that wasn't enough. Ben watched her during one of the brief periods where she slept, not wanting to shake her awake with the rifle braced across her lap. He waited, feeling refreshed, smelling the cool air of the late summer. The fall weather was starting to settle in. He loved this time of year. It meant hunting and berry picking, followed by a feverish rush to put everything up before the snow fell. He and Clarice would then relax over the winter, reading and doing detail work with leather and wood. The hunting vest he wore was the one he'd made 20 years prior. He touched up the intricate designs on it each winter, adding a little something new to the worn panels of a never-ending story. The leather was supple, almost as soft as flannel. Ben started the fire, hoping to make a cup of coffee, but Maggie had drank it all. He hoped she'd awaken soon so they could go home, back to the schoolhouse where they'd spend the winter. The moose in the trailer would go a long way toward filling the freezer. They'd get more when they needed it. He felt guilty, but he couldn't wait anymore. He walked carefully toward Maggie and then grabbed the barrel of her rifle, shaking it gently. She was startled awake and reflexively pulled the trigger. The shot rang in their ears as the round went somewhere toward the mountains. "Easy!" Ben said loudly, without trying to yell. His head started hurting again. Sorry, she mumbled, putting a hand to her head, then rubbing her eyes. "Ben, you're standing up." "Not for much longer. I think it's time to go home, don't you?" Maggie stood and stuffed her rifle into the back of the quad. She kicked dirt over the small fire and took a drink of water. Together, they hooked up the trailer, although it was rough on Ben. She climbed in the driver's seat as Ben walked around to the other side. Once in, she spared no time driving back toward the Dalton Highway. She went as fast as she dared, but soon the drone of the quad's motor made her eyelids droop. Ben smacked her arm, and she woke up. He kept his eye on her, but found it hard to keep himself awake as his headache returned. It felt like his head was twice its normal size. They finally pulled over when she dropped off and started to veer off the road. They pulled over near a stream that ran alongside. "Give me some privacy, please. I'm going to take a quick bath, wake myself up. I want to be back home as much as you. Our little girl is waiting for me, and she's probably worried sick." Ben nodded and walked downstream until he found a spot where the water pooled. He took off his clothes and eased himself in, the cold water shocking to his system. He didn't stay long, but used a little sand along the shore to scrub himself clean. He found the berry bushes as he was climbing out. He was hungry for something besides moose, so he started picking and eating. And he kept picking and eating, savoring the season's best blueberries until he heard Maggie shout his name. "Here! I found blueberries!" he yelled as he kept eating. "Ben!" came the cry from the road. At that point, he realized his clothes were still hanging on the bush, so he eased himself back into the water. He dressed while she retrieved the quad. They picked and ate more berries, then headed down the road, greatly refreshed. Running fast and getting somewhere. Chris and I were ready to take another trip up the Dalton Highway to look for Ben and Maggie when we heard the quad approaching. We waited as it drove in, not too fast, as it pulled a trailer filled with moose. I held out my hands in the traditional, "What the hell?" Ben put up his hands, while Maggie nodded and high-fived us as she walked toward the school. "Would you believe that we hunted the moose just until it found us?" Ben smiled. "I got kicked in the head for our troubles, but the moose got butchered and loaded into our trailer." He looked tired. The knot on the side of his head was alarming in size. Chris took one of Ben's arms to help him out of his quad, then escorted him inside to Colleen's new clinic. I drove the quad around back, where we could get the meat to the kitchen for processing without dripping blood through the hallways. We were having a hard time keeping the hallways cleaned. Too many people running in and out and leaving their shoes on. That was a good problem to have, since it seemed we were successful in heading off our food shortage. August was a great time for berry picking in the interior of Alaska, but North Pole wasn't the best area for it. We needed some elevation, so we fired up the convoy and loaded every single person, along with Phyllis and Husky, for a day trip of berry picking and anything else that might supplement our diet of moose, fish, and aged canned goods. Terry thought there would be nothing better than a day of the whole community picking berries. Children too young to walk were strapped to their parents, while the toddlers ate more than they put in the buckets. People compared purple and red fingers as a sign of hard work. We filled a great number of buckets that day. We returned as a very sore bunch of people. In the business world, companies would have paid a small fortune to conduct the team-building event we went through, but for us, it was our shared understanding that our very survival was at stake. Everyone carried their own weight, and a little extra for the person beside them. Some of the children fought. That was to be expected, but the conflicts were managed, and people grew closer. Shane's contributions were significant. Cullen's death led to the young engineer's awakening. His revelation was that he didn't say anything when he should have. He beat himself up over that, but understood that to move forward, all he had to do was speak up. He was still an introvert, but able to manage the social side of a life when too many people were in a confined space. He found plenty to do outside the school, but would still smile and talk with the others when he was indoors. Tanya took a special interest in him, and soon they were often seen together. As August gave way to September, we had our supply run set up. We planned to drive the Alaskan Highway, a straight shot for 260 miles. We'd take both of our trucks, burning a mix of strained old gas and avgas. I was driving our old beater truck. Lucas had changed the oil and tuned it up specially for this drive, the same thing he'd done on the big truck. We'd also replaced the windshield with one we found in a junkyard. Tanya was coming, along with her son, Mark. She asked Shane to join us. They sat holding hands in the back seat while Lucas drove and Amber rode up front with Diane between them. I wondered who was going to ride with me until Colleen climbed in. Madison didn't want to leave the twins or the school for what could be a long and boring ride. We'd meet at the border, stay there for a brief time, most importantly for Tanya to spend time with her dad, but also for Colleen to check the medical supplies, then drive back home. We were leaving in the dark, and we'd probably return in the dark. I looked forward to the trip, but not the drive. We requested a pizza, as we expected to get there around lunchtime. If they didn't have pizza, then tacos, heavy on the cheese. We didn't have flour or cheese, so these were delicacies in our book. But we didn't want to gorge on goodies while the others had been without for so long. That being said, if they showed up with pizza and tacos, we couldn't let them go to waste, could we? The supply run. We'd already driven from Tok and knew the road was in good condition, except for where we had to pick our way through the back roads of Delta Junction. That delayed us, but we made up time on the road to Tok. Without regular traffic, the only thing we had to deal with was debris and foliage that had been blown onto the road. When we reached Toke, we found the checkpoint that had been set up. We stopped for a relief break while Lucas and I reminisced. "It looked a lot different when people were shooting at us," I said, seeing the garbage that had been left behind and the tent which was shredded and lying on the ground. "Malicious compliance, my friend. I'm glad they didn't try to shoot us down. Would any of us be here if they had?" "No, but the community would still be at Chena Hot Springs because the Russians would have never known we were there. We led them back. We saved our lives, but it cost Felicia hers," Lucas said, staring blankly into the distance. Years later, when they pulled out, maybe they knew we were there all along, but couldn't risk flying over the DMZ until they had nothing left to lose. And I'm not making excuses to stroke my own ego. If we'd been shot down, things would be far different. How many of the women from Healy would have lived through this coming winter? Sometimes it costs lives to save lives, a hard lesson from the Marine Corps. And you know what? It still sucks a whole lot. Felicia didn't do anything to them. Neither did the people of Fairbanks or Delta Junction or the women trapped in Healy. If we get this right, Lucas, then we get our state back. I feel more alive now than ever before. I'm not sure what else we need. I don't need the government to come back and start regulating again. Maybe we can keep things as they are. I kicked at the dirt and looked around for the others. It was time to get going. Next stop, the Badger border crossing. Unfortunately, we had to stop 3 times to cut trees that had fallen across the road. We didn't have a chainsaw, but we had 2 axes. At least the trees were smaller. We used a chain on the big truck to drag more trees out of the way. We took blind corners at a crawl, not wanting to hit something waiting for us just around the bend. Overall, it was a pleasant drive, and the return trip would go much faster. The highway widened, and the road was in perfect condition for the last few dozen miles to the border. We had the windows rolled down as we cruised through the cool mountain air. The weather was perfect for this time of year. We were upbeat, which made me start to worry. When I felt like this, bad things soon happened. This time, I was wrong. We pulled to the border station and stopped. There was a large parking area to help us turn around because we needed to hook up the trailer that Tanya's father had brought. We hadn't been expecting that, only a few crates of supplies. That wasn't the important reason we were here, just an added bonus. We stopped, and Tanya was the first one out. She helped her 2-year-old son out of the truck and waited for Shane, who was hesitant to get out. She smiled at him, then walked across the border to where her father vibrated in anticipation. Shane followed closely behind, holding little Mark's small hand as Tanya and her father embraced. I had to look away as the man who was little older than me sobbed uncontrollably. Colleen was all business as she walked to another person standing by the truck and the trailer. They shook hands, and he opened the back for her. "Holy cow!" she exclaimed. They had to move a few things to get to the medical supplies. She started to inventory what would soon stock her clinic. She couldn't have been happier, although she turned down some of the supplies as unnecessary. Flu vaccine only mattered if you were exposed to the strain. We had no such exposure. She accepted the pneumonia vaccine instead. She turned down more drugs. They also removed a few cases of baby formula. She insisted that we didn't need any of that, as the babies would breastfeed until they were old enough for hard food. Baby formula was a 20th century creation to take the place of a working mother. We didn't have that restriction either, although she took a breast pump instead. I left her to it. I couldn't follow what she was saying anyway. She had good reasons for every decision that were hers alone to make. Lucas and Amber were on the phone inside the border control building. That left me to myself. There was another vehicle, a Suburban with darkened windows. The driver waved me over. I thought that vehicle had been for Tanya's father. When I climbed in, I learned differently. The general was there. He was the one I was supposed to report to. I'd called once since we'd returned, and hung up on him when he'd asked too many stupid questions. I wondered if he was miffed about that. "Hey, General, glad to see you," I said with as much joy as I could muster, holding out my hand. He reluctantly took it. "Had I known you were coming, I would have dressed up, although I did shave." I held up my chin for him to see. He started to laugh. "You're a pain in the ass. You know you couldn't tell me about this little unsanctioned side trip since we can provide no assistance, and Canada can't either. I'll tell you, strictly off the record, that I am personally pleased that you're getting this stuff." I nodded. "Off the record," he said. That was the bureaucratic idiocy that I was happy to not have in my life. I looked forward to walking back across the border. "Why are you really here?" I asked, already tired of playing the game. The general didn't seem to want to be here either. "The Russians are moving. They've landed a group outside Anchorage, and they're heading north in a convoy. They have vehicles and a supply train, all illegal under the treaty, but nonetheless, they're heading north. We think they might be coming to Fairbanks." "Military?" I asked, giving him my undivided attention. "We think many of the 40 are military, but believe their goal is to establish a settlement so they can contest our claim before the UN, who's going to make the determination next year after they conduct a survey." I thought about it. 40 military. We'd be vulnerable. We were in a fixed position, without vehicles, with few shooters and only 2 with any military training. I exhaled and rubbed my temples. Another change, and an unhappy one. "What do you want us to do about it?" I finally asked, afraid of what the answer might be. "We want you to get some pictures of them using prohibited equipment. We don't want you to engage them in any way, not even a dialogue. We think they went with these numbers knowing that you went in with 22. But with the survivors from Healy, your group outnumbers them by a good measure. By the way, well done on the rescue of the women and children. You'd get a medal if I liked you, but I don't, so you'll have to accept something else. In the trailer, we've stashed some extra ammunition for your 45, 45-70, and 300 Win Mag. Those are your weapons of choice, aren't they?" The general sat there with a smug look on his face. "For not liking me, you seem to be my creepiest stalker, but I appreciate the ammunition. More is better. I have my phone and can take pictures with that. Will that work?" "Yes. Download a copy to this," he said, handing me a thumb drive with a lightning connector for my iPhone, "and give it to the UN representative when they arrive. If you can get a copy to us ahead of that time, then we would be most appreciative." I was going to ask him how I did that, but he didn't care how far I traveled or how dangerous it was. He only wanted the pictures to solidify his own position. I nodded once without offering to shake his hand again, and I got out. I leaned back in. "For the record, I don't like you either." I don't know why I felt compelled to say that. It didn't make me feel any better. I closed the door without slamming it and walked boldly back toward the border. Tanya and her dad stopped me before I crossed. He wanted to shake my hand, thank the person who'd brought his daughter back from the dead. He held his grandson in his other arm. His eyes were still red, but all of them looked happy. Their reconciliation was long past due. It was good to see them embrace today, plan for tomorrow. Shane stood nearby, looking far more comfortable. I thanked the man for the supplies. Inevitably, something in there would be used to save a life. There were drugs for the people still suffering from botulism. The 3 had survived, but their recovery was glacially slow. The medicines would speed up their return to health. There was something for everyone, from spices to the parts most likely to fail on our generator. There was flour, cheese, and eggs, enough for a few meals. These were to celebrate the newcomers, the survivors from Healy. They'd been deprived for a long time and deserved a special treat. We'd discover what else was there when we unloaded back at the school. It would be like Christmas, except better. The last 2 things he did before we departed was to top off our gas tanks with fresh gasoline and hand us hot food. 15 boxes of pizzas and a couple bags of tacos. The only place the pizzas would fit was in the bed of my beater truck. Mr. Bezos took off his jacket and wrapped the pizza boxes in it, then wrapped them in a second layer using a blanket from his vehicle. It wouldn't be warm when we got home, but it would be the best pizza any of the survivors had had in years. Winter. We saw the first snowfall at the end of September. The 2nd through 10th snowfalls were at the beginning of October. By Halloween, we had 4 feet on the ground. On the 1st of November, temperatures plummeted and stayed that way through December when the snow started again. I was happy to fire up my snow machine and take it for a spin. With 3 feet of cold snow on the roadways, we could make great time anywhere we went. I made it to Delta Junction in just over 30 minutes. I didn't tell Madison that part. I didn't know why I drove the snow machine so fast, but maybe it was just how they were meant to run. Not a typical Alaskan winter, but close enough. We were mostly ready. Our arrangements with the outhouses turned out to be woefully inadequate. People would wait until the very last minute, then race outside to do their business, returning 2 minutes later half frozen. Erecting a temporary building in the middle of winter was a challenge in and of itself. At least we didn't have anything else to do. With the snow and the temperatures, everything was 10 times more difficult. A dozen of us worked together in acquiring the wood, which consisted of dismantling a nearby shed and rebuilding it on a skid that would sit above the holes we dug for the outhouses. We built stalls and insulated it all. We put in an electric heater that worked great until someone accidentally left a few squares of toilet paper too close to it. After our temporary building burned down, we built a better one the second time around, putting the heater into the ceiling, insulated and grounded to prevent another accidental fire. Clarice and Joe managed the kitchen duties. Everyone took their turn as prep cooks and cleanup crew. There were too many people to eat in one shift, so we split into 2 groups, rotating members so that people got the chance to see all of our community members at some point during the week. We wanted to keep things fresh. Then one day we realized that Bill was no longer yelling. We asked Darren and Becca what was wrong. They said that he'd finally grown out of the bellowing stage, but it also may have had to do with something else. Becca was pregnant again, and it seemed the baby was sensitive to loud noises. When Bill howled, the baby would start kicking and wouldn't stop until it was quiet again. I would have never thought that. I suspected we'd get another howler. We could not have been happier for them because they were happy. The members of the community grew closer with each day. That included all of us, new and old. Shane and Tanya decided to get married. This caused a full deliberation between Terry and me. As mayors, we didn't have the authority to marry people. As the military governor, I thought I could, just like the captain of a ship. In the end, we realized that we didn't care if it was legal by someone else's laws. It was their decision. The formal ceremony would be for their benefit. No one here cared if anyone had a piece of paper with a governmental stamp approving their relationship. So we gathered everyone together in the cold gymnasium and said a bunch of good things about the happy couple. They committed to each other, and that was that. We removed the tables from the dining room so we could all fit for the banquet. It made for a tight squeeze, so we filled the wide hallways, too. I hadn't checked on the Russians. I started calling the general once a month to let him know our head count, food, and fuel status, that we had no problems. He seemed to like those reports. I thought they were ridiculous. The most important thing I had to report was that another month had passed and no one died. We had a huge bash at Christmas. We offered no presents, as we didn't want people shopping with the weather so extreme. We didn't have much room for things, so we settled on telling each other what we liked about them and the group. It was different, but the men all had plenty of help in expressing their feelings. We were outnumbered 6-1. At the end of the day, we retreated to our rooms with our spouses, happy with the world we'd created. In January, I couldn't hold the general off any longer. The Russians had set up on the south side of Fairbanks, at the far end of the airport along the Chena River, in an area we'd scouted and determined was perfect for our first fields and long-term home. That threw a wrench in our plans. We'd done initial work with the ground to get it ready for planting in the coming season. It wasn't much, but enough that it would have allowed us to get the most out of our growing season. We had looked around, but once we found the spot, we didn't look further. We had no backup plan, no secondary fields, and we couldn't look now. The only thing we could do was hope for an early thaw. As I always said, hope is a lousy plan. That irked me enough that I wanted to go see them, spy on them, take pictures, and do all the things that would get them in trouble. Being in trouble with the UN wasn't like really being in trouble. It was closer to being unhappy with a distant relative you never had any contact with. If the UN deemed us the better settlers, whatever that meant, then the Russians would have to leave. That was supposed to carry political weight. But what if they didn't want to leave? This is where the UN had no teeth, and the United States had already demonstrated that it wouldn't fight for Alaska, except in the realm of diplomacy. It was up to me. No, that wasn't right. It was up to us, the community, to decide what we wanted to do about it. The Russians. I asked Terry, and we broached it at a group meeting of all the adults, which meant everyone attended. The only place big enough was the gym, so we set up a box to stand on, and Terry and I stood in our parkas and stocking caps, waving our gloved hands for silence. The Russians have taken the area we were going to plant next spring. They've moved in at the south end of the airport. I think they wanted that place so they could hide their vehicles and supplies. They have 40 people, or so I've heard, who are trying to prove to the UN that they are better to settle this land than us. A number of women in the crowd yelled angrily that we should go kill all the Russians. I wasn't opposed to fighting, but didn't want to start something we couldn't win. Terry shut down the hostility of the crowd by speaking softly, but forcefully. These aren't those Russians. If they were, then we'd take them into custody and execute them for crimes against humanity. There were cheers. I froze in place, not from the cold, but I didn't know where she was going with her speech. I didn't want her to commit us to a tragic course of action. These aren't those Russians. These are people just like us, living for today, planning for tomorrow. If they weren't, why did they take the most fertile land we'd found? It's where we should have been, but we hesitated because we were comfortable here. We were going to move there eventually, right? You snooze, you lose. When the snow melts and the ground thaws, we're going to find a better place, and we're going to grow enough food for all of us, and then some. When the UN comes next summer, they'll find the people who can stand on their own feet right here. They're going to look at us and see us doing what we do best, taking care of each other, raising our families. We're better than they are. We've always been better than them. She ended with a harsh tone. Silence greeted the end of her speech. A small child started crying, stopping when his mother picked him up. I wondered what else they wanted. They looked at me, expecting me to say something. We've been here all along, in our state, our country. I'm going to go down there and introduce myself, see what they're up to, and let them know that they don't have a chance. Even if they're from Siberia, they're not ready to survive here. It wasn't as impactful as I intended, but it was heartfelt. People in the crowd started murmuring. I couldn't hear anything specific until Lucas shouted, "And I'm going with you!" Most of the people snorted and chortled as Madison and Amber started yelling at both of us. Terry pushed me, and I almost fell off our soapbox. Ben asked if he could speak, and of course, anyone was welcome. I gave him a hand as he joined me on our impromptu stage. My people have lived here for generations. We've lived off this land, thrived because of what it has to offer. I was ashamed when we left during the war, ashamed for all of my people. Coming back was the second happiest day of my life." He nodded to his wife and then continued. "I carried the Raven on my shoulder back to this country. I claim it on behalf of all those who've gone before us and all those who will follow. We are Alaskans, and there's no way I'm going to let the Russians drive me from this land again. I'm going with you," he declared with a shout and a fist pump. "Ben and I will go, and we'll talk with them. Terry will go too, to put to rest your fears that these are the Russian criminals. They're not. These are settlers, not soldiers." I lied. There was nothing else to say. The fate of the community was in our hands. If we screwed this up, then we might start a new war. No pressure at all. The settlers. Travel in the winter was so much easier than in the summer. From North Pole to the Fairbanks Airport, it was about 8 miles straight up the Tanana River. We had to take dog sleds because we weren't supposed to have any technology. I made sure my cell phone was charged so I could take pictures. No technology? We'd heard what the Russians brought. At least we'd scavenged our generator and most of what we had, although we did import our engineer. If anyone had watched us build our improved outhouse, both versions 1 and 2, they probably would have laughed themselves into a fit. We were far from the well-oiled machine I expected to see in the Russian camp. We mushed our 2 dog teams up the river and through a hole in the airport's perimeter fence. We continued across the runways and taxiways straight to the hangar the Russians were using. It was obvious, as they had armed guards. I slowed the dog team I was driving. I hadn't anticipated that they would be carrying weapons. When it was apparent we'd been spotted, one of the 2 ran inside the hangar. An older gentleman came outside and waved to us, beckoning. Once we arrived, I was glad we weren't them. In the hangar they'd chosen, 40 cots were arranged in neat rows. Temperatures inside were the same as outside. That meant it was a balmy 10 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. This is where they lived. On the far side within the hangar, their convoy was parked in rows, supplies clearly sorted and stacked. I heard a generator, but couldn't see where it was. They weren't using it for heat. I wondered where they hid their outhouse. I wasn't a fan of dropping trousers when it was below freezing, let alone below 0. I thought about all of this as we approached. I had my .45 in my shoulder holster as usual. Ben's shotgun rode in the sled as Ben drove the team. I hadn't known that he was an accomplished dog musher, but I wasn't surprised. Ben was a true Alaskan. The older gentleman plowed through the snow to meet us. As he approached, he stopped to pet each dog. The dogs seemed to like him. I knew that I should be wary, but anyone who greets dogs before people is probably the right kind of person. I wanted to hate him, but couldn't. He hadn't even said his name yet, and I was all smiles. Ben lightened as well, seeing the Russian treat the dogs with kindness. "Dobro prozhalovat," the man said in Russian. "Welcome."
Dobry dien. Меня зовут Chuck, и вот Terry и Ben.
I pointed to each as I introduced them.
"Ah, you speak Russian, my friend. Very nice. I am Sergei Sergeyevich Kashirin. What brings you to our home, and where did you come from?"
He switched to English quicker than I expected. "We have a thriving community just up the river. I'm sure you've seen our smoke on clear days."
"Yes, we wondered. We do not yet have such fine animals as these, so we are forced to spend more time here than getting to know our neighbors. We have snowshoes, yes, but they are not quite the same as a good dog team."
I nodded and removed my glove. He looked at it and did the same. His hand felt warm compared to mine. Maybe he had better gloves than I had. His grip was strong. I was certain he was military, or had been until recently.
Vashi Vashka, I started to say. Your forces.
He stopped me with a raised hand.
"Not troops, no. We are pilgrims. This is the right word, is it not? We are here to find a new home. We've left Russia behind to seek a new way of life."
He smiled as he talked.
He was starting to sound like a politician. This helped nurture my dislike for what he stood for. That was easy, but the man was still pleasant. The armed guards had moved off, never pointing their weapons at us. "Why do you have armed guards?" I asked, hoping to put the matter to rest. "Bears. On the way here we encountered more than one. If a bear got into our camp or into our food, we would have a hard time. We barely have enough to get us through this winter. I expect we'll all lose some weight by spring." I doubt you'll see any bears in this area, but that's just me. We never used to post guards, but maybe we'll start. My threat wasn't so subtle. Ben bristled, and Terry tried to look farther into the hangar to see more of the men's faces. "Maybe it's time for us to retire our guards. You are right. We have seen no bears or bear tracks in this area. Although there used to be plenty of moose," he grinned. Moose meat for all. There was no finer cut in all Alaska. I liked how he countered my statement. If it was his intention to win me over with kindness, he was doing a great job at it. Sergei turned and motioned for us to follow. We went through the hangar and into an area that was enclosed in the back. It was heated, and the rest of his people were in there. Terry looked deliberately from face to face. When she finished, we made eye contact, and she shook her head slightly to let me know that she didn't recognize any of the people. That was a huge relief. I didn't want to call someone out, but the thought of what the others had done made me angry. I took a deep breath and nodded a greeting to each of the Russian faces. It looked like a perfect split between men and women. Leave it to the Russians to issue women with husbands or vice versa. I doubt any of them had a choice besides saying yes, that they would go. How they partnered after that was irrelevant. I didn't see anyone that looked pregnant. Not that I was judging, but wouldn't the UN have to consider all the children we had with us and an established school in which to teach them? Sergei stepped aside and looked at me as if I was there to talk to them about how they could get cheaper car insurance. I would try not to disappoint him. I worked my way to an open space in the middle of the room. "Dobro pozdravljovat, Fairbanks." I held up my hands and turned in a circle so I could see them all. Some nodded. No one spoke. It was going to be a tough crowd. "Welcome to Fairbanks. We haven't seen the coldest weather yet, but if you've lived in Siberia, you understand. If not, you'll learn. Come February, it'll start to warm up, and by March it will be pleasant in comparison. I hope you are all enjoying the Northern Lights. We've been having some great shows this winter. The sky isn't spoiled by pollution, not any longer anyway. We wish you all the best for the remainder of this winter, and come spring, maybe we can have a barbecue where you can meet the rest of us, and we can get to know each other a little better. Thank you." I looked for a place to sit, but there weren't any free chairs. Ben and Terry both looked unhappy. I worked my way back toward the flap leading to the unheated part of the hangar. "Sergei, thanks for your hospitality. We just wanted to check on you and see how you were doing. The weather can be harsh." "We'll be on our way, if you don't mind," I said, not waiting for an answer as the others went ahead. Sergei stayed with me, giving me no opportunity to take a picture of their equipment. I wasn't going to push it. There'd be opportunities later. I wasn't a fan of tearing the other guy down to prove that I was the better person. The Cots showed a military mentality, not a settler one. Settlers would find a way to be more comfortable, make it more like a home than a barracks. We returned to our sleds and teams. The guards were there, playing with our dogs. Their weapons had disappeared sometime during our absence. Ben looked alarmed until he saw his trusty old shotgun right where he'd left it. The dogs seemed happy. Maybe the Russians were lonely. 40 of them thrown together without a worthwhile diversion, which made me ask the question, "Sergei, what do you guys do for fun?" "That is a good question, my friend, a very good question indeed." He nodded as if I was supposed to understand everything from his ambiguous statement. I had to admit that it was a very Russian answer. I nodded back knowingly, having no idea what he meant. We loaded up, lifted our snow hooks, and mushed the dogs around in a wide circle to head back home. I hoped the Russians didn't come for a surprise visit like we'd just done to them. Our people would probably be less welcoming. An early spring. The melt started in early March with an unseasonably warm streak. Our 6 feet of snow dwindled to 3 in a week, which left lakes everywhere we went. The poor dogs were miserable, as the kennel was almost completely underwater. Areas in the direct sunlight melted even faster. We realized we were going to have problems when the Tanana River ice buckled, letting the flowing water break through and run over the top of the ice. It streamed downriver, running up on the riverbanks, melting snow piles which added to the quantity of water heading downstream. The ice jumped and churned. It was too early for breakup, but the entire Tanana River was a mess. We wondered if the Chena River on the other side of the city was in the same shape. We stayed mostly inside. There was too much water and too much mud. The gym was warm enough for the children to play, which they did, to everyone's delight. They were finally tired out after a long winter trapped in a too small space. I couldn't wait for it to dry out. This was the in-between period, where there wasn't enough snow to ride the snow machine, and it wasn't clear enough to take the quad. I felt trapped. So I put on my rubber boots and went walking. I took Phyllis and Husky with me. Neither of them cared about the water. We could dry them off when we returned. There were plenty of towels. They splashed and swam as we hiked to the highway. It wasn't far, maybe a quarter mile, but it took us a while because the dogs were easily distracted. I gave up trying to herd them in the direction of the road and simply walked. It was nice to stretch my legs. One of my boots leaked, and I didn't care, although the water was just above freezing. I'd have to go back soon. I could tell the dogs were cold as well. It was warm out for March, but far too cold to be walking around wet. We climbed the on-ramp and walked back to the bridge over the road. I looked in the direction of the airport and saw what looked like smoke. Black smoke, billowing into the bright morning sky. It was too wet for anything to casually burn. The fire causing those flames could not have been intentionally set. The Russians were in trouble. Destruction! Hey! Hey! I yelled as I ran back into the school with 2 soaked dogs running past me. The Russian camp is on fire! I kept running around the school looking at people. The survivors from Healy shrugged as I passed. I understood why, and if I were them, I'd feel the same way. We rallied everyone from the community of Chena Hot Springs. Terry joined us, and just a few of the women who had been close by. I saw the smoke. Something is wrong, and I bet they need help. We have to go, see what we can do, and we need to go now, I said quickly, looking for agreement. Head nods, but no one spoke out loud, not even Chris. Then Terry leaned in. Why? Was all she asked. Because they're human beings, and there aren't too many of us around here. I could have said the same thing when somebody shot out the front window of the truck when we tried to talk with you. How many of your people would be dead now if you hadn't come along? Terry clenched her jaw and closed her eyes as she struggled within herself. Then she opened her eyes and nodded tersely. She looked back and said, "You 3, come with us. The rest of you take care of the kids." "Trucks out front in 5!" Chris yelled beside my ear. There was a moment where everyone stood, then the scrambling began. 10 minutes later, 2 trucks with the 5th wheel behind pulled into the standing water, fording toward the highway. We had to drive the long way around, 8 miles as the Raven flew, or 40 miles skirting the destruction in the city. The roads were clear enough to maintain a steady speed, but snowdrifts and other obstacles slowed us down. It took us over an hour before we arrived at the airport. The Russians had left a gate open, so we drove through. The hangar roof was collapsed, and smoke continued rolling from within the wreckage. People were lying out front, others trying to help them. We pulled up and parked. Colleen was first out and looked at the injuries as she walked between the rows of people. She looked at her surroundings,
then started setting up for triage. She determined the fifth wheel was for the patients in the worst condition. The walking wounded moved to one side as Colleen issued a stream of commands. Heavy burn victims right here, others there. Bring the medical kit from the truck. Put this over there. Put pressure on this. Clean the debris from the wound. Everyone did as they were told. Madison walked with Colleen and translated the commands into Russian for those who couldn't understand English. Ben and I found Sergei among the walking wounded. He was trying to rally his people, but was having no success. When he tried to speak, he broke into a racking cough. "Just breathe, my friend. Is this all your people?" He shook his head. "Are the others inside?" He nodded vigorously and started to cough again. "Ben, put us together an entry team. I think we'll be going in. We need tools." He was off before I could finish. "Any alive inside?" He nodded. "Where?" I asked. He tried to speak and coughed, choked, and almost fell over. I held him upright as he wheezed and let me support him. "Are they in the back, where you had the heater?" He shook his head. "By your convoy, your trucks?" He nodded. "Any up front?" He shrugged. He didn't know. I helped him to the ground and let him lie down. We had an oxygen tank with us, but there were too many suffering from smoke inhalation. Ben returned with Lucas, Shane, Tanya, Terry, and Joe. I waved at them to follow, and we jogged to the front of the hangar. Once there, we needed a plan, so we stood in a circle as I talked them through it. "Shane, we need you to see if it's sound enough for us to enter, and then where the safest entry will be. We're heading for the area of the convoy, located rear center. It looks to be next to the worst of the roof collapse. Sergei said there wasn't anyone alive in the back. We'll take his word on that. I expect that's where the fire started. He didn't know if anyone was up front. If we can do it safely, look through the cots. See if anyone is still there. Only the living. If we find someone dead, we leave them and move on. Pull their coat or something over their face to let others know that they've been checked. Everyone ready? Shane, you've got point." He looked at me. He'd never served or even watched war movies, it seemed. "You lead. Find us the safest way in," I corrected. The hangar doors had fallen askew, and he shook his head as he walked past those and jogged around the side. There was a door that he opened, and he looked inside. There was some smoke, but the fire was on the opposite side of the building. We put our faces inside our coats, under our shirts to filter the air somewhat, but oxygen would be lacking. I stopped everyone. "If the smoke gets too bad, we leave. No one dies. Tanya and Shane, stay together and watch each other. Terry and Ben, together. Lucas, Joe, and I are the last team. No exceptions." I nodded to Shane, and he let us in. We went through a side room that had been set up as an office of some sort. The exit door led into a hallway that dumped into the hangar. Once inside the hangar itself, we could see why so many were injured. It was chaos and destruction. I waved Terry and Ben toward the sleeping area to check for survivors. The rest of us weaved through the debris toward the vehicles and the area where the smoke was heavier. We walked in a crouch to stay close to better air. Shane waved us far to the side. He noticed something overhead that he didn't like. We followed him. We came to the lead vehicle and found nothing. We worked our way carefully down the line of trucks until we came to an arm sticking out from under one of them. Joe checked the pulse and nodded. We pulled out a young woman. She didn't appear to be injured, but was unconscious. 2 other people were under there as well, both alive. I told Joe and Lucas to stay with them. Lucas shook his head and pointed forward. I tried to take a breath, but the smoke was starting to get to me. I waved Lucas ahead, and I stayed behind with Joe. We started dragging the survivors toward the front of the convoy, having to stop often to rest. Joe looked at me, then told me to stay as she went back for the third person. I saw Joe stop ahead and look forward. The others appeared out of the smoke and crawled the last few feet to her. She dragged the last survivor to me. I stood the smaller woman against the fender of the last truck, then let her drop over my shoulder so I could carry her. Lucas and Shane each took a survivor. Joe led us out, avoiding the area that Shane had pointed to earlier. Tanya stayed behind Shane, holding his shirt and making sure that no one was left behind. When we got outside, we put the 3 people on the ground as we all gasped for air. It took 10 minutes before we could carry the Russians to Colleen's triage area. Ben and Terry were already there. They'd found 7 people, but only 2 were alive. While we were inside, Sergei succumbed to smoke inhalation. He stopped breathing and died right where I had put him down. In total, 25 Russians were still alive. Colleen needed more oxygen. She pleaded with me. I looked at Lucas, then Madison. "Go. If anyone can find some, it's you 2, she said softly, and turned back to the patients. We bolted for the truck, Lucas faster than me, having already recovered his breath from our foray into the hangar. He jumped in the driver's seat. We rolled down the taxiway to the other side of the terminal. The first hangar we came to had a rack of green cylinders just outside the door. Lucas screeched to a halt. The tanks didn't say empty, so I assumed they were still full, or at least they were full when stored here long ago. We muscled the tanks one by one into the truck bed, piling them like cordwood. In a different world, that might have been considered unsafe. "Do not wreck us on the way back," I stated, emphasizing each word. Lucas nodded, eyes wide as he took a painfully slow turn and accelerated deliberately. We followed the taxiway to the end and turned toward our truck and fifth wheel. We pulled close and parked. People lined up behind the truck as we dropped the gate and carefully pulled the tanks out. I looked at Lucas. We didn't have any hoses to connect to the tanks. "Wait!" I yelled. "Lay the people with their heads together in a circle and make a mini oxygen tent. Crack the valve, but don't point it at anyone. It's too high pressure. You'll get a lot of oxygen. If you can sit people up, back to back, the oxygen will concentrate around their heads. The carbon dioxide will sink lower. Got it? Go!" We continued to hand out the tanks. We had more than we needed, as these were the 250-pound versions. The helpers set people up in 10 pairs. Colleen must have been with the other 5 in the fifth wheel trailer. We'd try to wrestle a bottle inside if she wanted it. Chris took a bottle by himself and carried it to the furthest pair of victims. They used coats, blankets, and even a small tarp to set up the oxygen tents around the people. After that, we waited. Chris went to the trailer, then came back to pick up another oxygen bottle. Lucas helped him carry it inside. Then they came back for a second. I was sharing the biggest oxygen tent, as I'd gotten lightheaded after putting the bottles in the truck. I wasn't quite recovered from the trip into the hangar. I was out of the game for a while. An hour passed. The Russians started standing and offering to help their friends. 2 more Russians passed away in that time. 10 were back on their feet, and 8 were coherent and would soon join them. 5 more were still being treated. 2 of the survivors had been hit by shrapnel when the generator exploded and caught fire. 3 were injured by falling debris. The rest of the survivors suffered from smoke inhalation. They'd lost their leader, half their people, and all their food. As soon as Colleen had the most severely injured stabilized, we loaded everyone into the fifth wheel and the trucks. We slowly started the long drive back to the school. What took an hour to get there took 2 going home. I had oxygen bottles in the back of my truck. I was happy that we'd decided to replace the windshield on it after we returned from Healy, but we didn't do a very good job, and it leaked when I splashed through the bigger puddles. Maybe later we could find caulking and fix it the rest of the way. The old beater truck had become my stalwart companion. I kept my thoughts on the trivial things that made me happy, because when thinking about the extra people, the only conclusion I could come to was that we would run out of food very soon. Just one more day. We set the Russians up in the gym. The best we could do were blankets on the ground. If we went back to the hangar, we could probably recover most of the cots, but they'd smell like smoke. Becca and Darren were successful in bagging a moose, although they had to bring it home in 2 trips because of the mud. We'd eat more meat and less of everything else until something changed. The first thing to change was the weather. It turned markedly colder after a healthy snowfall. We took dog teams along the riverbank where the shallow water had refrozen. Once they were sure we had solid ice, I took my snow machine, hooked up a sleigh behind it, and returned to the hangar. The fire had burned itself out. With the roof caved in and the doors hanging crooked, there was enough airflow to clear out the remaining smoke. We recovered 10 cots with sleeping bags on our first trip. I made it there and back in 30 minutes. Chris made a trip, then Lucas. We rotated until we recovered as much as we could. We had cots for everyone and smoky sleeping bags. Lucas found some food and filled the sleigh. I didn't ask how he got it. I didn't want anyone to take unnecessary risks, but the food was sorely needed. Any food. When the snow melted, we made a scavenging run to Sasha outside the Air Force Base. We broke into every single home. I made a note that, in case of the apocalypse, leave your door unlocked. No one is going to take your pictures of Aunt Margaret. All they want is food and anything to help them survive. Sasha wasn't a big town, but it was big enough, and the people were typical Alaskans, well stocked with canned food. Just like when the community returned from the scavenging run to Fred Meyer all those years ago, we pulled in, honking the big truck's horn, as I hadn't bothered to fix mine. Everyone stood and cheered. Our Russian additions insisted on unloading the trailer we'd gotten from Tanya's dad. They weren't afraid of hard work and did everything they could to fit in. No one could say they weren't appreciative. Even Terry grudgingly admitted that this group was made up of good people. Unfortunately, the Russian accents still caused many of the women to wince and cower. There was nothing we could do except keep them apart. Forcing the former victims to integrate would be too traumatic. Terry spent time with them. None of us were psychologists or had any idea how to deal with post-traumatic stress. We did our best to reduce the triggers and then to show them a different side to the new people. When we were comfortable that we finally had enough food, thanks to a hunting frenzy by Ben, Darren, Becca, and Maggie, there was more than enough meat for all, including the dogs in the kennel and their new puppies, which we gave to the Russians. They finally got the dogs they'd longed for, and they were happy. Abigail and Philip mentored them in training dog teams. It would be a long road, but they'd get there. Most importantly, they loved the dogs. I knew that I had to call the general, but I was dreading it. The weather had broken again, and this time we thought it was for real. Spring was on its way. I went outside wearing a light jacket and walked around until I couldn't avoid it any longer. I dialed the number, and the general answered on the first ring. "I wondered when you were going to call. Satellites showed something very interesting. Was that your handiwork?" he asked. "If you're talking about the rescue of 23 Russians, yes, I'll claim some credit." Their generator exploded. It brought the house down around them. We didn't get there for a long time, but when we did, we only managed to save just over half of them. We have their survivors here with us. I waited for the inevitable tirade. The general surprised me, although his position was self-serving. "I expect you had no choice, and it was the right thing to do. As far as the UN, I think you've made it clear who should lead the resettlement efforts. Well done!" I didn't answer for so long that the general asked if I was still there. "You're trying to trick me," I finally said. "You're never happy, and you never give compliments." "Don't be the nut job that everyone else here thinks you are. Of course I'm happy. Your group is now around 100 people, and the Russians are at 0. We win!" "I win is what you really mean," I thought. It was clear to me why he was happy. I was here, and he'd take all the credit, probably earning another star. But that wasn't my world. Everything around me now constituted the sum total of all that we were. A community where you could be yourself and where you could help others. Not because you had to, but because you wanted to. Madison stood in the doorway and watched me, knowing that I was checking in with Washington, D.C. She was always there to support me, knowing how these calls upset me. I smiled at her and gave her the thumbs up. She nodded and continued to watch. She would wait for me to hang up to be sure that I was okay. The twins burst out the door with Phyllis and Husky close behind. They waved as they ran past, heading toward the kennels. And the general confirmed that we were staying. I breathed deeply, taking in the cool air of the Alaskan spring. The sky was clear, and the ground was drying out. We'd won, and I didn't know how to feel. I turned slowly, looking at a broken-down city with people breathing new life into it. It was going to be a good year. End of Book 3. This has been End Times Alaska, Return, Book 3, written by Craig Martelle, narrated by Chris Abernathy. The end.